Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey,
Howdy.
how you doing, William? How you doing, JG?
I'm doing all right.
Interesting topic.
Yeah, hoping to more get believers in here. Makes more sense, but we got another one. We got Null. He's a good addition. How you doing, man?
Doing well, and I just got done playing cards with my kids.
Did you win? Did you take the bank?
Oh yeah, of course.
You gave them their allowance and played cards with them. I got you. Well, you guys go ahead. I'm just kind of sit back. I'm kind of talked out for some reason, but I enjoy hearing what you have to say. I do have to break from like about 10 to 11, so
okay.
I'll make
before you pull away, in the private chat where we were kind of discussing, you mentioned the law of love being not subjective, objective, right?
Oh yeah, I'm saying the law of love as professed by Jesus Christ would not be subjective. Absolutely.
And how does that one go?
Love God with all your heart, mind, strength, and soul. Love your neighbor as yourself. Those are the two commandments, which entail objective ideas. Yeah.
Well, loving your neighbor as yourself. You love yourself in a subjective way, don't you? Everyone loves different things about themselves.
Well, it's not the way of loving is what is in question. It's the idea of the command itself. It's not a subjective command like love your neighbor or don't, love God or don't.
Just basically saying love people.
It's objective to all people, unchanging.
Well, loving people is hard and easy, right? They're accessible, which makes it easy to get to know them. But then getting to know them makes it sometimes hard to love them, right?
Well, aside from that, the idea is that the law is objective. Love your neighbor, don't murder your neighbor, don't steal or lie or bear false witness to your neighbor. This is an objective law for all human beings. That's the idea.
Okay.
And welcome, Riley.
Thanks. How are you good gentlemen doing this evening? Despite even the Lord God has made for us.
Amen. Good to see you, brother.
Yes, well said. Good verse up there, Null, by the way. And Eric, Riley, and Null, if you had anything to say about the objective law of love, chime in if you wanted to speak on what I was just saying to William, add to it.
Yeah, love is what I really like about this subject is it shows the power of God. And I often use Job as an example, but I really think that there's a difference between doing good things because we're told that we should, or because we know it's the right thing to do, and doing good things because we love somebody. We're looking out for their good. To love somebody as I would love myself is assuming that I've got common sense and would take care of myself. I would see that I can feed myself and clothe myself and etc. And do the things that I need to do to take care of myself. If that's the case, if I'm a man of common sense, then I should also be a man of compassion. And I should look around to make sure my neighbors are taken care of. And I should look out for them. Meaning that, I never will lust after this man's wife, or rob him, or beat him, or, I won't do him wrong in any way. But
Are there any that you're not required to love?
We're supposed to love everybody. And that's
let me say something about that, because that's an interesting question, because Romans 12:9 says love must be genuine, abhor what is evil. So when you throw that idea into the mix, it might help answer that type of question or inquiry that William had.
Well, then we have the idea of what is evil and who is our neighbor and which ones we can exclude because they're evil in our subjective opinion.
No, it's not going to be. I mean, we have a subjective experience, but we use the scriptures to define what is objectively good and evil. So if we have a neighbor who's, engaging in evil acts, Satanism, and so forth, they might not be invited to the dinner party for certain reasons. It's not exclusion because of just mere preference. It's because they're bringing evil into our household. We might have to
And
say,
you don't love them.
no, we love them by abhorring what is evil. We say, you can't just bring your Satanism into our household. And we're not saying that out of hate or disregard for your feelings. That's what true love is. It doesn't welcome evil into your household with your children. So it's
what he's missing here, JG, is the fact that even though we may not invite them into our home for one particular reason or another, if we saw them in the street and they were hungry, we would feed them. And if we saw that they were thirsty and had no way to relieve themselves, we would give them something to drink.
Okay, but with the watching the kids and inviting into your house or whatever, what about like a Catholic? You mentioned Satanist, and I don't know if there's much difference between a Catholic and a Satanist, is there?
you don't know there's much difference between a Satanist and a Catholic, is that right?
Well, when I listen to Christians,
is that a
when
genuine,
I listen to Christians talk about
comment?
When I listen to Christians
slow down,
talk,
William. Slow down.
Answer.
That's a genuine comment. You don't know the difference between Catholicism and Satanism.
Not when I listen to Christians talk about Catholics.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have William Freeman, the angry man, here now. Welcome.
I'm not angry.
Well, you're moving in that direction. We'll try to love you, brother. We'll try to love you, and I mean brother.
Right. I'm asking because Satanism is a different religious belief system.
Why would somebody not invite a Catholic into their home?
That's what I'm asking.
Well, when you look at it from the standpoint, the biblical standpoint, that it's not a battle between flesh and blood anyway, but it's a battle against principalities and powers, and that it doesn't mean that you got to be best buddies with someone. But I mean, you really got to ask yourself the question, because you can hate what they do. You don't have to be around that person. But if you have an opportunity to extend something helpful to them, then I don't think it's ever wrong to do that.
Yeah.
Well, the reason that I bring it up is because with the Pope in bad health, there's lots of posts about it, and there's lots of comments. And there's a lot of Christians in the comments saying good riddance, they're fake Christians, they're pagans, baptized pagans, and all kind of stuff. So
isn't it possible that these people in themselves are not Christian, or
I don't know,
not acting in accordance with Christianity?
That's certainly possible.
Okay, well, you see, God wouldn't have us to talk like that. As a matter of fact, we're told to pray for those that rule over us, and that would include the Pope. He doesn't rule over me, but he's a ruler.
I'm glad you cleared that up.
Probably the largest church in the world. And we're supposed to pray for him. We're supposed to hope for his salvation. We're supposed to pray for our political leaders, even though most of them are honestly dirtbags. Most of them are thieves and corrupt. And they literally rape their constituents.
Literally?
Well, in a metaphorical way, yes.
Okay, yeah.
But, these guys, they're still supposed to be loved and prayed for. We don't have the option. And that's the great thing about this. This is a proof of God. This is an actual evidence of God, that he can take men that were filled with hate and murderous heart seriously and turn them into a person of compassion.
Even a Satanist?
Yeah, God can change anyone. God, I can tell you, dude, I flip-flopped on both sides of it, because my dad was pagan, my mom was Christian, and they both were active, very active in their religion.
Was there a brand of paganism?
Well, he was, I guess, self-styled, but he loved things like L. Ron Hubbard and Crowley, and I've
Oh,
seen his altar,
I got you.
and he worshipped demons.
OTO.
Yeah, so you know, and I saw a lot of freaky stuff as a kid, man. Things that most people would never see. So yeah, dude, I've seen both sides of it, and I can tell you, God has changed my heart. It took a lot to turn me around, to change me from the man I was to the man I am.
You're
But he
fortunate
did. Yeah, I
because you
am.
didn't get the generational curse.
To be honest with you, I'm fortunate that I outlived my stupidity. You see, I was so well favored that I thought I was immortal, almost indestructible. I went through things that would have killed 9 out of 10 people that went through it. And a bunch of those things, not just one or two, dude, a bunch of them. These things have plagued my life just like it's, right on my heels, just one thing after another. But God changes hearts, man. He really does. He changes who you are, and he turns you completely around. So the people you used to hate, you genuinely love. Genuinely. I have a genuine hope for you, Will. I really do. You may not believe it, but
No,
I
I think you
genuinely
do.
do. And I hope that you get to know what I know. But here's something that I do know. If you want a relationship with the Lord, and some people will say, Eric, you must think you're holier than thou because you talked about your relationship with the Lord as if you know him and talk with him and commune with him every day, which I do. And he speaks back. But I'll tell you this: the only thing keeping us, it's not that I'm good. I'm filth. But what it is, Jesus made us a promise that if we asked, we would receive. And if we seek, we'll find. If we knock, it'll be opened unto us. And he actually said, knock and keep on knocking, and it'll be opened unto you, and it'll keep on opening. And that is true. If it's true that God lit the heart of every man that comes into this world, and he gave us all a measure of faith, then the way we invest that faith and the way we stand true to the light that was given to us, God will give us more depending on that. And it's unlimited. It's unlimited. You can get to as close to God as you want to be, dude. All you got to do is seek it and ask it.
Okay, what can I expect when I ask for it?
You can expect answers, dude. You can expect experience. Okay, like for instance, when I pray for patience, God doesn't just zap me full of patience. God puts me in situations where I'm going to fail and fail and fail and fail until I learn patience. You see, but yet he's teaching me patience. He's granting me patience. When I pray, Lord, help me to love everybody, he's going to put me in situation after situation after situation where people try my patience. And it doesn't matter if I get firm or not. What matters is what's in my heart as I'm talking with the people that I'm talking to. And the truth is, I'm doing what I do because I love them. And I walk away loving them. I don't walk away hating them, wishing evil on them. I walk away praying that the Lord would touch them somehow. I pray
Now,
that
I
the
got to
Lord
ask
would
you,
touch me. Go ahead.
am I waiting on God to convince me, or do I need to convince myself first?
I think you know these things are true. Personally, I think that's part of the light you were given. But are you going to invest your faith properly? And are you going to invest the light that was put into your heart when you entered into this world properly? That's up to you.
Well, I understand that that's your position, but when I'm telling you that it's not my position that I know these things. Okay, you're telling me something and you're bypassing what I'm asking. Since I'm telling you that I'm not convinced, is that God's responsibility to convince me, or must I convince myself first?
Well, you must stand true to the light that's given to you. First of all, I believe you know there's a God. Would you agree to that?
I believe that there are gods or a God.
Okay, there you go. Now, if there is a God, and then God would have been the creator of everything that is. And if God is the creator, then God is probably a lover. For instance, I've raised chickens, cows, uh, all kinds of stuff. And I loved my animals. I loved them. I cared about them. I didn't create them, but I raised them from little ones. And they meant something to me. I cared for them. I love my pet dog. But you see, if you're a creator, you're going to love. That just stands to reason. And
I
when
don't
you
have a
wonder,
problem with that.
yeah, and why would God create anyway? But for any other reason, imagine yourself being the sole living being. That would suck. And so, I believe he's
Mhm.
created for himself a family.
Okay.
And, he wants to communicate with them. Now,
I want him to communicate.
well, there you go. So the thing about this is, um, there's nothing wrong with asking questions. There's nothing wrong with saying, Lord, which way is true? I've done that. And God has always shown me.
Is there
So,
anything wrong with taking time to consider all the different answers that I get from lots of places before just assuming that one person is correct over another?
sure, and weigh them all out, even. Like when I personally believe when we look at all of the mythology and the ancient stories that are passed down from the ancient religions, I'm not talking about modern religions, but ancient religions, they all have the same stories. I look at that as proof that the Bible is true because they're telling the same story from the point of view of the people that would have worshipped the fallen angels. And when I look at the fact that there are ziggurats where they have a flat top, these are the ancients that used to worship these beings that they say came down and would come down from the sky and be on top of the ziggurats, and they would be a little temple place up top where they lived, and they would have women or goods and all kinds of stuff brought to them while they were there. But I look at these things as verification that the Bible has told us the truth. And then if you ask yourself, okay, well, which God is true to God? Which God is the true God? Well, when you really look at all of the stories as they're told from all of these different cultures, these gods were wicked people. The only God that gave himself for his creation is the Lord Jesus Christ. You don't have that in really anything else.
I wish
And
I were convinced.
he did that because he so loved the world. Well, I'm just telling you that's one good way to begin looking at this. But the important thing is, William, is that you stand true to the light that you've been given by God at birth, and only you're the one that possesses that. I don't. I can't tell you what it is, and that you invest your faith properly, wisely. Invest it wisely because it's an all important question for you.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
Eric, can you hear me?
yeah.
What if that is what I am currently doing?
Well, then you're on a good path if that's what you're currently doing.
Okay.
And I'll tell you something else that I know. If God really does whatever he is, if he really wants to know you, and I believe that he does, then he's going to mean it when he says, ask and you'll receive, seek and you'll find, knock and it'll be opened unto you. So the more you ask, seek, and knock, the more that's going to be opened unto you. That's a key, William. You can't forget. Okay, bud?
Okay, Eric, but like I go from door to door seeking, and people open their door and they hand me their product, and most of the time it's rotten.
Well, you see, what you're doing is asking God. And if there's a God out there that created you and knows you, he distinguishes you from everybody else. And so you can ask him. Show me who you are. Make yourself real to me. Let me know who you are.
Well,
And
I've tried with him, but what I hear from his followers is that I need to find true followers of his and talk to them because they're the mouthpieces of the God.
well, I wouldn't tell you that. I don't think anybody here would tell you that. Seeking God is a very personal thing. But I can tell you this. I've weighed everything. I've weighed my own actions. I've weighed my own vanities. Everything I ever did was vanity. I've weighed my own pursuits. I've weighed the gods. I've weighed all the religious writings. And the thing that I keep finding out is that the God of the Bible is true. And all you got to do is keep trying him. And pretty soon it's like you're walking to the wall to flip the switch for the light to come on. You're not worried about it. You know it's going to come on. That's how my knowledge of how sure my knowledge of God has become.
I want to agree with you and say that that's what I'm looking for. Just like when I was young and my father was teaching me to swim and would have me jump off the dock into the water, and he'd catch me over and over until I began to trust him. But that's not what I'm experiencing with
So, William,
the
what is
different
holding
prayers.
you back? What's holding you back? Like, what do you want to see that you don't see?
Proof that the God that created everything is indeed the God that authored the Bible through prophets.
See, there's not going to be proof of that. That's why it's called faith. Like the best.
I kind of disagree.
Well, hold on, Eric. I understand
I'm
you
sorry.
disagree, but I wanted to put this perspective forward. There's not going to be. It's impossible. Like, let's take Isaiah, but you can take any prophet. It's not possible to prove that the God of the universe spoke through Isaiah. You're going to have to take some things on faith. Like, you can get to the idea that God exists logically and through philosophy and things like that, but there's no way to prove that Jesus or God spoke through Jesus or God spoke through Moses. No, you're not going to get.
Yeah, but
proof of that.
I can't choose what I believe.
Let me speak
I
for just a
understand.
moment.
Well, that's
all
right.
Dude. You can look at prophecy, and I think I've told you one of my favorite prophecies because it's so impossible. It was when Israel was divided into Israel and Judah. They were divided into two nations, and God was about to wipe Judah out and send them into captivity. And he told Ezekiel to sit down and take two sticks and to proclaim over them. And he prophesied that these people would be scattered all over the earth and that they would eventually be brought out of every land in the world and brought back to their own nation and to be made a nation again, become a new nation again. And not just two nations this time, but they would return as one nation. And in 70 AD, that was completed. That happened a few hundred years before that. They went into Babylonian captivity, and then they were scattered all over the world after Rome. And I mean, literally all over the world, dude. And then in May 14th, 1948, the impossible happened, and after 2,000 years, they were proclaimed a nation again, a single nation, dude. And the people began flooding in from all the nations of the world. Yeah, there's the Bible is full. Daniel chapter 7, Daniel chapter 11. Daniel chapter 11 is full of prophecies that have literally come to pass. Daniel chapter 7 has literally come to pass that way. And we know that Daniel goes back pre-300 BC. We have evidence of that. So these aren't things that happened after the fact, after it was, no, these are things that happened after it was written. It wasn't written after the events. So there are ways, I believe, that you can look at these truths and take faith. You can say, wow, that really happened. That's amazing. I think that's evidence.
So, are you hesitant to? So I heard you say earlier that you believe in God or gods, correct, William?
Yes.
Okay, so you're a theist, but I guess what you're looking for is something more concrete, something like a religious, like a religion that teaches what the true nature of God is, right?
I would like to know whether the deists are correct or whether theists are correct, because I'm not opposed to deism being the fact either.
I
Hey,
think that.
I've got to
Well, let
say
me.
good night. I've got to say good night, guys.
All
All right,
right,
Eric.
And,
thank you, Eric.
take care, William. Take care, predators. Or
Take care.
Well,
you and
yeah, thank you.
yeah, guys, have a wonderful evening. God bless you all.
You too, man.
In my opinion, theism is much stronger of a case than deism. I think I think you can make it all the way to theism because, in my opinion, a deist God, like the deist concept of God, doesn't interfere in creation. The problem with that is that means all you have is the forces of nature. All you
Wait,
have is
that's a pigeonholed idea of deism. I mean, you can have a certain amount of interference up into a point. We don't know at what point necessarily the interest was lost or that the objective was completed to get things going. But there's lots of different flavors of deist, just like there's lots of different flavors of Christian.
yeah, I guess that's true. So I guess commonly what deists, and again, I guess we're generalizing here, but the common concept of deism is that essentially there's a prime mover that initiates the universe, but then after that, the prime mover just kind of allows the universe to proceed according to the laws that have been established. I think the problem with that idea, not that it necessarily covers all deists, the reason I think God actually cares about creation and has a purpose for it is that to get life, as we observe on Earth, and well, on Earth, but potentially elsewhere, the forces of nature are insufficient to create that or to have that come about. So God would have had to have had enough care for creation and life to actually intervene and establish life, to create life as we see it. And I am saying that the theory of evolution is false, based on science, not religion, but science. Science is what proves evolution wrong. When you understand that, it becomes clear that. Well, go ahead.
I don't subscribe to that religion.
You don't subscribe to evolution?
Correct.
Oh, good. Okay. So yeah, so any god that cares enough to enter into creation or however you want to put it, intervene, interact enough to create life, that God wanted to do that for whatever reason. So we at least have a God who wanted to create life. If God wanted
So a
to
God
create
who has desires.
a God who has desires, exactly. We may not know exactly why God desired that. We can ask, well, why would God want to create life? I don't know. Maybe, it's God. God just wanted to do it. But anyways, God cared enough to do at least that. So to me, that goes beyond what commonly is thought of as the deist concept of God, at the very least.
I'll walk with you.
Yeah, so if God created life, that means we can maybe assume, or at least propose that, or suppose that God had a purpose, did this for a reason, maybe to have a relationship with creation. You can theorize and speculate. But if God did this, God must have cared to do it enough. And you have to ask, well, is God just going to create us and leave us alone? So I think that once you get to that point, you start to realize, well, maybe God didn't just create us and walk away. Maybe he continued to interact with us, and that's where prophecy comes in. So the mechanism.
I can go with you. I can go with you as far as to maybe the God has reasons, maybe the God did this, but then you went to prophecy. All right,
Right.
so we haven't
So
even determined which God that we're talking about, or
yeah,
gods.
yeah, we're never gonna know, everything about God. We're never gonna know the exact nature of God. Okay, so God is beyond our comprehension. The best we can say is that there is a God. That can't be proven, but it can be reasonably established as plausible. And we're not gonna, like, God's not gonna. We're not gonna have like a picture of God that tells us everything we need to know about God. No, we're gonna know some things about God. We're gonna get to the idea that maybe this God has communicated to us in some way. But we're not gonna know. We're never gonna know all the answers. Never. So that's not something we should even hope for. I think the best we can hope for is that we know enough, or we know what we need to know. And I think in the Bible, not that I believe it's a perfectly reliable document, but in the Bible we have some knowledge of this God. It's the God that created us. This God apparently wants us to love one another, if you believe Jesus' words. This God wants to have a relationship with us. This God has certain properties, power, aseity. You can read it all. But
A
we're not going
deity,
to
but
have
he
a
has desires.
satiety to desires, but he doesn't need to have the desires. He just does. It's not like God would cease to exist if, or God would get sad if
But he's not completely content.
Well, the God has a will. Okay, so that doesn't mean that God is contingent upon his will. It just means that God has a will. So any God is going to have certain properties. So I've heard Christians say God can do anything. God is all powerful, and I'm like, no. Actually, God is constrained to God's nature. God cannot God cannot stop being God. God cannot
Can
die.
he learn?
Maybe he can. So there's the open theists who say that God learns when we make decisions, which I think is plausible, because if humans have free will, then God doesn't know what we're going to do until we do it. That makes sense. So maybe God learns certain things, but when it comes to omnipotence, or excuse me, omniscience, all knowing, in my opinion, God is omniscient in the sense that God knows everything in this very instant about creation. But God does not know what will happen in the next instant until it actually happens, because there's free will, because humans have free
Yeah.
will.
I used to be
So
an
the
open
next
theist. I definitely am familiar with that argument.
Right. So again, none of this is I'm definitely right. No one else has a basis for their belief system. I'm just saying that these are plausible theories about the nature of God. And I think open theism has merit, personally. The problem is that you sacrifice God's perfect foreknowledge of the future, but I think it resolves some other logical problems. You know, more
Why is that
satisfactorily,
a necessary component to some people's belief that God has to have absolute knowledge of all things past, present, future?
because they want certainty about their own future. I think it's emotional more than anything. If God doesn't know what's going to happen, then they can't know what's going to happen. They don't know if they're going to heaven or hell when they die. I think the idea of God having certainty of the future is very comforting, because God is the most powerful being in creation, and if God doesn't know what's going to happen, then there's no certainty. Certainty is impossible. But that's just the way it is. That's the nature of things. The future is uncertain. We just have to
I can,
accept that.
I can appreciate your reasoning. I find you to be quite logical.
Yeah. Well, I'm willing to be proven wrong. If someone comes up with a better logical argument and explains to me how my view is wrong, I have to see. At the end of the day, my belief is that truth exists. You know. Now, we may not know what that truth is, but it exists, and our goal is to find it and understand it. And that's what the human experience is. It's an ever continuing progression towards ultimate truth. And right now, even this conversation is moving us in that direction. As insignificant as it may be in the grand scheme of things, we are participating in that.
Welcome back, Eric.
He might be gone. He might have just been in the backstage and JG added him again.
I see.
No, hello. Thanks, guys. No, I had to
Oh.
step away for just a second, but I know I just left, guys, but I heard an absurdity and I just had to pop back in. I couldn't help but hear when you said A's philosophy that if we have free will, then God doesn't know what we're going to do ahead of time. He has no foreknowledge.
Oh, you caught it too. You
Yeah.
caught it too.
you have no faith at all in an all-knowing God, do you?
It depends on what we mean by all-knowing. God, I believe God knows all things as they are in this moment.
No. By all-knowing, I mean all-knowing.
Yeah, God doesn't know what we're going to do until we do it.
So God can't learn, Eric?
So you don't believe God is all-knowing then? You see, I believe that God knows everything. As a matter of fact, I believe that Romans chapters 8 and 9, where it refers to Moses and Pharaoh being God foreknew them, God had foreknown them. It says specifically that he raised Pharaoh and Moses up knowing that they would conflict. And that is specifically why Moses was born where and when he was born. Do you think everybody is born? Nobody knows. God doesn't know when we're all going to be born.
What you have to realize, Eric, is that there's different.
That the names? Hold on. Don't you know that God, the names of everybody that's ever going to be saved, are written in the Lamb's Book of Life before the very foundation of the world?
No, I don't believe that.
Means, well, then you don't believe the Bible, and you don't believe in an all-knowing God. Now, if that's what you choose, hold on. If that's what you choose, that's okay. But I happen to really believe you're in the midst of a bunch of people that don't believe that, and they would agree with me that God is all-knowing. So,
and like I said,
we would view your view as very lacking in faith, and so the fact that you also disbelieve most of the Bible, I think it all just proves you don't believe at all in the same God we do.
That's incorrect.
Yeah, well, no, it is correct. And we all see this. The problem is you don't see this. And you really need to. But that's all I wanted to say, guys. I'm not going to argue. You have a good night, man. Have a good night, everybody. God bless.
Yeah, people who agree with me want to have a discussion and go through why I hold these positions. To me, when I think about free will and the nature of time and space and those interactions, I ask myself, if I'm going to make a decision 5 minutes from now, but it's between any number of competing options, and none of those options has been actualized until the moment itself, how could God possibly know what I'm going to do if I truly have free will? So the basis of my worldview is that we do have free will, because free will is necessary to be judged. To be judged, essentially, God can't.
Or to even sin.
Or to sin, right? Exactly. If we don't have free will, then judging us for sin or non-sin is meaningless. It's absurd. So God wouldn't do that. So free will is a necessary part of the equation in Christianity. This is why the Calvinism is so destructive.
Why would you assume that God wouldn't do that?
Why would God judge people for doing things over which they had no control?
I only say it because you mentioned that a lot of this is based in faith, and it's hard to know a God so complex, right? So we may never understand. It might be absurd to us, but they probably think that that's okay because God's mysterious.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of this is where Calvinism, but it's not just Calvinists that believe it. There are a lot of Christians of different stripes and denominations who think that God is ultimately pulling the strings behind the scene for everything that happens. And again, what that does is it gives you a sort of comfort that, God, everything's going to work out in the end. Unfortunately, no. We're in this world. God has put us here, and we really do control our own destiny. If we blow up the earth or make it into a paradise is completely up to us. And whether that'll happen or not is yet to be. The future is open, as they say. It could go either way, depending on how we progress.
You
So
sound like Christopher Fisher.
Chris Fisher, yeah, I think
It was just the way you
that's the
said the
guy who
future
debates
is
him.
open.
The future is open. It's indeterminate. The word I like to use is indeterminate. There are
I know, but do you understand how that comes across the ears of a lot of people? Like, as Eric said, you're in the midst of people that don't share that. So,
right, and
when you say that the future is undecided, you're almost as bad of a heretic as me.
yeah, that's how I've heard many Christians say that open theism is tantamount to heresy, and that's fine. But to me, it's more philosophically sound, and it's more truthful. See, what I don't think what a lot of people realize, and this is true of Christians as well as non-believers alike, is a lot of people will mostly believe what is emotionally comforting to them. So when it comes to like religiously minded people, what comforts them is the idea that there's certainty about what's going to happen. They may not know what that's going to happen, but God does, and they
Right.
trust God to work it out in the end. What's dangerous about that, what's very dangerous, is that if we are really in control, that means what they believe is false, and that we are actually required, and it's necessary that we do the right thing, essentially, because we're in
The right
control.
thing.
Yeah, we are the ones who control who decide what happens. What happens
But what is the
determined by our
right
own
thing,
decision.
Hayes?
The right thing is to basically progress humanity towards an environment where we can basically live to our full potential as individuals and as a collective species or race.
Is that a
or whatever you wanna
biblical
call it.
teaching?
It's
Or is
not
that
necessarily in the Bible, but
okay?
but basically what I'm trying to say is when we have life, again, individually and collectively, there are different manners in which we can express it. We can express ourselves not
No,
to our full potential.
I agree with you.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I agree with you so much that, like, I think that it's inherent in each person to have this, whatever their gifts are, and to cultivate them or whatever, and to push their ideas of right and morality out there to be to compete with ideas that are
Mhm.
already out there. You know what I'm saying? To progress society,
Right.
yeah, and our species to
Mhm.
some greater unknown goal.
Right. Yeah, so like you can't be your full self when you're living in poverty. Like if you have nations like you have around the world where you're struggling to find basic necessities, there's this guy named Abraham
Stop.
Maslow.
Stop. I got to argue with that premise right there. Some people could make and I'm one of them, that could make the argument that you can't really find out who you are until you've had a dance with poverty, extreme poverty.
There's merit to that. I'm not going to dispute that. I guess what I'm trying to say is, um, there's value in struggling and overcoming obstacles. I understand that, but you want to create an environment where whatever your ultimate purpose is, you have the best chance to realize that without having unnecessary difficulty. So if people are dying of basic diseases and starvation and things like that, that's not a society where you can fully realize your true potential for the most part. So we want to create a stable environment. We want to create a stable society where people can be their full selves, whatever that is. So the next question is, well, what is that? Of course. So
Well, hold on, because I
go
think
ahead.
that there's a recipe for, you're talking about health, and health involves healing, right? Because we're sick people. And if I've read the scriptures correctly, the Christians could be out there in hospitals praying and healing people from disease, but I never see them doing it.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of things Christians should be doing and they don't do it. Like, even if we go beyond miracle faith healing and things like that, like Jesus Christ in Matthew 25 tells us that, if we treat any one of the least of these, how we treat that person is how we treat Christ. He commands us that in order to be saved, we have to feed the hungry. We have to, give water to the thirst. We have to clothe the people who
Okay,
have.
Ace. Okay, but respectfully, that's a philosophy in action that could very well be a flesh and blood creation, but
It could.
or concept. But what I'm saying is, if God really wanted people to believe in His power and His truth, wouldn't the Christians be doing what was prophesied that they would do and be able to do by healing the sick? Greater things than these you will do. You know what I'm saying? When I send you out, and they do, they go out in the book and they're healing people with Paul's handkerchief and all kind of stuff. This would eliminate so much doubt if Christians were actually believing enough to go to the hospitals and pray and let these miracles happen. As if Jesus was telling the truth, this could be convincing to the whole world, and maybe that's what's holding everything back from this evolution or progress you're talking about. People don't have enough faith to get out there and actually let the manifestations of miracles happen through them. What do you think about that?
That is possible. When it comes to miracles, see, that's an interesting case that you bring up. I'm gonna say that the capacity to do miracles. I'm not gonna just I understand whatever you pray in my name, it will be given, and things like that. So those verses are there. But I really think that also some people have greater inherent capacities than others. I think that the miracle workers, there's something about them that it's not necessarily true that all people will be giving these or possess these talents, these abilities. So we have to work with what we have. So if we don't, there might be when you look at Jesus, it's not like he's the only person in history who people claim he did miraculous things. Like even in all cultures, there are so-called miracle workers. There's you have a bazillion Buddhist saints who were flying around and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. You have Pythagoras doing all kinds of miracles, and the Greeks and all that. So you have the Druids who are doing all kinds of magical ceremonies. So I think that when it comes to miracles, what might be, and again, this is speculation, is these are undeveloped talents that humans possess, which may come with that development of the human species, but which right now are kind of latent. So that's kind of how I look at it, is these aren't really miracles. These are untapped potentials that certain individuals in history have found or understood, and they were able to wield them or demonstrate them. And it's just understood as a miracle because that's just kind of like the primitive way of understanding it. But I think scientifically, a more scientific understanding is that maybe there's something these people understood that is just right now is not widely understood for the most part, 99.9% of humans, but nevertheless within our potential. It's kind of how I look at that. That probably didn't make any sense at all. It probably didn't even answer your question. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the reason miracles aren't happening is because we haven't really developed that potential within ourselves yet. For them, and that will
seems
come.
The ingredient is faith, and in some cases, prayer and fasting.
Yeah,
I believe
so
mustard seed size faith could move a mountain. That's what the claim is, right?
Right. Yeah, that is a claim, and we have to ask, like, what exactly is meant by that? What is the content of that faith? And you can, people will say like, oh, you're questioning people's faith, but I think these statements are ambiguous. They're perhaps not meant to be taken literally, although they could be taken literally. I'm not saying they necessarily can't be.
You're trying to get people throwing rocks at you, aren't you?
Well, I'm just trying to speculate as to, it's like you said, these claims are there, but it's not happening. So we have to ask why it isn't happening. So these are things I've thought about.
Could it not be just a lack of faith by the people? I mean, it's one thing to be one step removed from the disciples and going out and having the confidence that, hey, I'm acting in the power of Jesus and I've seen this work and it'll work for me too. But these people have, they're so far removed from it that I don't think they have the courage or confidence to go and do it and risk finding, the risk is finding out that you don't have that ability. It might mean you don't have enough faith.
You might be right about that, and the reason I say that is because there's actually a guy named Uri Geller, and he became very famous in like I think the 80s, the 70s and 80s, because he could allegedly like perform telekinesis and a number of other really crazy things, and he actually went on television shows and demonstrated this. And what happened was one of the things he was famous for was bending spoons with his mind. He would hold a spoon or a fork or some utensil in his hand, and he would just look at it and it would bend. And some people said he was a charlatan, but there's videos of this happening. And he actually established a school to teach other people how to do this. And this is documented that when he established this school, at first nobody else could do this. They couldn't bend the spoons with their mind. But so when the school started, nobody had the ability besides Uri Geller or whoever. I think it was Uri Geller. But as soon as like one or two other people started to perform this trick, all of a sudden everyone else started to be able to do it. So the whole room of people, which started out with people who were doubtful and cynical and skeptical, all of a sudden went from nobody practically even believing this was possible to everyone actually doing it. And maybe it's because once you see somebody else do something, it gives you the faith that it's possible, which makes you think you can do it. This is again speculation and theorization.
Who did Yuri worship?
I think he was actually a Jew, believe it or not, but I don't think that he said it was based on his religion. I know he lives in Israel, or he was from Israel. I don't know if that necessarily means he's a Jew, but he was
would this be a gift of a spiritual nature?
Who knows? Yeah, that's the question. I think it's probably, again, the fact that other people were able to develop this talent shows that perhaps, again, these are abilities that are latent within us.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, we don't realize them until we're actually confronted with the reality of them. So it's just.
So do you believe that these are spiritual gifts that all humans have and don't know how to tap into them? What I'm saying is the nature of the thing. Is it spiritual, or is it some sort of scientifically explainable waves?
Well, it has to do with the mind. I think it has to do with the fact that I think first of all, our mind. I think our mind has its own independent existence, and that's how it moves our bodies. Our bodies are basically just robots controlled by our mind.
I would agree.
So our mind interacts with matter continually, but I guess the thing is, like, if our mind can interact with our body, maybe it's theoretically possible that our mind can influence physical objects outside of our own body. Just again, speculating.
In the same way that it animates the
same way it animates our body, it's possible it could extend those same abilities or powers or activities to objects outside of our bodies, and that's kind of what happens in these cases. Again, these are just theories. I'm not saying this is definitely the truth, but these are things that I've thought about, where if the mind can control our body, then that means it's controlling part of the physical realm. And it's possible that telekinesis like this is the result of the mind extending its activities to beyond just our physical bodies. But again,
JG was just talking the other night about the electromagnetic energy that radiates about a 6-foot radius around the human heart. Right. So this is talking about a similar kind of phenomenon, right?
Exactly. So when even scientists have scanned our brains, and this is obvious, this is not controversial. This is well-known science, that our brain actually emits what they're called brain waves. And depending on what's mental state you're in, and when you're asleep, there's a certain brain wave, and when you're awake, and there's like 5 different spectra of waves depending on frequencies. Yeah, like if you're on drugs, it's very strange. So your body is kind of like an electromagnetic conductor of sorts, is really what it comes down to. Because these are, at the end of the day, they're electrical waves. These are EEG devices. So your body is emitting electromagnetic pulses. You aren't aware of them because you can't see them, but our devices can detect them. This is not even controversial science. So yeah, all of this is true. It's just, humans didn't even know that our body was doing this until these devices were invented. They're like, oh wow,
Well,
our body's emitting electromagnetic. Well, go ahead.
This is kind of weird, but do you know how the pickups on an electric guitar work?
I do not know anything about guitars.
Okay, well, there's an
Sadly.
electromagnetic spectrum that when the strings vibrate, it picks up like a microphone, but it picks up this frequency using magnetism, right? So it conducts that into a broadcastable form, kind of like the mind broadcasting or something broadcasting to the mind, then through the body. And then what you were talking about, even broadcasting out further into being able to bend spoons and, manipulate the environment. But
Yeah.
it's some sort of mind power combined with natural forces in the surrounding, like, I guess,
Yeah.
the spectrum
So everything,
that we operate in.
yeah, if you think about it, all of our senses are based on detecting vibrations in various physical, uh, matter essentially. So our eyes detect light waves, which are very, incredibly. The fact that people think these things can evolve to detect these light waves in such a specific, exact manner is incredible. So we have light waves. Our tongues, the food is vibrating. The different, our taste buds sense the vibrations of the molecules in the foods. Very, very precise. The ears detect air waves vibrating in the air, and they transmit the vibrations in our eardrum into sound in our consciousness. Touch is the same thing. The frequency of if something's very hot, it's vibrating. Cold is less vibrating.
It's weird, but you're kind of just making it feel like we were designed as multi-spectrum recording devices.
You can put it that way. You can absolutely put it that way, because our memory is essentially encoding the perceptions which are based on vibrations in the world, in the universe around us. So it's all based on electricity and our body being able to perceive, to basically receive the electrical impulses and then translate it into something that's perceivable in our minds, and then encode it in our memories. So you could actually absolutely think about it that way.
We're kind of like a Maxell cassette tape from the 80s,
A very advanced one. Yeah,
Yeah.
think about it that way. So, and the idea that when you think about, let's just take sight for example, you have to have a mechanism by which, think about a light wave. Think about how precise a device has to be to detect a light wave. Not only to detect it in a meaningful way, but to then translate that light wave reception to an area that then in our brain that then translates the sensation, the signal, the light wave vibration into an image in our consciousness, in our minds. And it does this in a unified way so that we can perceive the world around us for decades as we're, depending on your lifespan, in a very reliable way. And to think that all of this just kind of arose by atoms, by a giant explosion 14 billion years ago, and then all of a sudden these atoms just happen to coalesce into a device that could achieve just that. And that's just sight. Think about that. That's just one of the senses. To think that just happened by atoms moving around in space without any guidance or purpose is really, I think, is as much a matter of faith as believing that some sort of designer might have done it personally.
That's why I called it a religion earlier.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. It is a religion, but they don't think about it that way. They think that there's no reason to. They think that everything they believe is based on science, but science is what we can observe. Science is based on empirical observations. We have no. We cannot create with our intelligence out of scratch an organism that can see things. We have to operate on pre-existing organisms, because if you tried to just like let's just say theoretically, you took some scientists to a lab and they just said, okay, we have a bunch of chemicals and elements. Create an organism that can see, that can actually engage in sight. Our scientists wouldn't even know where to start. They wouldn't know how to. I mean, they could probably model it off of what, but they couldn't. They couldn't make the. They can't. They can't even make a self-replicating cell. So to think that they're going to create an organism that has sight, and to think that with our intelligence we can't even create a self-replicating cell, and to think that all.
Have you ever?
Go ahead.
You don't have to sell me on the idea that evolution is not founded in anything solid, but have you ever considered that this might be a simulacrum?
Like the entire universe?
Yes. Our
Well,
universe, the Milky Way.
it could be. Well, ultimately, in the idealist concept, everything is kind of a simulation because it's all projection of God. It's all a projection of the mind of God. So you can think about it as a simulation in that sense that see, like in and again, I'm not a Hindu, but in Hindu philosophy they have what's called it's called Mara or I forget, it's something like that. Basically the reality is an illusion. It has no substance of its own, and the ultimate reality is the essence of God, the essence of we use the word God, but I guess they would just call it the foundation, the principle of existence. And this reality, this world, this universe in which we live in is just kind of like a shadow of that ultimate substance upon which everything is founded. So yeah, in a sense, everything is kind of is a simulation at the end of the day.
I mean, even to the point that this could be, and I know that this sounds wild, but I like a lot of H.P. Lovecraft, and the idea that all of this could be the dream of a sleeping God, but just one that's so complex that it feels real to us. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
we are that God having the dream, all of us.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that, whether it's coherent. I mean, it sounds. I mean, it's not totally outside the realm of possibility. I'll say that because who knows? Like, The Matrix. One of the reasons The Matrix was such a well-received movie is because it made you really think. Like, what if everything we're experiencing is just like a computer simulation, a program, and we're all just in a vat, powering some machines who are controlling us? We can't. It's just, it makes you think. Like,
it's a very dark view of it, but could it be that this is something that, like a simulation, that we are higher, or our actual selves?
Oh, yeah.
We consented to be a part of, to learn something or to experience something, and then when it's over, we will remember that this was just a simulation, like Total Recall. Remember the movie? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's possible. I feel like that's possible. I mean, I'm not sure if that's compatible with. I definitely don't think it's compatible with Orthodox Christianity, but there's a lot of. I think in the Old Testament, it kind of what they kind of did. I think these people were a lot smarter than they're given credit for by the atheists. I think they presented a narrative and a story that speaks to a specific people in a specific time and their level of understanding of the world around us. I think it's all anthropomorphizing. I think that at the end of the day, maybe. If you view everything in the Old Testament as more on a symbolic level or as a kind of a metaphorical level, I think that at that level, it does become compatible with kind of what you're saying, that there's kind of like this, we're kind of in a collective dream, and God is kind of like I guess God would be in this scenario like our consciousness in the pre-dream state. And I guess we all kind of like say like, all right, let's create this Earth universe thing and live in it for a temporary time period. And then when we die, we kind of come back and we're like, oh, wow, that was crazy. That was fun. Even if we didn't really have fun, even if we had a horrible life, like we'll remember like, oh, that was just something we all dreamed up together and got. Because when you're in a nightmare in this life, you kind of
exactly.
you get scared. You think you're in that nightmare, and then you
It
wake
feels
up. And you're like,
real,
it does.
even if it's absurd, even if it's being chased by the Easter Bunny, and whatever it is,
Right.
it makes sense at the time that you're afraid.
It is. You feel when you're having a nightmare, you feel like the nightmare is real, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, thank goodness. So maybe that's what's going to happen when we die. Excuse me, when we die.
Yeah.
Like,
And you make the
you're
mistake
like,
of trying to tell somebody about it, and as you're saying it and you're watching them react, and you're like, yeah, no, now that I say it out loud, it doesn't make sense. And they're just looking at you as like, why would you ever be afraid of the Easter Bunny? You know what I
right.
mean? And like that reason, like it, everything that we reason in the dream makes sense at the time. But then on the other side, we're like, that didn't make any sense at all. And when you know, when you were saying like you wake up, what that experience might be like, there might be a whole other set of rules in operation,
Right.
and understanding in
Right.
operation on the other side of this existence, this
Yeah,
this
that's what.
life, whatever you call this.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people who have written books about supposedly experiencing the other side, and I gotta say, I'm sure a lot of them are frauds. But one thing that commonly runs through a lot of, and I've looked into these people, and who knows if they're telling the truth or not, but they're saying these things, so it's worth investigating. One thing they commonly say is that the rules of the spiritual realm are completely different from the rules, like I'm talking about, like literally, like the laws of physics and stuff are incomprehensible compared to our current observations of reality around us. So yeah, it's like they what they'll say is there's no temporality, there's no spatio-temporality, as in everything is non-local, which is obviously something we can't understand because we operate in a universe that is based on space and time. So when people say they experience timelessness and spacelessness, there's just no frame of reference by which we can understand it, but nevertheless they're like, that's what it's like. So these are things that people have said, and who knows whether they're telling the truth or not, but I've heard enough people say it that it seems like there might be something to it.
Yeah, I try not to take too much off the table because I recognize that I'm limited in knowing much of anything with certainty. And there could be absurd things, and I hate to think about that there's answers that could be absurd and make no sense to me, but could be real.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of stuff that I
One
find
thing,
myself removing. If it sounds absurd, it's like I have to kind of write some things off.
the way I look at it though is, well, sometimes when I'm speaking with atheists and I'm trying to, when they're making the argument that we've never seen God or anything like that, I try to get them to imagine what it's like to be an earthworm. An earthworm can only feel. It doesn't, and who knows what is going on in this little mind, this little earthworm mind, if it even has one. It can't see anything. It can't hear anything. It can't smell anything. I don't think it can taste anything. If you were to suddenly take the consciousness of an earthworm and give it the consciousness of a human being, like it would have no ability to. But nevertheless, an earthworm doesn't know the sun exists. An earthworm doesn't know that it's on an Earth that's circling around a sun. There's so much the earthworm doesn't know because of the limitations of its senses. And I think in a way humans are like that too. We think we're as advanced as it's come, but when you think about it, there's a lot that's beyond our ability to perceive. So I think just like the earthworm becoming a human, I think when humans die, or there's a level beyond our consciousness
What is
that
the
is
value of a knowledge claim of an earthworm?
probably not a lot, because it doesn't really have a basis for knowing what is and what isn't.
Okay, and by the same token, whenever we make claims to know about the gods or God, I think if you're going to describe us as being in that relation, earthworm to human, then how can we begin to make any kind of knowledge claim and have any kind of certainty if we're that limited?
Right, exactly. So that's why I don't make knowledge claims either. I say I believe, I think, I speculate, I theorize. Like I don't come from the perspective of this. I'm definitely absolutely right, and there's no way I'm wrong, and everyone else is wrong who disagrees with me. No, but I will say I think that we can know things that are within our ability to know. So I think I can know that, for instance, and again, we can talk about the Matrix and that kind of idea, but I can know that I'm on an Earth, and I'm in a universe, and there are certain rules and laws of physics and things like that. I think I can know that. But yeah, but there's things beyond that that I can't know, and that's what people like Jesus are useful for. Is apparently they do know these things because they've been revealed to them. That's the purpose of prophecy, is to help us believe things and have faith in things which we can't prove empirically. So that's the value in religion. It's not to know what we claim is our religion. No,
Okay.
there's certain people who, it's to believe. It's
Well,
to
let
have
me
faith.
let me throw something else at you. I would say that I have as much faith in the gods knowing what they're doing as any Christian, because the way I look at it is everything has a date with death based on our design. And if we were created with some sort of care or love or consideration, then all of these things that face death are not facing anything negative. They're facing just another step in the process or design. And so if there's an issue with sin, if there's an issue with any of those things, that's a matter for the gods, and I trust them to resolve it without my input or whatever. So I have faith that whatever the issue is, those that are responsible will deal with it, and that I can do very little about it.
Yeah,
So isn't that
I
faith?
think the problem, it is faith, and you're right. I think the only area where I would probably kind of dispute a little bit is the gods aren't going to resolve our problems, or God. The way I think about God, because I just believe there's one God, one
I didn't
ultimate
say
God.
our problems. It's their problem. It's not
Oh yeah.
ours.
Well, ultimately, I believe that everything is perfect. Everything is perfectly the way it should be. So really, at the end of the day, God did nothing wrong. What we see as wrong is just our perception of things being wrong, in our ignorance and our limitations. So there's actually no problem. There's no problem whatsoever.
Cool. Well, then it makes no sense to worry about death or afterlife or any of that stuff.
Well, it does, because the thing is, even though the what I mean when I say there's no problem, I mean things are operating according to the way they should. But the thing is, because we control our own destiny, we will either experience suffering or non-suffering as a result of our decisions. So, if our goal is to experience non-suffering or pleasure, or however you want to say it, then we have to make certain decisions. We have to abide to the truth of what brings, those good things. And I think that God helps us by revealing to us that, and this makes sense, that when people love each other, when they genuinely care, and not in a romantic sense, but in a concern for their welfare, when we think about other people that way as Jesus taught, it leads to a world where suffering is minimized to the greatest extent humanly possible.
Yeah, I'm
So
cool with that.
so if our goal is to minimize suffering and maximize good prosperity, let's put it that way, then I think the formula Jesus gave is about as good as it gets. That's why Christianity is so important, because I think if everyone follows Jesus' commands, we will live in the best possible world. That's why I think Christianity is so important.
No, it's a
According to
fine
it,
philosophy. I don't have a problem with it, especially the impact it has on society as a whole. I think it's favorable amongst the other religions.
well, the problem is that modern Christianity, how it's taught in the churches, has nothing to do with that philosophy. It's all about saving your soul.
No, I'm
You
talking about
know.
the effects that it had in shaping the West and the Western
Oh
world
yeah,
and the
yeah.
Western culture.
Well, it could have been even better if Christianity had always been taught according to how Christ taught it, which that record is still there for us in the Gospels, in my opinion. Not perfectly, but enough that we can get the idea. Um, then it would have been much better than if the Catholics corrupted and perverted Christianity so much, so much. They said you have to, go through an institution where they have control. They made this man-made institution. They invented the Trinity. They said you have to believe the Trinity to get into heaven. It's all this
Okay,
nonsense.
now you really got to slow down because you're stacking heresies here. Come on,
I
man.
understand that. I'm one of the best. So
No,
yeah, when
I'm enjoying
Christianity,
this because yes.
Yeah, they make it about dogmas. Yeah, I see so many Christian channels. All they do is talk about the Trinity. You have to believe the Trinity. Anyone who doesn't believe the Trinity is not a real Christian. It's like, Jesus never said you have to believe the Trinity to be a Christian. You know what Jesus did say? He said you had to take care of the poor. You had to take care of the sick. You had to, love your family. You have to
Well,
love
you're
your
not going
neighbor.
to deny. You're not going to deny, Ace, that some sort of belief is a currency that's at least a condition in salvation, right?
I don't think affirming any proposition is a condition of salvation. I'm not sure it is.
Wow. I really like you. You're making sense because what sort of currency is believed to a all powerful God?
Yeah, I think the all powerful God is more concerned with how we actually treat each other than what we believe. I think Hindus can get into heaven. I think it's even I've thought about this. I think even atheists can get into heaven in some cases. In some cases. Now, the only group of people I can think of who aren't going to get into heaven almost completely is Satan worshipers. I think they're in big trouble because you're actually committed to worshiping the enemy of God. So you really
All right,
put
well,
yourself.
hold on. When you there's Satanists and there's Satan worshipers, okay, and you understand that most Satanists are it's political and social. It's not. They're not theistic. They don't believe that there's a being called Satan that they're worshiping. There are some Satan worshipers that actually engage in worshiping it as a deity, but those are so few. The majority of what
Right.
Satanists in America and really all over the West, they're just they're more atheistic than anything else.
Yeah, and I agree. The number of people who actually believe in Satan and worship him is probably very small. But nevertheless, however many it is, I don't think a single one of them is getting into heaven. I think that they put themselves in the worst possible position for entrance into heaven. Like, I think that even the atheists have a much better shot than your. And again, it's not from my decision to make. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a way they can get into heaven. I just can't think of it.
Maybe they're the only NPCs that are just put here as kind of obstacles to see what we'll
Something
do
like
with
that.
them.
Something like
You know,
that.
that
Maybe.
if God can toss them away, then they must not be important inherently.
Yeah, something I've thought about, like people like Matt Dillahunty, or these arch atheists, whatever you want to call them, they actually serve a function.
Oh yeah.
And one of their functions is to make Christians think deeply about what it is they really believe. And that's
Absolutely.
a positive thing for them to do. Now, they stand against God and belief in God, but there is a chance that their ultimate effect is to make Christianity more truthful to itself. And that's a positive thing. So maybe God will look at that and be like, you actually made a lot of Christians really dig deep and make sure they really believe what it is they're told that they should believe. So who knows? I don't know if Matt Dillahunty is going to hell or not.
Well, faith is something, if I've read my Bible correctly, that is a gift from God. And it's a gift that he gives to different measures to different people. And
yeah,
so
that's a bunch of nonsense.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, no,
Okay.
I know the Bible.
To whom
I know the
much
Bible
is
says
to-
that.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't know what to
Yeah,
do with that.
that part of the Bible. That part of the Bible is nonsense. So that's what Paul says. You gotta understand.
To whom much is given, much is required.
Oh, Jesus did say that. Okay, but that's not the same thing as
Okay, let's take Paul out of it for a second. Because Jesus is the one that uses the mustard seed reference. So faith the size of a mustard seed, even if one has the faith the size of a mustard seed, which suggests that there are different measures in which faith is given and is cultivated and watered based on the word and other things in their environment. And there's a whole parable about the things that can happen to that little drop of faith.
Where does Jesus ever say that faith is something that's given?
No, that's a good point. I can't out of memory remember where it says that faith comes from. Faith comes in the hearing, right?
That's also in Paul. So you gotta understand.
So we'll take that out of it.
Yeah, the idea that faith is something that God gives to people is all from Paul. Elsewhere in the Bible, it's something we develop within ourselves, and it's something that comes
Okay.
within our own will. Yeah, so I think that Jesus and the other prophets teach that faith is something that is up to us. Okay, and
All
only
right.
in Paul is it something that we receive.
No, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that, and I'm going to ask you. Okay, so what? So we're directing where our faith goes. We're building faith in whatever we choose to build faith in. Is that right?
Hmm. Correct. Yep.
Well, that's a whole lot of weight on our shoulders, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, it's all on us.
You go
That's why
seeking God, you end up in a Catholic church. Next thing you know, you're molested, and you're still no closer to God. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of pitfalls along the primrose path. You can step off the path and fall into the thorns. Someone could push you off the path. The path of salvation is what Jesus unfortunately Jesus taught the truth. It's narrow. There's a lot of ways to walk off. There's a lot of distractions. There's a lot of false paths and that can lead you astray. You got to find the right one. That's why having faith
Well,
in
wouldn't he be making that path very clear and obvious to all people that he was drawing to him?
Exactly. That's the function and role of Jesus, to make the path clear. He's basically a guide to when we put our faith in Jesus, what we're essentially saying is, Jesus, I believe you taught the truth about salvation. I don't know it's the truth, but I'm going to put my trust in you that what you said is the true path of salvation. That's why there's all kinds of paths of salvation out there. There's Muhammad and Islam. There's different there's there's Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard. There's all kinds of people out there who want to, but who you put your faith in is basically who you're saying is your guide. If you take the wrong guide, you're going to end up in the wrong location. So you better
Well,
better
see,
make sure you choose
this
your guide.
okay. So now this takes us all the way back to question 2. After we determine that there is a God or gods, it's of utmost importance to decide which is the correct God, because
Right.
you're saying that in this particular paradigm that you've set out, it's tenuous.
Yeah, it's very tenuous, and that's why I don't claim to know that what's going to happen to me when I die. First of all, I don't know if there's going to be. I might just evaporate into oblivion. But if there is a heaven or hell, I don't know where I'm going. I have no idea. It might be that putting my faith in Jesus was the worst decision I ever made. But
Don't you think that your creator, whoever it is, cares about his piece of art, the work of his hands?
yeah, so that's why I believe God has sent prophets to us to give us this truth. But there are false prophets, and there are people who operate according to their own selfish. Like I'm not gonna name names, but there are people out there, many of them, who claim to have received messages from God. But when you look at their lives, they were having numerous relationships with women. They were doing all kinds of bad things. So you can claim to be an emissary of God and use it for your own personal benefit. But even if you do
You mean like
benefit from
King
it,
David?
no, I mean you could make the case King David and King Solomon, but I guess I'm thinking more about. I mean,
No,
I
I
didn't
was
want
talking
to
about
name.
King David specifically because never
Well,
mind. We'll
did
talk
King
about that another
David? So
time.
King David wasn't really a prophet, though. He was a human. He
He was
communicated
a
with God.
king. He was a king, and he seemed to have a great propaganda machine.
Yeah, so King David wasn't a perfect person. I mean, even Christians will tell you that he made all kinds of mistakes. But that's the thing. Like, did he do enough to warrant being real and right? See, that's the only God knows. I don't know if King David's in heaven or not. I don't make that claim.
Right. Right.
I don't know if Moses is in heaven. I assume so.
Moses killed a guy.
Right. So we don't know if Moses is in heaven or not. But when I say no, I feel like I'm 99.9% certain that Moses is in heaven. But and obviously, and also Jesus said that he was in the transfiguration. So that would obviously imply that he's in heaven, or he came from heaven for that. So there's certain people I think I know, or I believe strongly are in heaven, but I'm never going to claim I know they're in heaven. Yeah.
I remember when I trusted the Bible. I do. I remember it, and there was a piece in it. I don't know what to do about. I don't know that I can get that back.
Well,
I sort of envy the security that you guys feel.
oh well, the thing is, there's places in the Bible that are true, and start with that. So there's things you can know are true. So like, there's biblical archaeology that confirms various aspects of the historical narrative. Okay, so
Okay,
some of the
let's talk
historical
about
narrative.
that.
So there's Israel. Clearly it's been inhabited by the Jews for going back in the antiquity, prehistory, pretty much. So there's some basis for believing that some aspects of the narrative are correct, because the Bible claims that the Jews, the Israelites, lived there. They were
Right. It
established there. So
uses real geographic locations that we can identify today. Sure.
yes, and the fact that the Jews were there suggests that those parts of the Bible are correct. That their origins might actually go back to what the Bible says,
They
because the
haven't
Bible is.
always been there.
Well, they haven't been there. They were there up until like the biblical narrative confirms they're there. So like when the Bible, and let's just go back to the year zero, like the birth
King
of Jesus Christ.
David took Jerusalem.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that like the parts of the Bible that talk about the history of the Jews seem to have basis in the fact that the Jews actually are located there, just from that simple fact. Like, they weren't located in China. The Bible says the Jews were in Israel, and we find them in modern. They have that would be a huge problem, obviously. But the fact that the Jews are actually have their roots going back as far as our history, our non-biblical history can tell us, it shows that there's some validity to what the Bible is saying about kind of the fact that the Jews have their origin, or
That whole area was Semitic.
Right. But the Jews, the Jewish people, which it evolved over time.
They were Hebrews,
but their origin,
and before that, they were Canaanite.
Right, exactly. So the Canaanites, but the Jews went there some centuries before modern history even kicks in. They were there. Now you can argue that there were other people there. Okay, but the Jews were there. So there's that. I think
the
that's
Hebrews
a fact.
were there.
The Hebrews were there. Yeah. You have some of the aspects about the Persians, Nebuchadnezzar, Artaxerxes, all them. I think that a lot of things in the New Testament have been confirmed. I think that when you look at, I think that when you look at the early fathers, there is a basis for believing that a lot of these people existed. So you have the mythicists who say that Jesus Christ never existed. I think the facts refute them. I think the facts are that there is absolutely a reason to believe, at least in some aspects of this narrative, of the Gospels, that.
Okay, I get that you say that there's reason to believe in certain things, but we're talking about the things that are definite and demonstrable, and you've given a couple examples, and I'll agree that there are real historical figures that are included in the biblical narratives, like Nebuchadnezzar. I mean, we can go back and say, yes, these were real people, but real people get mythologized all the time. Even people like George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. I mean, we mythologize our heroes. So knowing exactly what happened you can say these people existed. It doesn't mean that Nebuchadnezzar ate grass for 7 years and thought he was an animal.
Absolutely.
Right?
You're right. So certain things we'll never know if they're true or not. Like that's why people ask me if I believe in the resurrection. I say, I can't know that. I don't know the resurrection happened, but is it beyond the realm of possibility that it happened? No. But, I don't think I'm required to believe that. So I don't think that believing that is a prerequisite for salvation or anything like that. Like, so I think the most important thing to do is to try to establish whether the soteriology that you believe is true. Because really it's all about the idea is that, we are spiritual beings with a soul. This earth is temporary. So we want to understand properly what it is that actually saves our souls is the most important thing. So when you look at the teachings of Jesus, the most important thing you want to think about is is what he's teaching about salvation correct? And of course, there's no way to know. But all the stuff.
Is your soul more valuable to you or more valuable to God?
Say that again.
Is your soul more valuable to you or more valuable to God?
Probably. Probably. I would say probably to me, unless you have a reason to disagree.
I mean, you didn't. It's not. You didn't make it. You didn't create it. You're not the source of it, are you?
Honestly, I don't know the answer to that question. Like,
You have kids.
I don't have kids, but I can imagine what it'd be like to have them.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. So, like your kids come from you. They are a product of you, and most of their lives, you will care about their well-being and their life and their soul and whatnot, prosperity far more than they will. They'll be careless and reckless, but you'll be the one the whole time knowing a whole bunch of stuff and wanting to like warn them of things and help them with things. But it's possible for someone else to care more about their loved ones than the loved one cares about themselves. Right?
Oh, that's absolutely true. Yeah, that is absolutely true.
So if you're a loved one in the work of his hands, your soul should be very valuable to him, to the point where he wants to do everything possible to show you.
And Jesus says that if one soul turns from sin, then all of heaven rejoices. So yeah, even Jesus teaches that. But it's up to us. That's the thing. Like God, part of God's love and part of God's creation is that we have free will. So that goes back to that. So God's not going to force us to do one thing or the other. If we want to reject God, however that looks, God is going to let us do it. That's the scary thing.
There's a work involved that we have to do. We have to participate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So what?
It's all on us.
Tell me one more time what we have to do to help Jesus save us.
Well, Jesus actually doesn't save us directly. Okay, so Jesus tells us what we have to do to be saved. So it's all on us. It's completely our effort. Jesus just tells us what the standard is, and we have to do it.
Is it the law of love?
It is the law of love. Yeah. So we have to love God and we have to love our neighbor.
And how specific do we have to be with our love of God?
Very specific, because Jesus made it clear it's very hard. Yeah, if we don't repent and stop sinning against God, then we're not going to make it. So it's difficult. No. Yeah.
Stop sinning.
Stop sinning. Yep, we have to stop sinning. We have to repent, which means stop sinning. And we have to obey God. We have to live in obedience to God completely. And we can't really mess up all that much. If we mess up, we have to repent. We have to keep repenting until we basically achieve perfection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this is a purgatorial kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, there might be purgatory, or there might just be, who knows if we're going to get it.
No. Purgatorial, as I mean, it's purging the wickedness, the sin out of you, right?
Correct. Yeah. You have to purge the sin out of yourself. You have to no longer want to do it.
Thanks, JG. Appreciate that. Oh, you're included.
Yeah, I've tried to explain to these people. Hold on, I wasn't actually. Hold on, William has no basis for determining what is true or false. See, I guess what the problem is, these people don't. With Peter, I had a conversation with him a couple nights ago.
I don't have the Holy Spirit, I think, is what he's saying.
Well, this goes beyond that. They don't see our senses as being a valid mechanism by which we can determine truth. They don't view like. They don't think it's possible to determine truth by merely observing the world around us, which I find is fascinating. But that's because they want to presuppose the Bible is the foundation of all knowledge. So to them, I guess it's just not comprehensible that you can just use your mind to figure out what's true and what's not, regardless of what sacred texts exist or don't exist. So if the mind can't be seen as a basis for
hold on, wait. I think that's seven stacked heresies. I think at this point they have to burn you at the stake. Yeah,
they'll come around. See, I think at some point, At some point, they're going to realize that what I'm saying is correct. I don't know, because eventually they have to see through.
Do you really think
My-
that? Or, don't you understand how all this works?
I'm hoping that
they can't question.
well-
they can't question that. They can't do that. That's a sin.
Well, I've seen people of their persuasion leave that persuasion before, so it makes me think there's hope for them as well. But again, it goes back this presuppositional stuff. It's about feeling like you have certainty, which I guess makes them feel like they have a better basis for what they believe than others. What they're going to have to admit, though, is that their foundation is an illusion. I try to explain that to them.
Well, I mean, JG's here now. JG, can you like join us? I mean, you've got this. You're putting up these things about my feelings, and I mean, we're right here. Just you can talk to us while we're here. There we are. Good.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey buddy. What were you talking about? My feelings.
Oh, that's what the A's was saying. He's reducing his presupposition, his ultimate presupposition to my feelings.
That's not how I look at it, though.
I know, but that's what it's reducible to.
What if
absurdity
to
of
me?
Feelings. No, I don't want to have discussion with you guys.
What's that?
I said no, I don't want to have this discussion with you guys, but I was
okay.
Which one would you like to have?
None.
What?
None.
I've been waiting on you to get back just so that you can talk to me.
This is not about unbelievers and heretics. This is meant for believers to talk about their subjective ethical system, like more like Universalists, St. Tommy, Andy, those people who, they say they believe in Jesus, but they have their own moral
believers
system.
In specifically the Christian thing.
Just more geared towards that.
JG, I think you're a subjective ethicalist, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, go on with your case, and I'll knock it down for you.
So anyone who believes that salvation is by faith alone is a subjectivist.
And why is that?
Because if your salvation is based on being only on your faith, then I mean it has nothing to do with how you behave. So whether you murder someone or treat them well is irrelevant to what happens to you in salvation. Ultimately.
Yeah, well, I might agree with you on some level. It's kind of a long conversation, but I wouldn't say that's my position.
Yeah, it probably isn't, but a lot of Christians do hold to.
It probably isn't.
It may not be. What I'm trying to say is it
You're
may
a funny
not
guy,
be. But...
You know that? You make me laugh. You're a funny guy.
Good. Yeah, I honestly, I don't like making people angry. I've never come into a discussion ever and thought to myself, I hope I make people angry. No. But sometimes when I say things, it makes people angry, but that's just the nature of speaking what I believe is true.
Well, you are very law compliant in your speaking. You speak of some serious law compliance, you and Dirty Varmint, but you seem more serious than he does, and you're more articulate, which you guys are very similar.
Yeah.
Were you guys on here together yet?
Dirty Varmint and I have had we've been on many panels together. Oh yeah, we were on a panel on this channel like a week or two ago with Nisha.
With Nisha, yeah. Interesting. I think
and we were trying to. I was trying. Yeah, I think it was very late, very late. I think you had already gone to sleep or something. But
yeah, it gets late sometimes. But if you guys are still up talking, that's cool. I like to let you guys go. Can't let anyone in though. That's the only thing,
Right. So,
sometimes I think I've woken up before and let somebody in. Like if it just someone happens to be chilling back there.
Yeah, the thing is though, a lot of times people lump me and Dirty Varmint together, but really we disagree on some things. So it's not like
when you say a lot of people, do you mean like 2 or 3, or who are these people?
Like people who've interacted with both of us, which is not many people, I guess. So like a lot of times I'll hear like, oh, this is just Dirty Varmint stuff. Well, and it's like, well, Dirty Varmint, and I kind of have a similar approach, but we kind of also disagree on some things. But I guess in principle, our approach is the same.
Yeah.
Which is to say that there's the Bible, there's truth in the Bible, but there's also
But
parts
you don't
that
like Paul, right?
Yeah,
correct.
there's truth in the Bible, and Dirty Varmint and A's are two exclusive people in the entire universe that have figured what those specific truths are and disposed of Paul.
Right. I mean,
You
it's,
said right.
It's not, well, it's not just us too. There are other people who've.
There's somebody else. You guys got to find them. These soulmates that exist. You're sure of it, but you just got to locate them.
Dirty Varmint and I are not the first two people in history to say Paul is false. You know that.
There's
You gotta know.
there's I think Nancy with the parrot. Maybe she was on that team for a while. Is that right?
Yeah. So there's three. There's three.
Yeah,
right
it's
there.
three. Where did she
Racking it
go?
up.
Where'd
Where
she
did Nancy go?
Yeah.
She was on my channel a couple nights ago. She told me she took a break from YouTube. I forget the reason, but apparently she was busy in various ways and says she hasn't interacted on YouTube in a long time.
Well, I mean, that's like 33% of the ecclesia. You guys got to get that up and running.
I know. I'm thinking about starting my own church, JG. What do you think about that?
Well,
My area.
I wish you luck, and I don't know who's going to fund it. Dirty Varmint says he lives in a trailer, so he's going to have to sell the trailer.
Really?
I mean,
Yeah,
it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be a bare bones operation for sure, but I feel like it's necessary because I feel like people need the pure words of Christ without any admixture, just straight Jesus all day, every day.
Just the red letter stuff, eh?
Just the red letter stuff, exactly. I think it's an idea that might catch on, and they may exist already out there. I'm not sure, but see if we can get something like that going. A new Reformation, I call it. A second Reformation, back to the beginning.
Do you think maybe you guys are just joking?
What do you mean?
Like at the end of the day, or the end of certain, I don't know, at the end of the certain days, you're like, yeah, I don't, like, you don't really.
I don't know about dirty. I don't know about dirty, but I absolutely believe what I believe is true.
But you'd have to be like some sort of prophet. Like you're in a group of one or two or three at the most.
I don't think that's correct. I think that there's a lot of people out there who.
Yeah, you've been saying that, but you don't know nobody knows who they are.
Since when is truth decided by consensus?
I agree with you, but it's just it's like you know what I mean? It's just such a stretch to think.
Well, let me tell you something, JG. Let me
one out of
give you
8 billion that have this particular truth, and like the last 2,000 years, like everyone has been fooled except you. You know what I mean? Let's give you some extreme.
Let me give you some facts, okay? Have you ever heard of the Ebionites?
No.
Okay. I recommend you do some research on the Ebionites, and you can find information about them in the book written by Irenaeus called Against Heresies. So the Ebionites were a quote-unquote heretical group. Guess where their center of operation was in the early church? Jerusalem. So they were a group of early Christians, heretics, so-called, who operated in Jerusalem. And this is something we learned from Irenaeus, who is in the late 2nd century. So these people were well established by the 2nd century. And they were the Christians who were in Jerusalem. And one thing that Irenaeus says about them, believe it or not, is that they hold Paul to be a false apostle. Can you imagine that? So the Christian church in Jerusalem, which is where Jesus began his operations, held the official position, the explicit position, according to Irenaeus, that Paul was a false apostle. Okay? So this is not anything new I'm promoting. This goes all the way back to the origins of Christianity itself, according to, in my view, the original Christians themselves, who are the Ebionites.
Sounds like you got a lot of work ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm trying to recruit you, JG. I feel like
no, I can't do it.
Hayes, what are your thoughts on Marcion?
Marcion was a very important figure in early Christianity, and he was one of the prime corruptors of early Christianity. He was the one.
Because he was really big into Paul.
Yes, he was the one whose entire Bible. He was actually the first person with a Bible who created a canon, believe it or not, in all of history. And his canon was a very corrupted version of the Gospel of Luke and 10 letters of Paul.
Yep.
And that was, and so he was the first one, if we go back in history, to basically establish his entire movement, which he called himself a Christian, amazingly enough. But his entire movement was based on the Pauline epistles, minus the pastorals. So this is very interesting. I think Marcion was the one who made Paul mainstream, who basically injected Paul into Christianity, because Marcion became extremely influential, unfortunately. And as a result of that, I think as a result of Paul's activities going around in what is now Greece and modern Turkey and all that, and up to Rome, he was establishing his own churches. Marcion comes along about 2 generations later, collects a bunch of Paul's epistles, founds an incredibly, extremely influential movement, clearly, because you have Justin Martyr writing against the Marcionites, you have Irenaeus writing against the Marcionites, you have Tertullian writing against the Marcionites, all saying that this movement is heavily influential within Christianity and needs to be fought back. So there were a lot of early Christians who thought that Marcion represented true Christianity, and that obviously these were Pauline churches in these areas.
Right,
Marcion,
but now you mentioned 2 groups of heretics that were, that Irenaeus wrote about, right? And the first one you agree with being, like the first Christians. Then the other heretics, you're like, oh, they're bad because they pushed Paul or whatever.
right?
You see, kind of like you're splitting hairs on heresy.
Yeah, so I can see what I see what you're saying there, but the thing is, like, you have to first of all, you got to realize is that it's actually Irenaeus himself who is in the camp of the heretics. And what he's trying to do is, I don't even think, he may not even know this, but what he's doing is he's fighting against the original church. And the reason I think that the Ebionites are true Christians and not the Marcionites is this. Because I believe that the Ebionites actually did have apostolic succession. One, again, I mentioned that they were from Jerusalem. That was their base of operations. That's where they were centered. That's where they're located. And also, based on other things we know about them from history and other writings we have, I do believe that the Ebionites had apostolic succession. Now, the Roman Catholics will say that's false because they follow Irenaeus, and I understand that. But here's the problem with Marcion. Marcion came from northern Turkey, and he moved to Rome. And this, we know that from the Pauline epistles, this was basically Paul's stomping grounds. Paul established a lot of churches in these areas. So Marcion probably thought, based on his own experiences, that Pauline Christianity was true Christianity. And that's why he followed Paul alone, and basically,
and felt like it didn't match up with the other views of Christianity, right?
Yes, exactly. So
because Paul's didn't match up,
right? So Marcion himself probably was completely sincere and genuine. I don't, he might, you can be very sincere and just wrong, and I think that's probably the case for Marcion. He probably didn't think of himself as a heretic. He probably just grew up in
do you think that Paul was intentionally dishonest?
I don't know. Maybe he was.
You don't think he was convinced? It sounds like he was pretty convinced, right? He took a lot of risks.
I think he knew, based on his writings, that he was in active disobedience against the original apostles. Because if you're reading Galatians, if you read the book of Acts, if you read various things he wrote about the so-called apostles, he constantly throws shade at them. I absolutely do. I think he does. He was aware that there was an opposition against him from the so-called James gang and Peter and them. That's why he attacks Peter so viciously in Galatians, because he wants to discredit Peter and the other apostles, and also in other areas. And there's more evidence from this outside of the Bible. but it's certainly in the Bible if you look closely enough. But
Oh yeah, no, I noticed it when I read it that there was a clear disagreement. I know that they use circumcision and eating with the Gentiles and all that, but I mean, it seems like they were in contention about a lot of things. But not
yeah,
Jesus.
so the idea that what's that? Why not what?
They weren't in disagreement about Jesus, though, were they?
Paul and Marcion?
No, Paul and the gentleman that you call the James gang.
Oh, they were, yeah. Yeah, Paul was
Well,
teaching
what were their
a different.
difference? Okay,
Well,
what? Tell me what the
Paul
difference
never knew
is.
Jesus.
Sure, but he taught.
Paul yeah, Paul taught that Jesus was like this mythological pagan, divine sacrifice for mankind, paid for their sins. That's not what the original apostles taught. The original apostles taught that Jesus was basically a man, a prophet who revealed things from God, and who taught them a system of living and being and operating in this world. And it was obviously for a future kingdom that would be established. But all this stuff about Jesus being this divine sacrifice is exclusive to the Pauline epistles.
How does this sit with you, JG? Because I know you embrace both the Pauline and the other Gospels.
He might have left. He might have gotten tired of my jibber jabbering. I was trying to educate him, though. I was trying to give him facts that he could actually.
That's a
So,
little condescending, but I mean, I can't.
well, I mean, sometimes people educate me all the time because I don't know everything. So when someone gives me information, I may not agree with their conclusions, but like for instance, a lot of people don't know about the Ebionites and that they rejected Paul. This is something Irenaeus says. Irenaeus tells us that they rejected Paul.
Irenaeus wrote a bunch of silly stuff too, like about the Nicolaitans or whatever they are, and
Yeah,
their practices and all. I mean, some of that stuff was just a smear campaign.
It could be, but based on what Irenaeus says, and you can ask whether it's trustworthy or not. Basically, JG accused me of making up my own ideas, and that
you had perfectly good defense for where they come from as far as these original ideas and how the idea of heresiology worked. If it didn't agree with the narrative that the official church was putting forth, those that called themselves the universal church or whatever, they got rid of those others.
Yeah, exactly. So the reason the Ebionites were wiped out, and I use that word intentionally, is because the Roman Catholic Church got rid of them. People like Irenaeus won the day. So people like
because the unholy link with government and religion.
Yeah, exactly. So whatever they became the authorities. And so I have people like JG who tell me, who else can you point to who believe? Well, there was an entire group of early Christians who held to this idea. For one, there's the dispensationalists of this day who the entire basis of hyper dispensationalism, which has been, seems like it has established, is the idea that there's two gospels, one of Jesus and one of Paul. Two very different gospels. There's a gospel of works and the gospel of grace. So you ask the dispensationalists. The only thing is that they go with Paul. Okay, they will say that Paul's gospel is the one for the Gentiles, which is everybody. So the way I look at it, if Paul's teaching a different gospel than Jesus Christ, well, then he's a false apostle. There's not two gospels. There's not a gospel for the Gentiles and a gospel for the Jews. No, that makes God. Why is God?
Now hold on. There was a covenant, an original covenant that was only with the Jews.
That's true.
Right, the first covenant, and then there was a second covenant that seemed to be with the Jews.
Yes, but the covenant it's all basically God. The new covenant, as defined, is going to write the old covenant on our hearts. So the terms didn't change. It's just the manifestation of the expression. Okay. So when I say that, what I mean is basically it's the manner in which we are to approach it. So the Pharisees were trying to just do the acts of the law and get by. Jesus came along and said, actually, no, you actually have to really love God and want to do these things. It's also a matter of the heart. So that's God writing it on our hearts. That's through his agent. So that's the new covenant. The new covenant is not only doing the law, but like loving it and wanting to do it, as because you can't really do it unless you want to do it in the first place. So the new covenant and the old covenant are really the same when it comes to the what we're actually supposed to be doing. It's just that it's a revolution in our approach to our approach to it. But Paul came along. So Jesus taught in the new covenant exactly what was taught in the old covenant. If you read Matthew, the Sermon on the Mount, all of it, it's all the same stuff. Jesus didn't change it.
Before you go any farther, can you address the comment on the screen?
You really have to have motivation to argue with the prophet. So I don't know exactly is
Paul. He's talking about Paul.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, Peter. Paul is not a prophet. I hate to break it to you. Paul is not a prophet. He's just making things up. He's no more a prophet than Muhammad or Joseph Smith.
Well, I think he might be. I could be wrong, but maybe he's being sarcastic, pointing out that I don't want to argue with you because you've placed yourself in the position.
Yeah. So that's how I initially interpreted it. Right. So I think what he's trying to say is that I've made myself a prophet. No, when the truth isn't based on what I establish. It's based on what's true. Know? Because the truth isn't I don't establish truth.
What is the truth based on?
The truth is based on what is real, what God has established, what God has created. So it comes from outside of myself.
It's a good start.
Yeah, so God has created the universe. It proceeds through history. I use my senses and invest in my analysis to then come to a understanding of what is true beyond myself. So the truth is about salvation and all that. I don't establish that. I have to believe what's true.
You say it starts with God, and then you get revelation through some of the scriptures.
Yes. So the scriptures tell me what's true. That's why Jesus is necessary, because I wouldn't know what Jesus was saying unless someone else told me. So the problem is, and this is what I'm trying to say, when you choose parts of the Bible, you are making yourself a prophet. Well, actually, Peter, this is why you can benefit from me, Peter, because I'm going to help you think. The Bible actually was composed by men. So they made themselves. So did they make themselves prophets when they put the canon together and they put Paul's epistles alongside the words of Jesus Christ? See, the early Catholics made themselves prophets when they said that Paul has equal authority to Jesus Christ, which didn't happen until hundreds of years after. And the original, this was trying to explain to you, Peter, when you look at history, which I've done, the early church determined what is, quote, scripture, and beyond the commission of what Jesus, it was supposed to be just what Jesus teaches. The early Christians only cared about what Jesus said. If you read Justin Martyr, I have a video on Justin Martyr on my channel. I'm not here to self-promote, but what I'm just trying to say is what I determined is that even in the mid 100s, Justin Martyr, he gave a complete exposition of Christianity to people he wrote to, and he did not even mention or quote Paul once. This is 100 years after the time of Jesus Christ. So even one century after Jesus Christ, you still have Christians, very prominent ones, not even aware of who Paul is. It was only hundreds of years later the Roman Catholic Church established their own, institution, their own authority, and said that Paul is to be seen as authority equal to Jesus Christ.
We'll give you a chance to tell us why Darth Dawkins is wrong. How about that?
Darth Dawkins?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it going to be like a 2-hour clip, or is it going to be
whenever he loses the debate to you?
I don't know. Actually, I've never watched
rumors. He just repeats all the rumors.
Well,
I never watched it. I just clicked on it. It's like a recent TikTok thing. Maybe you can critique.
Do you actually want me to do that, or are you telling me to shut up?
Well, no. I'm saying anybody can try it, Halsey or Will or you, and I'll try to see if you're making points and weigh them against what he's saying. See if we can.
All right, let's do it.
Look, they just hate me because I'm effective in annihilating unbelief.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to address the first point. So it says atheism is irrational. So
Yeah.
what is atheism?
The standard definition of atheism in the English language and philosophical reference works is either the direct or the indirect denial of God.
Sure. So you can be not convinced that a God exists, right?
That's not the definition of atheism.
No, that is what atheism literally means by
Okay, sir, listen to me. How old are you?
18.
Okay, I'm 63.
I don't care.
I'm 63. I win.
You're not going to come from an argument of age.
Listen to me. If you're going to be rude, I'm going to eject you from the room.
I'm not being rude.
What you're doing, you are being. I'm telling you, you're being rude right now. That's strike.
I'm not being rude. I'm telling you, you're being rude. That's strike 2. Oh, dang.
That's kind of funny.
I mean, it's like if that guy was the judge, you'd be in trouble, huh? He just said he has already 2 strikes.
He got you on a tight leash here. Yeah, you can't gotta stay in line with Darth Dawkins.
That's a tight ship.
2. You get 3 strikes, and I'm going to kick you. All you're simply doing is you're repeating the same thing. Have you read any scholarly papers on the definition of atheism?
Yes.
What was the paper?
I couldn't cite it right off the top of my head.
Okay, yeah, I don't believe you're 18 years old and you read a scholarly definition. Now, can you tell me what is one of the most significant problems in defining atheism as a lack of belief?
There isn't a problem. You're just not convinced.
Okay, so in other words,
How are you this retarded at 68?
Okay, all right, okay. You're done.
Oh, that's got to be strike 3. Plus, did he get the age wrong? Is he 63?
Yeah, he aged him 5 years.
So that's 2 strikes. He's at 4 strikes. He's done. You're done. That's what it says.
Wait, I didn't even get to ask my question.
Yeah, no, you're done. You're
being
done.
rude, but you're saying you're right because you're older than me.
No, you're done. You're done.
How does it feel being? Oh my god, a lot.
Yeah, you're done. Yeah.
One thing I'll say, can I interject already?
Teenager punk.
Yeah.
If you're actually trying to reach these people, I don't think it's helpful to steamroll them like this. I don't think it's, you kind of have to allow them to be a little bit disrespectful, but not to the extent it ruins the conversation.
His
but
disrespect
in my opinion,
level has, yeah, I know. I think his disrespect level over maybe it's been like 12 or 15 years is fully saturated. He's got like hundreds of videos about him.
Yeah.
So he's not having any of it, but I agree with you. It gets to the point where they can't even start their sentences in certain ways. He's like, no, that's stop right there. It's too much. Mm-hmm. But I can kind of understand it to a degree, but it's just over the top.
You're right though. If you've been dealing with it for so long and maybe it just gets old and you just kind of like, all right, be quiet, but that makes sense.
Well, he's got he does actually have a tight argument for those who get through it. It's just who can get through it with him, because the point is that you can't really refute it from a secular position. I would say it ultimately comes down to claiming a subjective ethic, which is relevant to the title tonight, because the best you can do if you disagree with Darth is say, well, I don't feel like that's the case. Like that's why he's trying to force them through the script, because he's way ahead of them. He knows all their rebuttals, and that he's got it narrowed down to basically 3 pillars: metaphysics, epistemology, ethics. And if you focus on the ethical pillar, which that's just traditional philosophy, is those 3 pillars. If you narrow it down to the ethical position of anybody, you will see anybody that contests Christianity, which is coming from an objective position. They're just saying, well, fundamentally, I feel that you ought to do this, or you should think this. It's a meta-ethical issue. So you could always challenge somebody on that level. And all they have is their feelings, which you said earlier, actually, when I wrote my feelings. And it is kind of funny in that way. I'm waiting for someone to try an objective moral position. Like T-Dump tries that. T-Jump, he says he believes in objective morals, but he really has no basis for that claim. He just thinks there's an objective moral field, a particle field that hasn't been discovered by science yet, and he assumes it, which is a strange position.
I guess the difference between me and these atheists is I actually do believe morals come from God. So I'm kind of not in the same boat. It's not what I feel is moral is irrelevant. It has to be. I ask, what does God say is moral? You know?
No, well, it's not irrelevant. Well, I mean, you're what you carry into your argument, the ethical position that you hold is always relevant to the argument that you're bringing forth. I understand you're saying that you think it's God, but what I'm saying is that's always tied into your position, because when you're talking to somebody, exchanging ideas, it's assumed that they ought to consider what you're saying and they ought to let you carry your position forward. So it's always relevant to challenge the ethical position. So when you're dealing with secular humanism, atheism, they're always telling you, well, it's just my opinion. So if you want to just cut to the heart of the matter, you can just keep pointing that out. Yeah, well, you're making some interesting points, but it's your opinion. Who cares? And that sounds kind of brutal, but it's always on the table to be pointed out. So he's kind of in that vein of that understanding, and he's just
I've listened to a lot of Darth Dawkins, and when it comes to if there is an atheist who claims that he or she believes in objective morality, Darth Dawkins can dissect that person very easily.
Yeah.
But if there's an atheist who's willing to be intellectually honest and say, well, I don't believe in anything in objective morality, then the conversation just has to kind of move on from there, because
that's what I'm saying. It doesn't, because then his thrust of his argument is all subjective. It's preference and opinion. He doesn't want to talk to somebody who's just giving their feelings. So they're screwed either way. They're screwed either way. That's why he doesn't mind continually kicking people. He's looking for someone who's intellectual enough to get where he wants them to get. That's what I think. I think he's like, I want to talk to, PhDs and people who can follow me. And he's done it with Dr. Josh. You familiar with that guy? Dr. Josh Harambe, I think his name is.
Yeah, I think so.
He's pretty well known as intelligent atheist. He's an author, well-spoken, calm. There's a great video of them talking for like an hour, and he just moves through the conversation with him and slowly just wears him down into his epistemology, which is just his feelings. And then he just sort of like feasts on him. He's like, I can't believe you just wrote a book on atheism and you don't even have an epistemological position beyond your feelings. Like, all you're telling me is your feelings and opinions, and he just keeps railing on him like that. Like, how could you do that? How can you be an author? How can you be a respected atheist and base this all on feelings and preferences, which are just molecules in motion based on your own worldview? And he just kind of sits there and takes it. But that particular conversation is cool because Darth is being very calm for once and not insulting, because he has someone on the same level as him. And I think that's what he's looking for, but it's rare for him to find that, especially on TikTok, right? The 18-year-olds. But, we can watch that sometime if you want to. I think it's great.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself that I would like to watch that. I wasn't going to suggest, we watch it together, but maybe I will look for that at some point and watch it to see what the conversation.
Why wouldn't you want to watch it with JG?
Yeah.
I mean, I do. I mean, I could. I was just even before you said that, I was thinking that I would like to watch that conversation, I guess was my point.
Well, I mean, we could even play it now. We don't have to go through. It's like 45 minutes, but it's the same thing for the 45 minutes. Like, once you get to the root of it within 5-10 minutes, and then it's just different ways of drawing it out. It's all the same thing. It's all the same problem.
Like, it's a spontaneous watch party that's just happening right now, because I'm
gonna have to.
This sounds awesome.
I have to go, so I can't do it right now.
A's had something come up all of a sudden.
I'm running. running. Scared me, JG.
What's
I
that?
enjoyed it, Ace. I really liked meeting you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was a good conversation, and well, honestly, JG, before I go,
What happened is you sounded like you were ready to go on for hours, and all of a sudden you got to. What happened, man?
I'm not saying I want to have a conversation with epistemology about you, because I honestly feel like, I don't know, I feel like, well,
This will solve it. This particular video with a scholarly atheist author and Darth Dawkins will solve
you
it
think
for
so?
you.
You think so?
Yeah,
You
it'll get
think
the point across. It'll get the point
Do you
across.
think
But I
That's
mean,
worth making some time for.
I can see why you wouldn't want to do that though, because
No, I do. I'm intrigued. I really am.
okay, I want to pull it up. I want to pull it up. Give me just a
All right,
second.
hold on. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
You get some coffee, some notos, whatever you need. It's gonna be a little bit painful
I'm
for
not
you.
gonna sit here and say that whatever is said, I'm gonna agree with it. I'll listen to the argument and I'll consider it. But
That's all he's asking.
yeah,
I'm just
okay,
playing
so-
around. I mean,
No, I understand.
all right. Let me see.
But let's see. I'll stay for at least like
I'm
15 more minutes. How about that?
How many
I'll be right
minutes?
Has Darth Dawkins changed at all in the last couple of years?
No, I think that's why he's so irritable, because his position is the same, but no one seems to be willing to go through his script. But it kind of makes sense when you're dealing with truth that it's not going to change, right? It's going to stay the same.
Oh, I meant his tactics more than his.
His tactics, yeah, more irritable.
Even more irritable.
Less willing to listen. Yeah.
Even
for
less
sure.
willing.
Okay. You just heard that last guy, like he was halfway through his sentence and he already had 2 strikes. It's like, damn.
Yeah, he's a little testy.
I think he likes in being in the position of kicking people and stuff. I think he likes that little.
But it's like JG said, he wants someone that's a challenge, someone that he feels like he's actually contesting with.
Well, you guys might actually be surprised, because if you haven't seen this, like I never heard Darth on this level. He's calm the whole time. It doesn't even sound like it sounds like Darth on sedatives in a way, like he's highly medicated. But it's because his company is being calm and respectful too. But it totally works. What he's been attempting to do totally works when he's with someone calm. That's kind of the point.
And when he's calm.
Yeah, right. Because then you can't say he's a jerk and he's using, unfair techniques and intimidation.
Okay, I'm back.
All right. It's just, it's just
okay. Now I've seen a number of videos. You're an atheist, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they've had a number of people request that I have a conversation with you. Would you like to tell us why you're an atheist?
You think so?
Actually, I'm just kind of listening while I work.
It's already disingenuous. Yeah, I think so. What the hell?
I mean, you're a talking head on all these YouTube shows all the time, proudly proclaiming you're an atheist.
Will, you know that guy at all, or Halsey?
I mean, I've bumped into him in a
Dawkins?
couple of No, he's talking about Bowen.
Yeah, Bowen, I think he's talked to maybe Richard Madsen a few times.
I ran into him a couple times and a few hangs along. It's been a while, a couple of years.
I mean, he's a nice guy and all. He's kind of with you, Will. I think he just thinks the Old Testament is just, stories and myths and terrible news and all that.
Well, I will agree that there's parts of it that are based in history. So it's not throw the whole thing out. I'm just saying I look at it without assuming a lot of supernatural stuff.
Okay, I'll just if you guys want to chime in, I'll just pause it whenever you want to.
Yes. Surely you could spare us a couple of minutes and tell us why there's no God.
I mean, I'm not much into philosophy.
Are you not a regular talking head on these atheist chat shows?
I mean, I do go on a lot of shows that are atheists.
Yeah, and you're a fairly intelligent, educated man, and you've regularly proclaiming you're an atheist. So how is it that there's no God?
Yeah, I don't really know that I'm qualified to make that determination.
Wait a minute. Then why do you go onto all these talking head shows proclaiming you're an atheist and, having camaraderie with all these other people proclaiming that they're atheists? The central theme of these is, you're atheists, right?
Oh, because I don't believe there's a deity.
Okay. So is that on rational grounds, or do you just irrationally deny there's a God?
So you just go on the show just to express that you don't believe? That's it?
See, because I want to talk with you, because I've listened to you. You seem like an intelligent guy. It's clearly you're quite highly educated, and I deal with a lot of knuckle dragging troglodyte atheists who are just incompetent. So why do you believe there is no God?
Probably most of it has to deal with the fact that I deal a lot in history of ancient Mesopotamia and the ancient Near East, and where the Hebrew Bible comes from, and so looking at how religion developed in the ancient world, and looking at how the Hebrew Bible developed in the religion of Judaism and ultimately Christianity, and just given what I know about Mesopotamian religion and Sumerian and Akkadian, that it just seems like this is another ancient Near Eastern religious development. I guess for the same reason that I don't believe in Enki or Enlil or any of the other Mesopotamian deities or religions, or Ugaritic, or
this is putting me to sleep.
That's the genetic fallacy.
When you say the Hebrew Bible, can you be specific?
Yeah, Bruce, please do not interfere. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So that's the genetic fallacy. Okay. Are you aware of that?
I think, yeah. So because, again, philosophy is not really my thing, but is it because where it came from, then if I don't agree with where it came from?
It may be the case that somebody's faulty reasoning by which they concluded X, their reasoning might be faulty, but it doesn't follow from that X is false. Kai Nielsen, the famous atheist author, wrote, the reasons for God may fail, but it still may be the case that God exists.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So you believe that that there is no ultimate mind that is the source of all possibility of what is, can be, or cannot be. So other than your appeal to the genetic fallacy that people use wrong reasoning to come to the conclusion that God exists, okay, how is it that there is no ultimate creator God?
I guess sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't know that there's no deity. I don't know that there's no God.
I did ask you that. I said, why do you believe it?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. As far as my experience with other religions of the ancient Near East, they're not convincing to me either. Okay. And because of what I know about where the Hebrew Bible comes from, and its connections to the ancient Near East, what seems most reasonable to me is that it's born out of this ancient Near Eastern context.
Do you positively believe that God is the necessary precondition of all facts that are not God? Do you believe that?
No.
Okay, so then you believe that the facts are independent of God.
Yeah, that sounds
good.
That sounds right.
Good. Well, that logically commits you to the denial of the existence of God. So you do deny God exists. So how is it that God doesn't exist?
Do you see that movie he did right there?
Yeah. So he asked if he believes that all facts are what was it? If all facts are dependent on God,
yeah.
all preconditions. He said no.
Yeah, he wants to get him to admit that he's atheistic, because some people try to hold to agnosticism and say, I don't know, I'm not convinced. So he wants to get that positive draw out of him. So it's a good.
But now
move.
he said both things. He said that he's agnostic, and now he said that he's atheist.
Well, that's because Darth is trying to logically move him into his own position. He's saying, no, you live like there's no God. He's pushing him using, I would say, the law of excluded middle. It's a God world or not God world. You can claim to not know, but your behavior, your ethic puts you in one category or the other. So it's a good move by Darth, and he did it pretty cleanly. I just pulled it back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a few
let's listen.
seconds.
Let's listen to that again. I want to
Yeah.
see. I want to see if Darth Dawkins. I kind of want to see this again. Just that where he started on the
Yeah.
preconditions for knowledge and all that.
Right.
God is the necessary precondition of all facts that are not God. Do you believe that?
No.
Okay, so then you believe that facts are independent of God.
Yeah, that sounds
Good.
That sounds right.
Good. Well, that logically commits you to the denial of the existence of God. So you do deny God exists. So how is it that God doesn't exist?
I'd have to hold on. I have to pause that. I'd actually have to think about that line of reasoning to confirm that it's sound.
Fair
I'm not sure
enough.
I'm there yet. I'm not sure I'm there yet, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair
It was
enough.
it was a slick move, but like JG said, it puts him to commit to a position there.
Well, the thing about it is Darth has done this for so long. He knows what he's doing, and even if you do think about it, there's only going to be two ways to go. That you're living like God doesn't exist.
He needs him to fit the script, JG. He's got
Well,
to fit into the script.
That's true, but when you're dealing with somebody and you want to get to the bottom of what they believe, sometimes they don't actually know.
That's fair.
That's what he's trying to point out. He's saying, look, I'm gathering what you think. Let me see if I can get you to answer this way. And then whether he buys it or not, even Josh could go back and look and say, well, yeah, I guess he did catch me off guard. But now that I can reconsider what he's saying, it does make sense that I do live in a way where I believe that God does not exist. I am making that claim in the positive, whether I say it outright or I just hold it implicitly.
So let me rehash from what I just witnessed. So Darth Dawkins asked him if he believes that the God is the prerequisite and precondition for all knowledge of facts that are not God. And he said no.
Any type of knowledge, yeah.
See,
does he believe that God is the starting point, the precondition necessary for universals like logic and morality and any knowledge at all? He says no.
I don't think denying that makes you an atheist, though. I think if you say no, well, hold on.
If it's not God, then he's going to
Pulls out other forms of or other concepts of God so that he can get him on this paradigm of the God he's wanting to set up, the creator version.
Because Darth's worldview is that there's only one God, the Christian God. So he's having a worldview argument with Josh Bowen, saying, well, my reality is the correct one. That's why I'm arguing it.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand. He would say, you're coming from your position because you think you have the correct position. So he can try to stay agnostic, but that's why he used that line of questioning in order to get him there. It was well done. Now he could maybe contest it later if he wanted to as well. He could try to.
Let me hear some more just so I see. Maybe is he going to elaborate on his is Darth Dawkins going to elaborate on this line of questioning?
Yeah. I mean, it goes further. I'll play that 20 seconds one more time so you can just let it sink in there, and then he probably try to backtrack as he thinks about it more. I can't remember. I haven't watched it in a little while.
Do you positively believe that God is the necessary precondition of all facts that are not God? Do you believe that?
No.
Okay, so then you believe that the facts are independent of God.
Yeah, that sounds
good.
That sounds right.
Good. Well, that logically commits you to the denial of the existence of God. So you do deny God exists. So how is it that God doesn't exist?
Yeah, I guess I don't have a problem with denying that God exists. I think that seems like that makes sense.
Do you have rational grounds why there is no God?
It's probably more of an inductive conclusion that I've made than a deductive one.
Do you have rational grounds why there is no God?
I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're asking. You're asking me to prove it?
You have adopted a universal negative, which is that all facts do not necessitate referencing the necessity of God. How did you?
So that's fair, right? So far, that's a fair claim by Darth, wouldn't you guys say?
I mean, he's asking questions, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's telling him what he thinks, which nobody likes when people do that to them, but he's doing it in question form to a degree, yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, let's see what he's saying. You made a universal negative, that all the facts that you know, all the information, the knowledge that you would
He's
proclaim.
asking him to prove a negative.
No, he's saying, you're saying they do not come from God. That's what you believe. That's how you live, that they do not come from God. And of course, Josh doesn't want to say, well, maybe they do. He doesn't want to say that, right? He's not saying that. Somebody might say that, but he's not going to say that, or he's not saying that. Like right here.
To make sure I understand what you're asking. You're asking me to prove it?
You've decided you have adopted a universal negative, which is that all facts do not necessitate referencing the necessity of God. How did you determine that universal negative?
Sorry, I'm trying to piece together what you're asking. How have I made a positive? I don't know. I mean, it sounds like what you're saying, that implicitly I've made that a positive.
Are you trying to represent that your atheism is not the denial of the existence of God, but that you're somehow non-committal about the existence of God?
I guess I've never thought about it in those terms. I would say that if you ask me, do I believe that a God exists? No.
I think it glitches right here.
Oh, I thought it was my sound for a second.
No, I think it's them. It's still going. So I guess he's just written a book about atheism, so he's kind of toying with it there. Like, are you going to tell me you're agnostic now? You just written a book about atheism. That's.
Well, did he write a book about his atheism or just atheism?
Well, I guess let it keep playing, because I guess eventually it gets back to
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Well, I mean, when you write a book about, he's writing a book about his experience as an atheist.
Hello?
Yep, you're back.
It crashed on me.
Oh, okay. I thought it was me.
Okay, so
it crashed on me too.
Okay,
Yeah,
so do you recognize that either your position,
the universe was giving Josh a chance here, but it wasn't strong enough,
is the denial of the existence of God, or as commonly is done among atheists, you make a claim that you're just simply non-committal?
I guess what I would say, I mean, again, I'm okay with saying, I generally don't think about it in terms of any God. Although if I think about it in that sense, probably that's the case. Yeah.
So you either recognize your position is the denial of the existence of God, or you're claiming a kind of neutrality, non-committal. Okay, which is your position?
Yeah. I'm okay. Yeah, I'd say my position is that I would be okay saying that there are no gods. I don't know that, right?
Okay.
But I'd be okay
do you believe that there is no God on rational grounds, or do you just arbitrarily and irrationally assert that there's no God?
I mean, if it's rational to say that,
Hey, guess who?
Wow, it just crashed on me again.
Same.
Universe.
Discord crashing?
I wonder if we're getting DOS.
Gosh,
People
get
don't
out
like
while
this
you can,
conversation.
buddy.
You can't get DDoSed on a particular server. A server is hosted, multiple services hosted on one
Right.
unit. It's just them updating
The
their.
position is
Oh, I
that there
see.
is no God. So it is. Do you have rational grounds that there is no God?
I don't know if I understand specifically what you're asking. So, do you want me to give you? Do you want me to give you my grounds?
Your position is that. Here we go again.
Just me. Oh, okay. Sorry. I
Wow,
keep looking at my phone,
this is
thinking I'm doing
pretty.
something.
It's pretty cool. It's gonna keep happening a couple more times.
Okay, so what's your
Say
rational
that,
basis that there is no God?
Given what I know about, and I mean this is all very generalized.
Oh, hey Peter, I noticed Guess Who's in the chat there. If you want to get Guess Who off your back, just get him to make claims in the positive. Just remember that with Guess Who. He stays away from making any claims in the positive.
I suppose thinking about it this way, but given what I know about the world and the way that it works, and what I know about, in particular, cultures and religions from the ancient Near East, where again the Hebrew Bible sort of comes from.
Well, setting aside people's faulty reasoning in the past, okay, what I'd like to know for you right now, why is it that there's no God?
So I guess that's what I was trying to say, was the way that I come at this is to say that for the same reason that I think, I'm not trying to be, I don't know, simplistic or whatever, but for the same reason that I think that there's a rational reason that the Mesopotamian pantheon developed, that similar circumstances and events transpired to bring about the development.
Are the Mesopotamian pantheon, are they ultimate?
Ultimate. I don't know that they would have thought about them in that sense.
Did they begin to exist? Are they the source of all possibility of what is, can be, or cannot be?
That's a good question. You mean from how they would have considered them?
Yeah, because the gods of the ancient world, which obviously you have great expertise in, which I don't. None of these gods are ultimate. Okay, what I'm talking about is the God where God is ultimate, where what is eternal, absolute, and is the creator is a mind and is the source of all possibility. Your position is that does not exist. I'd like to know what your rational grounds for that, other than the fact that you believe that people have used faulty reasoning to come to believe in other gods. Okay, because it doesn't follow from that there's no God, because people.
No, I agree. I agree, and I guess what I would say is I mean, I'm sure this is all very common and low level for what I'm getting ready to say for you guys, because you seem to talk about philosophy quite a bit more than I do. But like I would obviously draw a distinction between what I believe to be the case and what I know to be the case.
Okay. So you believe there is no God. Why do you have rational grounds for that belief?
I guess what I would say is because I don't see a reason to believe that a deity exists.
Okay. Do you have a reason to believe that what is ultimate is impersonal and governs all possibility? Do you have a reason to believe that?
Something that's ultimate and impersonal?
Yeah, you will either believe that something is ultimate, dictating all possibility, or you will reject the notion that anything is ultimate at all. Determining Sorry. Okay. So do you have a reason to believe that what's fundamental to reality, the ground of all being, is impersonal? Do you have a reason for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Guess Who? Go ahead and get your keyboard fingers ready to type out how you came to that conclusion about your positive claim, the steps that it took, the information that you gathered over time to get there in that personal case you have against me. So hopefully it won't take you too long, but thank you for making that claim in the positive. Appreciate that. Sorry.
I think the only thing that I'd be able to say to it would be like and again, I hope I'm using the term correctly, but an inductive approach to that, where I would say, in the same way that people in the fourth millennium thought that the storm was a deity and that the sun was its own deity.
So you don't have a reason for that which is ultimate is impersonal. Then you just adopt it arbitrarily.
Arbitrarily, I don't think so. I mean, again, I think I'm doing it based on a pattern that I see.
Okay.
I mean,
you say you don't have a reason.
Oh, there you go, William. A little pattern recognition, right?
Well, you said in the beginning that Josh and I have similar views, but only as it pertains to the what the Bible is. I don't have a problem with the idea of a deity or God or gods.
Yeah, that's true. This is really slow, but I think some of the best stuff is very slow when it comes to philosophy and uneventful.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah,
I'm loving it.
Oh, right on. There are some similarities in some of the answers, but I know your position is not the same.
To believe in God. That's the equivalent of saying that all the facts you're acquainted with do not necessitate referencing the necessity of God. Okay?
Okay.
Now, do you have grounds for that? How did you determine that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not necessitate referencing the necessity of God? How did you decide on that, other than questioning people's faulty reasoning in the past?
Yeah, I don't know if it's... Sorry, I'm trying to understand exactly.
You've determined that all the facts that you're acquainted with do not necessitate referencing the necessity of God as the precondition of all facts. So how did you determine that?
It sounds like what you're asking, and just correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like what you're asking is, how do I know that to be the case?
No, I didn't ask you that. I said, why do you believe it?
Okay. Well, if it's why do I believe it, then again, I think it's from this sort of inductive approach to it, where it doesn't seem like.
So induction can tell you what then is ultimate and that it's not God?
I don't think it tells me with any sort of...
Induction is just appealing to various facts around you.
Right.
And then trying to derive general or universal principles.
Yes.
What is ultimate will be, no pun intended, the ultimate universal. Okay?
Right.
So when you say you use induction, you're just deciding that all the facts around you do not derive from God as the ultimate universal. How did you determine that?
Oh, I see. I mean, I think I see. I guess the way that I would answer that would be sort of to draw something analogous to it, in that, again, it's sort of general, but because the storm and the sun and all these things were considered to be deities, and then as it turns out,
You're just appealing to your opening line of reasoning, which is the genetic fallacy.
Sure. I mean, I don't think that I could prove
Setting
that.
aside other people's faulty reasoning, you have decided that all the facts around you do not necessitate referencing the necessity of God as the precondition of all facts. How did you decide on that? Excluding people's faulty reasoning, how did you decide upon that?
I'm trying to understand what you mean by utilizing people's faulty reasoning.
You keep on going back to saying, well, these people developed, they came up with believing with these gods in an erroneous fashion. Well, so what? Okay, that's the genetic fallacy. What I want to know from you right now, you've decided that all the facts around you, okay, do not necessitate referencing what is ultimate and that it's a mind, God. How did you reason to that?
Because it doesn't, if I'm answering it, I might not be, but I'm trying, because it seems like there's no need for it.
You're restating the same claim in different words. When I
Sorry.
say
I'm
you've
trying.
decided that all the facts around you do not necessitate referencing the necessity of God.
Yes.
So when you say there's no need to do it, you're just simply restating the same position.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a different way to come at it then. I don't know that I can.
Because I watch a lot of these atheist talking head shows. I watch a lot of the so-called deconversion shows.
Mhm.
I'm not hearing from any of the YouTube atheists who I either listen to on a regular basis, the shows that you hang out on,
Mhm.
or the very few of them that are willing to have an interaction with myself. I'm not hearing from any of them in a concrete way why there is no God, other than this feigned, oh, I'm unconvinced.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's. I'm just sort of guessing here, but I mean, maybe that's why the approach is more of a. I don't know, what is it that said, like a lack of belief.
That's an ambiguity.
bec-
Everyone
yeah.
who
Oh, I'm,
everyone who denies the existence of God lacks belief in God. Okay,
sure. Yeah.
but
No, I
your
agree.
position is not a mere absence of belief. Your position is there is no God.
Yeah, I do believe that. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, good. So is that rationally grounded or is it irrational?
And unless there's a specific use of the word rational.
Your position is there is no God.
Yeah, I do believe that. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, good. So is that rationally grounded or is it irrational?
And unless there's a specific use of the word rational here that I'm unaware of, which is entirely possible.
Do you have a reason to believe there is no God?
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like if I say it again, it's probably going to be saying the same thing. So I don't want to.
Well, then you mean the genetic fallacy?
Yeah, I don't know that I would necessarily consider it to be that, but
that's a genetic fallacy. All these people in the times past, these ignorant Slavs, not that you said that, but
no,
these
definitely
people,
not.
yeah.
I guess we lost William or Bill or whatever. I think his name was William.
Yeah, I was wondering where Darth Dawkins was going to go with his genetic
there he is.
fallacy explanation. I think maybe he left by accident.
Yeah, my sound dropped for a second. I had to refresh. I hope I didn't miss anything.
I will say, so up to now, yeah, I think that this guy. First of all, I'm not an atheist, so this argument isn't really applying to nothing that has been said like challenges the way I think whatsoever, because my epistemological foundation is very different from this Dr. Josh Bowen guy. So it's interesting to see Darth Dawkins kind of get this guy to think about what he believes and why he believes it. I agree that his reasons that he's given so far are very bad. For instance, like, the Mesopotamians had a false god, so therefore there is no God. That's just not a good reason. But that's pretty much the extent of what we've determined up to this point. And
well, he's openly admitted he's not into philosophy. He's just into the thing that he studies, the
right. So that's
Mesopotamian histories. But it's not enough to base a belief in God or lack of belief in God, or
Yeah, so I agree. If this guy is going on atheist YouTube channels and trying to promote atheism, he
wrote a book.
Yeah, he wrote a book. So yeah, he's kind of a fraud, because clearly he's already demonstrated that his reasons are very bad. I wonder what his book said, because He hasn't. I mean, I'm sure his knowledge of ancient Near East history is vast and very expert and all that, well studied. But
it's not in philosophy though, and these are philosophical questions that he wasn't prepared to deal with.
yeah, so I think that honestly, I kind of commend this guy for he does seem like when Darth Dawkins asks him a question, he's thinking through it because you can tell he's trying to figure it out, and that's why we have to keep going around in circles because he's.
But guys, the point is that he's written a book on atheism, and he's in the domain of philosophy.
Well, Praise has written a book on biblical slavery, and that doesn't make I mean, it's the same thing. You can write a book without actually being an expert in anything.
Oh, I have a question for you, William. Did Praise I Am delete his YouTube channel?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been keeping tabs as of late.
I think he may have.
I can't find it. I haven't been able to see his YouTube channel for like.
They were going to Rumble last I heard.
Oh, really? I guess were they getting censored or something on YouTube? Or demonetized or something?
I don't know.
So he's written a book on philosophy, and he's saying, I don't really know much about philosophy. Darth has gotten him to Darth has gotten him to say now, I believe there's no God. So he's getting into his grounds for rational justification. And he's saying, well, I want to give you the answer, but I feel like it's the same answer. And he's saying,
I asked you earlier.
He's saying the answer that I gave you, he's saying the answer you've given me is a fallacy. Do you want to go back to a fallacy? So he's going to try to pop him out of that, saying, well, you can stay there if you want to stay in a logical fallacy. So it's a good point. It's a valid point.
I get that, but see, you said earlier that the book, because I haven't read it, but it's based on his experience in atheism, right?
His philosophy, right?
Which is without any knowledge of philosophy to begin with.
No, it's a philosophical position in the domain of philosophy, atheism. His experience, his worldview, his philosophy about how he sees the world as far as a God and not God world. With historical,
when he hears arbitrary, he just doesn't. It's like he's never thought about what that means. Arbitrary.
Well, that's Darth is being strangely kind and compared to how he usually is to him. But if you're going to write a book in the domain of philosophy and you don't know what arbitrariness is, that's going to be damaging to your position, especially when the fundamental aspect of your position is arbitrariness. Then your whole philosophy would collapse, which is ultimately where he's moving with him.
So if he's being honest, his book should contain his experience with atheism as it's based on the genetic fallacy that he's learned in his studies, right?
If he was being honest with this conversation as it ensues and when it ends, he would realize, damn, that conversation I just had, that this strange Darth Dawkins dude just pointed out that my position is based on a fallacy, and I just published a book. Yeah. The whole
I'm enjoying it. It's rich.
Can you clarify though how his argument is a genetic fallacy in the first place?
I can.
Well, Josh is doing it for you because he just asked him again, what is the rational grounds for believing there's no God? And I took it back a little bit because he's saying I want to answer, but I feel like it's the same answer.
Uh-huh.
It's based on his view of other people and how they came about believing in God, which he keeps saying that's a genetic fallacy. You're basing what you're calling your rational reasons on how other people came to a conclusion. So he's stuck there and he wants to draw that out.
Right. But I mean, the genetic fallacy, like it tells us that the source is rotten. Therefore, anything that comes from the source must also be rotten.
Well, that's one way to put it, but the way he's using it is the different sources of how people have come to believe in a God doesn't appeal to me, and I'm not convinced that anyone has good reasoning as to why they believe in God. Therefore, I'm not convinced there's a God either. That's
and it can't be determinate on whether there's actually a creator God or a source. What did he call it? An ultimate God or mind?
Yeah, so ultimately, that's what he's saying. That's not the determiner, right?
Right, exactly.
All I'm saying is that if it is a fallacy, I'm not sure it's a genetic fallacy. It might be a different one.
But you recognize the fallacy in the thinking there, that because the different cultures all even if you don't believe in the Bible, that doesn't
Mhm.
excuse the idea that there has to be some rationality, right, in your position. It can't just be because these other things don't mesh up with reality, therefore no God,
Right.
because it's just men, writing.
Well, if someone calls something irrational and then demonstrates why they think it's irrational, why it truly doesn't align with reality, I'm not sure that's fallacious.
Well,
Well, I think that
he's using the examples that he's focused on, historical examples, to say, look at
Mhm.
all these people and how they've irrationally come to this conclusion, and then
Okay.
he's convinced by those examples. That's what he's saying. I mean,
So his
that's what he's
argument
using.
is the earliest people had false gods, and so because gods evolved from gods, every god evolving from the original false gods are all false gods. Is that his argument?
Yes, something like that, right?
Because those gods aren't real, there's no God.
Right.
to me,
That's basically as far as his.
that's not a very good argument. That's not based in ultimate foundations. That's based in human.
Well, he's using only the definitions of gods that have been like already sort of laid out by those prior people, and saying none of these fit, therefore the thing that they're talking about doesn't exist, which is presumptuous, right? Like it could
It could be like you could look at a group of people over time and say, like, okay, these people are all talking about this higher power, and I'm looking back at all these cultures and all these people, and they seem crazy to me, and they all disagree. I don't want to believe in what they believe in. I don't want to do what they're doing. That's another way of sort of giving an overarching view of what Dr. Josh is doing. He's saying all these people have made all these claims and they all seem crazy and they're all in disagreement. Therefore, I'm not convinced this higher power exists. It's something along those lines. Darth is saying it's the genetic fallacy. Now, we can argue the specifics of the genetic fallacy, but it's in the same domain. Right?
It may not be the genetic fallacy exactly, but it's kind of it is kind of. I think the genetic fallacy is kind of like if you take a person. Well, Jimmy said that, and Jimmy's always wrong. So what he said now, I think that's the genetic fallacy. Like,
well, the important part is the original mind. Hold on. The important part is the original mind, which he asked Josh about.
Yeah, I
Right?
agree.
And I would like to ask Halsey.
Mhm.
Have you ever given a thought to what the original mind was or is?
The original mind. I'm not sure.
Even
exactly.
if you subscribe to evolution, there had to be a point where mind, if it's a thing, began.
I mean, do you mean the like level of self-awareness and like
Is
like
mind a thing? Is
intelligence and
is a
like,
mind
go
a
ahead.
thing?
A mind. I mean, a mind to me is the like electrical result of a working functioning brain. And
how does that relate to? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
So you think? Are you an atheist, Halsey?
No, but it's just that I think that you can't have the thing that's non-physical without the physical, and the non-physical part of being alive is our thoughts, the feelings. Our emotions have a chemical footprint, right? So we can measure that chemically, but it's also the feeling, right? The actual experience that we go through.
Right,
That's
but the chemicals don't.
but-
The chemicals don't cause the feelings. The feelings cause the chemicals.
But well, it's a two-way street, right? The chemicals can be induced and the feelings induced. The feelings
Right, but there's
can come
stimuli.
and the
There's
chemicals
external.
come.
There's typically external stimuli.
Yeah, there can be for sure. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I would
Yeah,
say-
of course. Yeah.
I would say that the mind and the brain interact, but to say that the mind is entirely contingent upon the brain is entering into unscientific territory, in my opinion.
I don't know if it's unscientific because I don't know of any studies that show that after the brain has died, there is a measurement that keeps going that we can see evidence of something happening that would indicate mind or
even bringing in mind is metaphysical, and you're coming from physicalist position ultimately.
All right,
so mind is just a concept. What is
Well,
mind?
no, it can't be just a concept. You would have to try to term it as such as a physicalist, but you're also using it as more than that. But let's try to
Okay, my point is that the non-physical and the physical are married, right? Like if you get into an accident and get you serious brain damage, and
How do you
have
account
no
for the
brain
non-physical?
activity- Hold on.
How
If
do
you
you
have
account
no,
for the? But Halsey, seriously, how would you account for the non-physical?
I think you're trying to ask how would you measure it
No,
beyond the brain.
I'm asking in
I mean,
Halsey's
you
worldview,
can.
Oh,
what is
okay.
non-physical?
Okay, yeah.
What is
As
the
far as
immaterial?
what? As far
As far as
as
anything you're claiming about it.
So you're saying, Halsey, that the mind, there's a non-physical component of the mind. How do you account for it?
I'm saying that, like, the electrical impulses that go through our brains and cause things to happen, like a memory to be retrieved from somewhere, or an experience to begin, or a feeling to begin because you've touched something, or you've heard something, or you've said something. There's all these things that we do, and the interactions of the brain just with itself and with the body are their energy. But the energy is not possible without the brain being alive and functional. So to me,
that's the claim. That's a claim too far. I know I interrupted you,
Okay.
but to say that the energy is not possible without the brain is exactly what we're trying to determine. So,
okay. Is the energy alive or aware? Like, is it in existence before a person is conceived? Does it move into them, or do they generate it? Do they generate it themselves?
In my opinion, yes, the mind does pre-exist the body. So awareness, consciousness pre-exists.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of that?
There is evidence for this. Well,
of it
first
before
of all,
or after death?
Both.
I mean, before birth or after death? I guess.
Well, first of all, we have to understand that when you examine the components of the brain, which is basically atoms and molecules, if you start at the most basic fundamental building block of the brain, let's just say an atom. Let's just simplify the brain to a single atom.
Okay.
And I know that's not what obviously that's not correct, but let's just start there and build from there.
Yeah, that's a good model for a lot of things. Go ahead.
Okay. So scientists cannot in any way establish, based on the known laws of physics and nature, how consciousness or a mind would emerge from an atom. Okay. Now that's obviously not what the brain is, just one atom. It's more than that. So let's just try to build. Let me try to build this.
Okay.
Let's say you put two atoms together and they're interacting with protons or electrons flowing in between them. But based on the known laws of electromagnetism and the nuclear forces and things like that, still there is no physical basis for a mind anywhere in that, or consciousness or feelings or anything.
Yeah, not yet. I mean,
not yet. So so the point is, the more you keep adding molecules, no assemblage of molecules at any point is there an emergence or understanding an emergence of an awareness or a mind, or because atoms aren't aware of anything. Two atoms put together aren't aware of anything. Three atoms put together aren't aware of anything.
Is your point that we can't build something that springs from, or what is your point?
Right. So there's no scientific basis for saying the mind is an emergent property of matter. None. No matter how you slice it.
That's simplifying it. That's reducing it to something that
because at the end of the day, all you have is matter and the interactions between them. You have.
Yeah, but the brain is very special kind of matter.
No, it isn't. It is. Sure it is. What's special about the molecules in the brain that are different from the molecules in a rock or water?
I mean, do we need to go to like a biology textbook and talk about what parts of the brain and the nervous system?
What is energy? What is energy? Tell me what
look, guys, let's try.
I don't want to go down this road.
I want to get back to the video, but emergent properties in a different.
Let me finish this. Let me 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. When you use the word energy, all we see, and this is all that the brain is electrons flowing between synapses. So when you use the word energy, energy is just electricity. Electricity is just the flow of electrons.
Right.
Where in the electrons is the consciousness, is the awareness? Because electrons themselves aren't aware. When you reduce the brain to physical matter, you have no basis for. And I'm not angry at you. I'm just trying to lay this out.
There's no reason to just reduce it to generic sort of physical matter.
Well, what's beyond
that? Say, look, this matter can't think, so So
Well,
there
tell
must
me
be
what's beyond
something.
matter in your worldview. What is beyond
It's not
matter?
a matter of what's beyond matter. Like this is a physiology and neurology and brain information
Right.
subject.
So Halsey,
You know? Yeah.
Halsey,
You want?
when
we
you
could
look at the
open up.
brain, all physical matter
Yeah.
is
Do you?
if you look at the brain in the synapses and the neurons and the neurons and the neurotransmitters, these are just molecules. Molecules are made of atoms. Atoms have protons, neutrons, and electrons. That's all.
In that
You have
viewpoint, they
nothing
might as
beyond
well
that.
be rocks when you talk about them like that. You're like, there's no difference because
Exactly.
it's
So there.
matter.
So,
No,
Right.
but there is a lot of difference.
so the brain.
You're ascribing
because
differences
the
to them
brain
because
is-
you, yeah.
Right.
So you want to go
That's
down to the
you're
atomic
seeing the
level
problem.
to
The
think
brain.
about this.
Hold on. You have to, because that's the basis of everything. So
Okay.
all you have at the end of the day
Mhm.
is a highly structured rock that is wet. Yes, that's all you have. So you can't get thoughts from that. If you can't get thoughts from a rock, you can't get thoughts from a brain. So you have to think about that.
So your argument is because a brain is like a rock and rocks can't think or be aware or experience things, then what? What's your
Not quite.
conclusion?
He's talking about justification for the claims we
brain-
get
the
into
same
emergent
basic
properties and
components
so
as a
forth,
rock.
like ascribing details to them that you have no accountability for. It's a detailed conversation, but can we just table it for now? So we can get back to this
Well,
video.
without going
Yeah,
into
okay,
actual
Halsey, I would love to
biology, I don't think we're
Here's the
gonna
thing.
get
AG,
anywhere.
I said 15 minutes. I said 15 minutes. It's been half an hour, so I am going to have to dip out. But I will watch the rest of this video, and I will continue this conversation another time, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Later.
All right. Take care, man.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. If you guys aren't into, we'll stop it too. That's fine.
On the contrary, I was going to ask you if you wouldn't mind continuing if it's no inconvenience.
Yeah. I'm into it enough, and it's fine.
Sure. Yeah.
But
No, I
your
agree.
position is not a mere absence of belief. Your position is there is no God.
Yeah, I do believe that. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, good. So is that rationally grounded or is it irrational?
And unless there's a specific use of the word rational here that I'm unaware of, which is entirely possible.
Do you have a reason to believe there is no God?
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like if I say it again, it's probably going to be saying the same thing. So I don't want to.
Well, then you mean the genetic fallacy?
Yeah, I don't know that I would necessarily consider it to be that, but
that's a genetic fallacy. All these people in the times past, these ignorant Slavs, not that you said that, but
no,
these people, these people, and maybe I shouldn't use those terms, but these people, they just came up with these ideas for phenomenon controlling the physical world. Okay, so they might be wrong. The point is, that doesn't get you to your position that there's no God.
Yeah, and I think so. I feel like we're talking about maybe two different things, and maybe we're not. Maybe I'm just missing it. That's entirely possible. I think that I would say that most of what drives me to disbelieve in the divine is my experience with, and when I say experience, I mean that more than just like emotional experience, I mean like intellectual, literary, whatever. With the religions, the concrete religions like Christianity, like those that you see in the ancient Near East. So, like, if this is why I made the statement at the beginning when you asked me if I'm an atheist, I said I think so. What I mean by that is, I certainly don't know that there is no God out there ever. I don't know how I'd possibly know that.
But you believe there's no God.
Yeah, I don't. I haven't seen. So the deities that I've interacted.
So
the deities
why do you believe there's no God?
Yeah, that's why I say I think it's inductive. So in the sense that.
But that doesn't. You've said that already. Okay, so that's the equivalent of saying that all the facts around you do not necessitate referencing the necessity of God. Okay, so how'd you determine that facts are independent of God? do facts derive from something else that you believe is ultimate that's not God?
It's, that's sort of like that sounds like a question that's probably way over my area of expertise.
The only way that you could determine that facts are unrelated to God is that you would first have to determine there's no God.
Yeah.
If you don't first determine that there is no God, then you could not ground that facts don't necessitate referencing God, could you?
Yeah. See, this is where I feel like this is why I'm trying to use the word believe, because determines seems like it's a knowledge. It seems like it's more of a knowledge claim. Maybe it's not.
Yeah, see, it's interesting. I'm trying to use the word believe because if I say I know, then I will have had to make a decision about that and made a determination. And since I don't want to do that, I want to use the word believe so I can kind of float in a position where I'm not making a determination and still knowledgeable. It's just an interesting.
Agnostic, but without admitting agnostic. It's like agnostic while claiming atheist.
Right. That's why when someone says they're agnostic, you want to point to their behavior. Well, you're claiming to be agnostic. What's the last God you prayed to? What's the last thing you did with the belief in God behind it? And typically they would come up with nothing. So you point out the behavior, again, the ethic. Ethics is human behavior. So you're living like there's no God. You don't want to claim it in philosophical conversation because you realize if you make that claim in the positive, you want to have rational grounds for it. So you can see how it becomes a little bit of a game, like a game in our own minds.
It's just a rash conclusion to jump to that there's no God, because you have to arrive. I mean, I don't know how you can arrive there with, claiming that you got there through evidence or anything like that.
Well, since you never can, that's where part of the advantage that the believer has, that Darth has on him in this type of discourse. It's a definite advantage there. And that's what he's focusing on, that he can't make that claim in the positive. So if you can't make that claim in the positive, Josh, what is it that you're really saying to yourself and moving forward and writing books with?
But it seems like it is.
Well,
was that one of you? Or was that Darth?
It was Darth.
Okay.
The difference between knowledge and belief is just sometimes a fine line and a matter of emphasis, because rarely do people have beliefs that have no warrant or justification whatsoever. And we reserve the word knowledge for the highest amount of warrant or justification, whereas belief is for lower or weaker warrant or justification. So
Yeah,
the point
I guess.
here. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I was just going to say, like this, like with something like, oh boy, let's see if I can dig back into my college philosophy. Who was it? Is it David Hume that had the problem of induction? Am I getting that right?
So
I think that's who it was.
Yeah.
Somebody will correct me.
So when you say you use induction, okay, you couldn't use induction to falsify God, because you would have to.
I agree.
So you first offered the genetic fallacy. The second line of reason is induction, okay? But you couldn't use induction to show that there's no relationship between facts and God unless you first determine that God does not exist.
Right. That's why I say it sounds like we're like moving into the realm of proof, and I certainly don't have anything like that.
So your God denialism then is irrational?
Maybe just for my sake, when you're using the term irrational, what do you mean?
Means that you have no reason for that belief.
I think I do have. Let me say it this way: it's the same way that I have reason that the sun will come up tomorrow.
Which is induction, right? The future will behave like the past. It's the very problem he just brought up about Hume.
I'm not understanding your point. Okay.
Like if I'm remembering it, it wasn't that like David Hume's big thing. Like you have no rational reason to conclude that the sun will come up tomorrow. And am I totally embarrassing myself here? Isn't that what he said?
No. I mean, I think that was his position, but as a Christian, I would disagree with him.
Sure. Yeah. No, right from that, but from my position or from my worldview. Or
what I want to know is
whatever.
you've offered two lines of reasoning why there is no God. Okay.
So we've talked about that a little bit before, Will. Like you sort of try to ascribe a probability to those types of ideas, right? In your mind, like a pattern recognition to probability. The sun being there tomorrow.
Yeah, probability.
Right. So it's the probability. The problem with that being a probability is when we look at probabilities, they typically have a defined set of numbers, right? Like the probability on a roulette wheel is 1 through 36 numbers, a 0 and a double 0. So 1 out of 38. And the probability of hitting a number on the roll of the dice is 1 out of 6, right? So there's a defined set of numbers. So it's something different when it has to do with, well, I've seen the sun every day of my life, and people in the past have had the same experience. So tomorrow I assume it's going to come up. It seems to be something other than a probability with a defined set, right?
Hold on now. It's where we are in time and technology. We can keep in a constant watch on the sun, and we know that it doesn't actually set or come up. It's always we're always moving around it, right?
Well, we can use different examples, sure. We don't want to use the sun, but different things that we have faith in. Like, I've sat in this chair 100 times. I'm going to sit in it for the 101st time, and there's a good probability it's not going to break beneath me. We can come up with different examples. Yeah.
Yeah, we trust like gravity is going to do what gravity does, right?
It's right, but I'm saying it's different than the way we think of probabilities in mathematics with a defined set, right? Like a roulette wheel or rolling the dice. I'm just trying to drive that idea of probabilities, or I'm trying to drive you away from the claim of probabilities, or trying to understand it better when you bring it up, because
I mean, there's a probability that with each step that gravity will cease to work, and I might float up into whatever happens when you don't have gravity. But what I'm saying is, with enough experience with it, we develop the trust that, yeah, I mean, I'm going to operate like there's 100% chance that gravity is going to be working with each step today.
You drive to the store every day for 30 years with no accidents. It doesn't really change the probability of you getting in an accident today, does it?
Well, even if you haven't been in an accident, you're aware that accidents happen, and there's a certain probability that it's going to happen to you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're kind of just loosely using the word probability when it's not an actual probability. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because there's not an actual probability that gravity is going to stop working, right?
Right. It's faith. Like, you can go to the store for 30 years without an accident, and you don't say, well, I have less probability of getting into an accident because I've done it for 30 years. It's just, it's faith, and it's the unknown to a degree.
All right.
You made an appeal to how the beliefs in gods developed in Mesopotamia. Okay, that turned out to be the genetic fallacy. Then you made an appeal to induction, which is also a fallacy, because in order to determine that all facts collectively don't indicate a universal or general principle, namely God, you would first have to determine God does not exist in order to rationally conclude there is no God. So appealing to induction doesn't get you there.
So if we're using rational in the same way that David Hume is using it, then I agree. Like, again, we're so far outside of my field talking about philosophy.
You're on the Talking Head Atheist shows all the time, okay, as an outspoken atheist. What I want to know from you, other than your first two lines of reasonings, which have turned out to be a fallacy in all due respect, I want to know why you believe there is no God. Because it's my position that atheists, both educated and uneducated.
What do you think about that? The way he admitted that your first two lines of reasoning have been fallacies. That's fine. Like, that seems odd. He's a nice guy for sure. He's willing to listen, but that seems like an odd admission in a way, just to be that comfortable with, like, oh yeah, the basis for my book and all the beliefs up until now, 30 years, just fallacies.
Could you go back to like maybe 10 seconds?
Yeah, I did. I just pulled it back. See.
Which have turned out to be from these shows all the time. Okay, as an outspoken atheist, what I want to know from you, other than your first two lines of reasonings, which have turned out to be a fallacy.
What were his first two lines of reasoning again?
Genetic fallacy was one.
And then he's appealing to inductive reasoning is the other one.
What's wrong with inductive reasoning?
Well, he's pointing out that he would have to exhaust all of the inductive, if I have this right, all of the inductive philosophies. He would have to exhaust them to the point where he can claim there's no God.
He'd have to thoroughly every possible option and then consider ones that haven't been we have no knowledge of yet to make that determination, which is impossible.
Not humanly possible. So he's got two distinct fallacies at the base of his reasoning, and he's like, oh, that's fine. Maybe he's just saying it in the manner to move the conversation forward. I just found it odd when the way he said that.
So far outside of my field, talking about philosophy.
Well, you're on the Talking Head atheist shows all the time. Okay, as an outspoken atheist, what I want to know from you, other than your first two lines of reasonings, which have turned out to be a fallacy in all due respect, I want to know why you believe there is no God. Because it's my position that atheists, both educated and uneducated alike, are motivated by a prime directive. They do not want there to be a God, so they collect for themselves all sorts of cliches, slogans, and catchphrases that they think are rationales, but in fact they're not. So if that's not the case with you, if your God denialism is not because you don't want there to be a God and you're just collecting atheist cliches, what is your reason why there is no God?
Yes, I mean, just to sort of maybe talk to that for a second, like, I was an evangelical Christian for 26 years. I pastored a church out in Virginia. And when I went to Johns Hopkins, my first year there studying this ancient Mesopotamian literary text.
Did you go to Capital Bible Seminary?
Please, sir.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't he just resort back to another form of that same genetic fallacy that I've done this and therefore no God? Yeah, okay.
Right,
Make sure I
right.
caught the switch.
Inadvertently, I would say he's kind of, well, no, I don't think he's trying to formally use that, but I think his mind is just organically going there. It's a good point.
I mean, what's wrong with him saying that he's had, he had like years of considering God was real and was like many believers,
the Christian God.
Nothing is wrong with it, but it just, it's a psychological point. I think that, well, Will is making the point that he's moving into a fallacy inadvertently, but there's a psychological point to be made about how he thinks in general.
Let me address Housey if I could, because Housey, he's doing the same thing that he was doing with the other, like he just said, all the Mesopotamian stuff. It's saying, it's just people getting stuff wrong or right. Now he's going, I was a Christian in this denomination, and wrong or right, he's using this and saying, I didn't see anything in it, therefore also no gods. So now we've excluded everyone but the Christian God again, and he's saying, with my experience with this one thing, I've determined no God because of this. This is just the same thing that he's accusing of the Mesopotamians and the Hebrews and the Akkadians of doing. And he's just saying, okay, this is just another brand of this. And because I didn't find it here, then again, no God of any kind. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's the same.
Well, that's just like saying, like, we don't have evidence of living robots made of gold and gems and stuff like this, but just because we haven't seen them or can't prove that they don't exist means that they might or they must, depending
difference
on
in a physical claim and an immaterial creator. There's a difference. There's a distinction there, but also this. It's not that
Does God not have any material aspects to himself?
Will's pointing out he might be moving into a logical fallacy. Maybe he may or may not, which is a good point. But it's also speaking to his psychology, right? Like about how he thinks in general. So it's just interesting that he's bringing this up.
What's the opposite of the thing I just put in the side chat?
The opposite of what's that? Like unfalsifiable claims. If that was your position, that you were saying, I can think of things that you can't disprove, therefore they exist, that wouldn't be a good argument. That wouldn't be a good argument for a Christian position, if that helps.
Right, like that's that second thing, that's the opposite, right? You can't prove God exists, so it must be that God does not exist. The only difference is that one deals with a positive claim and proof that positive claim can be somehow verified out in the world, because it's really hard to say.
Whose argument is that?
It's just it's an example of an argument, like an argument from ignorance.
I mean, I wouldn't use that argument if that's not my argument.
Well, this is a fallacious argument. I'm just giving you the example of, like, it's kind of, I thought that this was a little bit more along the lines of what he's saying. Like he can't verify that any of these gods existed from all these people. So therefore none of those gods must be they must not have existed, and none of them must have been God.
Well, he can't be sure about any of this, and that's where he's moving. That he can't be sure of any of the things he thinks, and any of the things he's learned, and any of the things he's written. And now he's going to move into his epistemology, saying, "What do you actually know?" And that's where he sort of clenches this.
Well, and that's why some people make the distinction between agnostic versus Gnostic atheists, because agnostic atheists usually say, "I don't have a reason to believe in God, but I don't claim knowledge whether or not God exists or not."
That's why
you
want to move into their epistemology of what they actually do know and what they can know for certain. And if you find that they really are saying they don't know anything, well, the things that they say they can't know and they don't know, they can't even get to any knowledge in general. So it's sort of it nullifies their general claim of
it's not knowledge, it's strong belief.
The theory of how they come to knowledge becomes nullified by their own epistemology. They don't actually know anything at all.
Right, but isn't it always that we are only ever dealing with degrees and levels of belief?
No, that's what Darth would want to point out is fallacious reasoning, that if you take that position, you're never going to be able to make any positive claims, and anything you say can be dissected down to that level, and you don't live like that, and you're not talking like that.
Well, in some cases it's true. Like in the case of being able to prove God does or does not exist, that is true. You can't, right? Because nobody has evidence of one or the other being absolutely true, and here it is. Like,
well, you don't use That's why you
Go ahead.
don't use an inductive or deductive argument. You use a transcendental argument. It's a separate form of argumentation.
I'm just saying that knowledge, the claim of knowing, is something that I don't feel anyone can honestly say they do when it comes to God.
I understand. And that's why people like Darth and others who have a stronger argument use a transcendental argument. But that's something that you might want to look into as time goes on, or we can talk about more. Transcendental arguments versus inductive or deductive arguments.
Yes, I mean, just to sort of maybe talk to that for a second. Like, I was an evangelical Christian for 26 years. I pastored a church out in Virginia. And when I went to Johns Hopkins, my first year there, studying this, ancient Mesopotamian literary texts.
Didn't you go to Capital Bible Seminary?
I did, yeah.
Yeah,
studied under Todd Beale. Yeah,
that's a good seminary.
Yeah, they
I've heard this argument.
the languages into me. I had a lot of fun there.
Okay, So your reason that there is no God is?
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say that. Sorry, because you asked about the. Do I want am I one of those that wants there to be no God?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Okay, then,
I mean,
what's your reason? Then what's your reason that's not fallacious? That there's no God.
So I guess I'm getting
That's pretty hard.
hung up on fallacious.
Harsh, but not like too harsh because it's fair. What's your reason that's not fallacious? There's no God. We've just spent a half hour getting through your two fallacious reasons. What's the one that's not fallacious, right? Trying to go into a seminary is 26 years. Okay, that's cool.
Well, it's like an argument from authority, right? I went to school for this, and I've studied it deeply, and therefore I've come to the conclusion that it's not true.
Yeah, he was trying to do something there, and Darth is like, "Okay, that's cool. I've done my background work on you. I know you went to the seminary. What's your reason? That's non-fallacious." Just his way of just let's get back to it, right? Aside from this.
The appeal to authority as a fallacious thing is something that is usually appeal to authority that is not applicable to the thing that's supposed to be needing an authority on. My dentist told me that I shouldn't get this one cancer treatment. That's an appeal to false authority.
Well, the appeal to authority itself is very tricky because authorities can lie. Authoritative information can be
right, but there are legitimate authorities, right?
Who is the arbiter of what authorities are legitimate becomes the question.
I would think if someone is an authority on a topic, I would think that they would have studied lots of information and different angles of looking at it, analyzing it, etc. I would think that they would. I
don't think you're ready for this one, Halsey.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Because this gets into the studies of authority, anarchy, all that stuff, which is prior to even studying.
Well, I think that Darth is throwing some terms around that he doesn't, I don't think that he is applying them correctly when it comes to like how he's calling things fallacious. I think he's doing that to throw this guy off.
No, so far I haven't. I want you to be specific then, because I haven't heard him call out. I mean, he might be. If you don't think it should be called the genetic fallacy, fine. But he did point out a valid fallacy, or I say a valid, but and he accurately pointed out a fallacy in Josh's reasoning when he's talking about these ancient scriptures or books and stuff, and saying, okay, because of these, no God.
Yeah, you don't want to fall into the fallacy of a gross generalization of saying, well, I think that he's not really calling out specifics without being specific yourself. You're gonna fall into some sort of fallacy by making that very claim. So you have to be specific.
I mean, could you explain to me what a gross generalization is?
Well, I didn't mean it in the formal sense of that you're using a gross generalization. I'm saying you're making a generalization about what he's doing.
Oh, no,
use the one on the table. There's one right on the table right now with Josh's claim that because of his research into all the Mesopotamian, Akkadian, all of this ancient religion, that he's determined from that there are no gods or God, that and then by that there's no reason that anything is rational. If there's no original mind, and this is all coincidental or whatever.
I mean, I've heard the idea that, we can't have logic without God sort of giving it to us. And I personally don't believe in that angle.
You have logic. You have logic without it in your worldview. You say, I use logic. I say, Halsey is logical. I agree with you. We ask for the accountability or the justification for the immaterial, invariant logic that you use. We're going beyond saying, yeah, we use it. We all agree on it. But how can you explain it or account for it in your worldview? And typically the atheist is cornered there saying, well, it just seems to be the case. It just is. And then you point out that they have an arbitrary position on an immaterial, invariant law that they have faith in and they call necessary.
I mean, to me, logic is just a natural emergence of intelligent thought and the ability to observe things and observe consequences and observe comparisons and analyzing things.
That's not
It's a
getting to the root of
process.
what's. It's not the getting to the root of what's being asked. The accountability for the thing itself.
The process, because it's not a thing; it's a process.
Well, if you're going to say it's just a process, then you're going to be you're making a different argument. What is the process based on? What's behind the process that keeps it in place? It's a faith-based claim ultimately. And if it's not, is it material?
It's okay. So look, before we had like the formal study of logic and people identifying maybe patterns of thought and ways that people spoke and tools that people used to take over or derail conversations or discredit a speaker. All of these are strategies, right? Before those all had names and people defining them and writing them down and everything, people had experiences with these things just by learning about the consequences of dealing with life and with people.
Okay.
They would, you know what? And there's some loose proof. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but before you knew anything about just loose proof, like proof that I would say is like casual. Okay, casual, right? Meaning I can't tie it to anything except for my own observation. Hold on, please don't laugh. I mean, everyone has their own observation.
When I hear when I hear a term like loose truth, it makes me a little bit
proof, not truth. Proof, not truth. I didn't say proof.
Okay, well, proof about something that's true.
Proof about when you before you knew anything about fallacies and you encountered one out in the world, like either in I don't know, a news story or in someone's your interaction with someone or a salesperson, maybe someone that kind of pulled a fast one on you, right? It might have been possible that you didn't know exactly what just happened. You knew that something had gone wrong in the conversation and or the interaction, that now things were in a kind of a different place than they were a minute ago.
This is what happens to Josh right here. And he does make a follow-up video with someone who's an anti-Darth Dawkins, because he goes through a session with him saying, look, I know what happened. You got caught off guard by Darth Dawkins' sales pitch, and we're going to stop it play by play and show you what he did. So what you're bringing up is what Josh thinks happened afterwards. And he goes through a video with another guy who explains what happened to him. Interestingly enough.
And honestly, like this guy, if he's admitting in the first lines of this conversation that he's not a philosophy guy, it's very, very possible.
Book, though.
Well, he wrote a philosophy book that he wrote a book that fits into the philosophy category, right?
His philosophy, his worldview.
Right, but if I say I'm going to tell you my philosophy, that's not necessarily a philosophy.
Someone writes a book, like there's people that talk about things like we do on YouTube. When you get to the level of writing a book, someone's obviously it's on the table. You can challenge their philosophy, especially when they write a book about philosophy, and that entails how they justify knowledge, how they have knowledge, where it starts.
I mean, he didn't write a book all about philosophy. He wrote about his own philosophy, which is different from writing about philosophy as a topic.
He's not writing about philosopy as a topic. We know that. This is a worldview argument, which is an argument about your worldview, your perspective of the world.
The only reason that I asked or that I said that thing about him not being a philosophy guy is because if he's not a philosophy guy, it's very possible that he never went down the roads of learning about or studying or making it his business to dive into things like fallacies.
But he wrote a book about it. But he wrote a book.
So
about philosophy without understanding fallacies.
I understand what you're saying, Halsey. Like he's not equipped necessarily to be an authority on philosophy. But the point about it is that there are other people who have thought about these things, and it's on the table, and it's relevant to ask people how they come to the conclusions they come to, especially when they're writing books. That's all he's doing. It's fair territory. It is fair territory.
Yeah, I'm looking at his books. I'm trying to find the one that talks about fallacies.
Well, if Darth buys his book at the end.
Hold on.
Okay.
his book on atheism is his philosophy, and he wrote a book about philosophy without understanding fallacies.
But people that are like philosophers, I guess you could call them, people that study and make that their work. Not all of them go down those paths where they go into like pure, logical.
Okay,
like
but
definitions.
that's why he's on his ass in this conversation
Right.
with Darth. Darth is eating him up because he doesn't understand how he's rushed to a determination to say there's no God without actually thinking about it rationally.
Okay.
Which, when you talk about there being no God, you are in the domain of philosophy. This is not a scientific domain.
Well, you're in the camp of gnosis, and how do you know? Like there's no way to know, so that's why it's dishonest.
That's your philosophy, and that's Dr. Josh's philosophy. That's why he's being questioned. If you don't know, and if he doesn't know, why are you writing books that there is no God?
Well, he thought he did know, right?
Well, he did think, he
according
thought
to
he
this
knew, and then he met Darth. Then he met Darth Dawkins, and he's rethinking it.
Hold on, wait. Housey, would you agree that he's getting the shit kicked out of him?
No, I think that Darth is throwing around a lot of terms that he's not familiar with, and he's throwing them out there to see if he reacts correctly, and he's not reacting correctly, which is showing Darth that he knows nothing about fallacies. And so Darth is now free to accuse him of anything he wants.
Isn't this classic Darth derangement syndrome? Darth has been very calm and collective. He's walked him through it. He's let him answer in every He's let him answer in every way possible and said, "Look, I'm just not hearing how you know this." And you're going into how you don't like what Darth is doing. That's typical Darth derangement.
No, it's not liking what he's doing or not. I'm saying that I see his strategy.
And you're saying it's not working?
No, I'm saying that it's only working because this guy is completely ignorant of what specific fallacies are and whether or not his ideas are fallacious.
Right. That's what I was saying. He wrote a book about his philosophy without understanding the fallacies that make up his philosophy.
Right.
Well, the thing is, though, I don't know if there might be some fallacious thinking, but the way that Darth is throwing out like identifiers for the supposed fallacies he's committing, he's wrong some of the time. And
well, you can point that out. Then that's the best we can do here. You just point it out.
No problem. Let's keep going.
I mean, so the reason that I determined that my belief in the God of the Bible.
I didn't mention the God of the Bible. We're talking about your atheism.
No, I'm trying to like walk through the process.
You see how he locked himself into that house.
It didn't.
You see how he locked himself. He volunteered the Christian God in his experience in religion. Mm-hmm. Darth never pushed him into the Christian God. Josh went there on his own.
He's been there though. Like he was a believer once.
No, it doesn't matter. What Darth hasn't pushed the Christian God yet.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that, JG? He hasn't been specific about the God. He's left that open to Josh.
He's only asking about his positive claim about atheism, which is the best position for him to be in, saying, just tell me why there's no God, why you're an atheist. That's all he's done this far. And he can't get an answer from him. All he's done is point out two fallacies of the answers he's gotten, and he's just staying right there saying, I've gotten two fallacies in a half hour. Tell me why there's no God. That's all he's done.
Hold, right? And so, I mean, like I left Christianity kicking and screaming. But then it sort of broadened to, well, like the same reasons that I don't think that Christianity stands up as an accurate representation of reality or whatever.
Well, how would you? Okay, so the Christian worldview, what you're just saying is simply not true, right?
Oh, sorry. The Christian worldview is not true. Yeah, I think that's the case. Yeah.
Okay. And how did you determine that?
Yes, I mean it's probably it's probably a longer conversation.
Yeah, because you just wrote a book, The Atheist Guide to the Old Testament, right? So you must have so you must have a good reason why Christianity as a worldview is categorically false. What would that be?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of multivaried. So, for example, the things that I was brought up to understand as God being providing prophetic oracles in the in the Hebrew Bible that come about in the New Testament, and Moses being the author of the Pentateuch, and this being a divinely inspired book that was inerrant. Those sorts of things are incredibly problematic.
What's problematic about the Bible? Why would any proposition whatsoever be off limits if the Christian worldview is false? Or excuse me, we shouldn't say false, because outside the Christian worldview, how could you determine that any proposition is off limits? What ultimately would make any proposition off limits?
Would make any proposition off limits.
Yeah.
Can you hold on for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Is he saying, like, when he says if the Christian worldview is incorrect, then that leaves, it's basically anything goes, right? That's
he's
what
making
saying?
he's showing his claim in the positive. He's pointing out his worldview starts with the Christian worldview. That's the only reality that he knows that makes sense. He's pointing out and taking a positive position, which is always the case with him, but he's making it known at this point in the conversation.
Right, but he's also saying that if I feel like he's explaining Josh's point of view to him by saying that if he believes the Christian God is not true, or the Christian Bible and God story, whatever, is not true, then it's basically anything goes, because if not God, then everything else that's possible, right? If not the Christian God, then anything else is possible, right? We could have like a totally different God than we would expect. It could be any of the religions that are not Christianity.
Another way of saying it is, he's saying, like, if there's no Christian God, what? I had it for a second there. Another way of saying it would be like, he's trying to point out ultimately the absurdity of his position. He's saying, well, if you're saying there is no Christian God, then we can just say whatever we want to, because we have no basis for reality in the first place. Which might be,
that's a fallacy in itself too.
How so?
Because he's trying to make a determination and say that it could only be this particular idea of or concept of God that can work, and everything else is foolish, and we couldn't know anything if it wasn't this particular way. And again, without knowing all of the potential possibilities out there, and all the the things that we do and don't know as a species, which Darth can't claim to have examined every God claim. We don't know. That's where he's making a determination that's a fallacy.
Well,
he can
you
propose
could try to argue that with him, but he's making that claim in the positive, saying the Christian worldview is the precondition necessary for all reality, for knowledge, for morality.
He's guessing.
Yeah, that's cool.
He's
I mean, but
saying
it's an assertion, but it's not based in anything. I mean, it's like me saying that all that's based in Thor.
No, it's not the same as that, because then you have to make a prescriptive argument of how Thor made those things happen. You would have to go and have an argument and use explanatory power against Darth about how Thor did those things, and you would probably just need to move to borrow from his worldview.
No, the whole thing is it'll come down to a claim of a source of information, which will go to the Bible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and so that is not a greater claim than saying the Greek myths, the Norse myths. It's claiming a source that's based on humans relating information.
So now you'd be in a worldview argument with Darth, saying, well, I think it's Thor, you think it's the Christian.
No, I wouldn't actually think it's Thor. I'm just saying it's the equivalent.
It might as well be, though. Right?
What I'm saying is, in your worldview, as you're asserting, if you were talking to Darth, you would make this point that you just made and say, Darth, you're assuming that the Christian God is the precondition necessary for all reality. That's a broad claim. William, can say it is Thor. And he would say, if that's your position, move forward. then you would either go, well, it's not my position, or you would move forward with that position, and then you would be arguing your position versus his. You can take that route. A presuppositionalist would want you to do that because there's
Right.
different ways to go about doing that. And I think that's what you, with all due respect, you may not realize that's
Right,
his
but
point, because you're assuming it's that you could just do that and get away with it.
He still can't get around his source document being the equivalent of any other mythological book.
It's a commitment issue in his worldview that utilizes transcendental argumentation, and that's where the explanatory power
It's
is.
not, but it's not transcendental argumentation. It's a specific argument, isn't it?
It's
A kind of
a
deductive argument that appears to the necessary conditions that make experience and knowledge possible.
It's not just a transcendental. Hold on, it's
Go
not just a transcendental argument as Aristotle or Immanuel Kant would bring forth. It's a grounded transcendental argument using and utilizing the Christian God and the Christian Bible. So that the whole argument is a total package. It's a paradigm view. It's a worldview. It's a meta level argument. If you want to take your argument or your God and argue in the same way, he would welcome that. You would likely falter on explanatory power in that type of argumentation, but you could try it.
Well, I mean, any assertion is no, you're saying that the source matters, and I say the source matters too, but we're still dealing with assertions made by men about the topic.
Yes, you can say that that's what we're dealing with. However, it doesn't disprove your interlocutor's argument.
No, I'm not saying that it's definitely not that God. I'm just saying it's one of the possibilities. You can't just isolate it and say, "Oh, I'm right because I've chosen this."
Well, I understand that that's your current worldview, but it's going to be a little bit more complicated for you to point that out depending on who you're dealing with. It's the best I can give you right now.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't waste my time talking to Darth. He has a script and he's got to get you to play that. As soon as you start getting off his script, he gets very frustrated and wants to help you.
He would allow you to make that argument, knowing that you would fail, because you can't just posit Thor into a transcendental argument and make it work.
Well, it wouldn't be.
You're assuming that you can.
It wouldn't be solidly Thor. I'm just saying it's putting up any option and saying, okay, well, this is what it is, and I've got a book, that you don't understand, but I understand it, and this is what it means.
I know, and I'm saying I understand what you're trying to do. You're assuming that you can do that and make it work, and I'm saying it's more difficult than you may think it is. But I understand.
No more difficult than him trying to prove that the Bible's origin is God.
Again, you're saying the same thing. You've come to a conclusion that whatever he's doing, you can do as well.
Yeah,
ultimately,
absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Anyone could. If you have a source material that's hearsay, and that's what you're basing it on, you're not going to be able to get a dominant claim.
You're assuming that you can just posit any idea into a transcendental argument and make it work. And I would say that I don't know how you have the knowledge that you can make that work, but you seem to be confident that you do have that knowledge. So I would challenge your epistemology ultimately.
Okay. It's not based on an old Hebrew tribal mythology, so I don't know if that would be satisfying to you unless it was based on an old tribal Hebrew mythology.
Well, I mean, I'd want to know what it's based on, not what it's not based on, right?
But you can see that the Bible is based on old Hebrew tribal mythology.
I mean, aside from that, if your epistemology comes into question, we want to know the specifics of how you have knowledge. We don't want you to point out things it's not from. We want you to point out specifically what it is from. You see, and then when you just try to start positing things, your honesty and integrity are come into question. Hold on.
Likewise, when someone names a god,
is that your actual worldview? Is that actually what you believe? So there's an integrity involved in it, and I think that's why he gets caught up and fed up with people, is because they continue to try that. They continue to try to say, well, he's doing something impossible that I can't get around, so I'm just going to borrow it and I'm going to copy it and I'm going to posit something else. It's quite familiar in the realm of presuppositional argumentation. In fact, there's somebody who came up with a transcendental argument for not God. They tried that route too. It's been tried all over the place, but what it comes down to is honesty, integrity, and can you make it work on a metaphysical, epistemological, and ethical level? Again, the ethical level, when you start positing things that aren't your actual worldview, would be a non-integral move, right? A dishonest move. So there's many ways to go about going after what you're saying you could do.
Well, he's made a positive claim to the Christian God, therefore he has to evidence that it's the Christian God.
Yes, he's going to do that with a transcendental argument.
He'll try to apply it, but I don't think that it has legs.
Right. So once you disagree with it, you're going to have to go into your epistemology of how you know it's not the case, and you're going to fall somewhere where Josh has fallen in here in this conversation about atheism, which he's going into his epistemology now, slowly but surely, because he's made the claim, that he's positively an atheist. So there's a similarity between what you're saying and what's happening here. So it's good.
I think that Darth is going to put forth something fallacious as his argument, and he'll try to pass it off as not fallacious. We'll see.
I don't know that I understand.
Yeah. Well, if somebody presents to me something as a Christian to me, I say, no, I don't believe that, because that's inconsistent with what God has revealed. It's my Christian worldview. And the ultimacy there in the God of the Bible, which is the final court of appeal, which mitigates against a certain proposition. But if you object to certain propositions in this world, like it's superstitious to think that walking under a ladder is going to give you bad luck, or that there are certain errors in the Bible, what would ultimately and fundamentally ground that any proposition, including certain statements in the Bible, would be off limits?
Oh, you mean like why would like a contradiction be problematic or something like that?
Yeah, if you say, this verse in the Old Testament is off limits, and this verse in the Quran is off limits, and somebody walking under a ladder, it is off. It would, being superstitious, bad luck from that would be off limit. Why would any in a not Christian worldview, why would any proposition be off limits ultimately?
That's a good question. I don't know that I have the expertise to answer it well.
So then you have no grounds to object to any propositions from the Bible, then, do you?
Let me try to be clear. It sounds like a similar question to, I hate to keep going back to it, but it's the only thing I can think of at the moment. But like the problem with induction, like I don't have a good answer for the problem with induction.
You think that certain things in the Bible are problematic and consequently false. But in your not Christian worldview, there's no final court of appeal or ultimate state which dictates what is, can be, or cannot be to make any proposition off limits.
I mean, I don't know that there isn't one. I just don't know that I know what it is.
Okay, if you don't know what it is, then how can you say any proposition is off limits?
Can I ask you, what is the problem with induction? What is the fallacy in that?
We're limited.
You can't exhaust all theories of induction.
Well, because it deals with degrees of probability, right? It's not certain
that the probability conversation we were having earlier. Like, what is a probability, as you're claiming? The term
I'm just
probability.
talking probability versus certainty.
You're gonna have to do more than that, because probability is
that's not
mathematical. Are you talking about a mathematical probability, or like using it in a colloquial way as just a term?
The probability of a conclusion being true when given certain premises, versus when we're dealing with a conclusion necessarily following, meaning it's definitely going to be true.
A deductive argument.
Yeah. Versus inductive. We're just talking about. Go ahead.
Inductive goes into a priori knowledge, which is things like uniformity in nature, identity over time, and induction.
It doesn't have
the future
to,
like the past.
It doesn't have to.
Well, they're always part of the argument, whether they're pointed out or not.
Right, so, but what I'm interested in when I mention deductive arguments is when we come across one that doesn't sound right, we can analyze it because we know how to do that and see whether or not it follows that. Yeah, that it's valid. Well, valid is a given. So if it's sound, then it's valid. But yes, if it's sound, exactly.
So what are you asking though? Because we're not talking about if you're asking about a transcendental argument, it's not in either of those categories. That needs to be understood.
No, I asked you what was the problem with induction, and you said
The
that you couldn't.
inexhaustibility of all inductive arguments that Josh would have to hold in order to say he has exhausted the possibility of God being possible through inductive argument. He can't exhaust
or not possible, right?
He can't get to the exhaustion of that conclusion.
Right. He can only make a best guess based on what he sees as possible and probable.
So that's not really going to get him to the conclusion that God doesn't exist. He's just going to say that's my best guess.
It seems to me that God does not exist would be way more
So
honest than saying
Darth
God
is
does not
going.
exist. Yeah.
Darth is going beyond people saying it seems to me. He wants to know more. It's on the table. It's allowable, right? In philosophy.
Well, I mean, it's just like the difference between saying when you like if you were to go out in public and you say so and so is a junkie and they spend $100 on heroin every week, or you go out in public, hold on, and say I believe that this is happening. The first one is a lie. The second one is a squirrely way to slander someone in public without committing to it, right?
We're talking about different types of arguments. We're talking about the argument about the conditions of all reality when we're talking about God and not God arguments versus evidence of a heroin junkie. These are different domains of argumentation, right? They're different levels. We don't conclude things the same way. We don't argue things the same way. We don't argue if someone has a blue shirt or a red shirt versus do they exist at all. So there's different levels of argumentation. These are deeper metaphysical, philosophical arguments. I think a lot of times that's why I might cut you off, or people might cut you off, because it's not that your examples are bad. It's just that they're on the higher rungs of the ladder versus the foundation of what's holding up the ladder itself. And you like to go into descriptive explanations of things, but we're talking about the things before the ladder even exists, or why the ladder exists and how the ladder exists.
I don't know. I think I had like a point with the thing that I said, but then I forgot it right when I stopped talking and you started, and then it just went poof. So I have no idea. Like, I know that was for a reason I said that, but I had a follow-up thing, I'm pretty sure, but it went away. So sorry about that. It would have been more clear maybe with it. I don't know.
And I don't know that there isn't one. I just don't know that I know what it is.
Okay, if you don't know what it is, then how can you say any proposition is off limits, even including questioning the Old or New Testament?
Well, Halsey, you wanted to know why the inductive argument didn't work. That was your original question, right? And Will answered it. He can't exhaust all those possibilities. So you want to move into your best guess. And you want to, I guess you want people to be able to say, look, it's our best guess. We've exhausted many possibilities. Isn't that enough? Right? Like you want there to be a point where there's enough exhaustion so we can make a reasonable conclusion. But he's pointed out, and he's got Josh to commit to saying there is no God. I live like there is no God. So they're beyond that.
Right. But I mean, to say that you live like there is no God and then to make the statement there is no God are two different things.
Yes, they are. And if you don't want to be like Dr. Josh, then when you're having these conversations, try not to commit with people to saying there is no God. And then with certain people, you'll be able to get away with that. But
you'll probably, go ahead.
Yeah, more articulate people won't let you get away with it, and they'll continue to move you into a position like was done here, where you say, well, yeah, that is ultimately what I'm saying. There is no God. I wrote a book about it, and since you pressed me enough, I can't really think of an alternative. That's what theists move to do. They want to snap you out of your vain philosophy, where you're trying to pretend that you're being open-minded, but you're actually living and professing in a closed-minded way, and you don't see it.
I don't know about that. I mean, I know there's lots of people out there that felt they they tried their best to like be inside of and commit to and be part of like a religious thing. And, you know, it just either it took root and then the roots failed, or it just couldn't take root.
I don't know how that applies
And they
to
weren't
what I'm
given that
saying
gift
to
of
you, though.
faith, you know?
I don't know how that applies to what I just said to you. I think you're talking about something else.
It did apply, but I'd have to go back and listen to make sure that I was applying it correctly. Anyway, go ahead. Keep going.
All right.
I guess it would be based on, and I'm sure I'm saying things that you've heard before, so forgive me, but I suspect it's based on things like logic and reason.
Is there something that ultimately exists that makes what is, can be, or cannot be, including logic?
I'm not sure.
So you're using "I'm not sure" as an attack against the Bible?
I don't think I would say it that way.
Well, wait a minute. You just wrote a book called "An Atheist Guide to the Old Testament."
That's one of those moments like, I don't think I'd say it that way, but yes, that is what I'm saying. I don't know. I just appreciate it, but I understand why you guys might not, but I think it's funny.
I don't think I would say it that way.
Well, wait a minute. You just wrote a book called "An Atheist Guide to the Old Testament." Mm-hmm. And even though we're not agreeing and I'm, hitting you with hard questions, maybe I could snag an electronic copy of your book in my DMs.
I'd be happy to send you one. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll be happy to send. I can send you a PDF of it.
I'd like to read that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think I guess what I
see, I'm getting a plug-in for your book.
No, I appreciate that. I think what I would say, like, you're probably right about, like, I don't know. Again, anybody like you or anybody else listening to me, this is completely not my field. So
okay, well, let's talk about your field. Let's talk about your field. Okay, you wrote a book called "The Atheist Guide to the Old Testament," which I haven't had a chance to read through, and I look forward to reading it. Okay, but you obviously in that book call into question certain propositions that are either wrong or fallacious or simply are off limits for whatever reason. So in your worldview, what makes any proposition off limit, including statements in the Bible?
Yeah, I mean, I think the furthest I'd be able to, quote unquote, go back, for me anyway, with my training in philosophy, which is none, would be, to say, like, I don't know, the laws of logic or something. Like, you can't have.
Well, the laws of logic don't stand in causal relations, making what is, can be, or cannot be, other than it just stipulates that an entity is what it is in a time index, and it cannot equal or coexist with.
Yeah, you get that a lot in these conversations. God can't exist because logic, but I don't know why that is, that people think logic has explanatory power in itself. Logic is just a tool that we use for consistency, is it not?
I think it's a way we measure probabilities.
Back to probabilities. The thing is the thing. The thing can't be the thing and not the thing, right? Identity and non-contradiction. So when we're analyzing things, we're using this tool, this law of logic, as consistency, a basis for consistency, to point out when people are moving away from it into a fallacy. So he's pointing out that the logic itself doesn't have causal power or explanatory power about what is or isn't. It's just a way of navigating consistently through our theories and our philosophies.
Like suppositions, we all utilize logic, right?
We all utilize it. What I'm saying is that when you think about it further, it doesn't really have any explanatory or power or relation to causality, does it?
No, it's sort of like a measurement, right? Or a testing, a way to test if something holds.
Yeah, a tool,
Yeah, it's like a template or
consistency
rubric.
tool. Right. And I think I hear that so often, like, oh, well, I don't believe in God because logic. I mean, you know what I mean? In a simplistic way, you do hear that a lot. Sometimes you hear it that simply, but sometimes you hear like longer explanations, which result in the same thing.
I would volunteer that I wouldn't believe in a Trinity because of logic. But I mean, that doesn't affect whether I would believe in a God, because it's not illogical to believe in a God.
Yeah. And, the Trinity is interesting and complex. And I remember I told you about the essence energy distinction. And I don't know if you looked into it further. Did you look into the analogy of the sun?
And the rays.
Yeah, yeah. It's
We
an
talked about it a
interesting way to
little
think
bit.
about it. Yeah. Because we never know the essence of the sun or come in contact with it, but we also know that the rays and the energies of the sun sustain life. It's a very interesting analogy, way of thinking about it. I don't want to get too sidetracked.
Sorry, I went back and listened to see when I went off on that little mini tangent about like people.
So you
not
haven't
being
been with
given
us for
gifts
the
of
past
faith
5
or
minutes.
whatever.
All right.
No, not 5 minutes. I just went and popped over there and ran it back and got that moment. But anyway, the reason why, when you said people were, when we talked about living as if there was no God versus saying there was no God, and you said that people that were atheists were going about things in a closed-minded way. And when I said that people, and I meant to say who deconstructed, but I left that part out. They, a lot of times it sounds like they had a deep commitment. They tried really hard to have, to do all the right things, to speak to God, to listen, to feel it. And something disturbed it, or it never really took. Something happened that made them not believe anymore, right?
Yeah.
Even though they once believed.
Like Will Freeman, for instance, just to be fair.
Well, hold on. Hold on. But like, and I'm saying that some atheists are these people, right? Some atheists never believed. Some people definitely did. And they went through, a process that, deconstruction, deconversion, whatever you want to call it. But so it kind of bothers me for you to say that those people, because those are who I imagine right now that we're talking about, go about things in a closed-minded way. Because to me, those people, from what I hear about their stories, they were reaching and trying and searching while they were in it. And when something kind of broke that and made them go out through a side door and leave the faith, they still kept seeking, seeking for the truth, seeking for the answers that they wanted, regardless of the fact that they had lost their faith. So like, it bothers me that you're like, oh, these are closed-minded people. They're going through life in a closed-minded way. Maybe he had an issue, a mistake in his thinking by saying that he could claim there is no God, but it's just a claim. It's just a thing that somebody says.
Well, I mean, these are going to be, it's a very general
It holds no power, is what I'm saying.
But I mean, as far as like people's different experiences with how long they went, how much they believed, it's sure you can review those all day. It's still not going to get him to a claim in the positive. That's the point. There is no God.
No, it's just a comment on your thing about closed-mindedness. I thought it was unfair to call people that have obviously gone through a lot of thought and searching and maybe even turmoil over, their religion and their lack of.
But yeah, I thought it was probably more gentle than saying they're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness.
I don't know about that. That seems kind of presumptive and assumptive.
Right. It's right. That's what the faith commitment is. Presupposes where reality starts.
Though, right? If this is true, then et cetera, et cetera. That big if is the problem.
Well, the presupposition isn't an if.
It has to be.
It is. God
If this is
is
true,
God, the
then this
Christian.
is also true, right?
If you were gonna run it that way, that's not the way you would run a transcendental argument. You say, the Christian God is the necessary precondition for reality.
And
It's
that's
not
a
if.
problem too,
Problem according to what standard?
according to being able to verify it.
Verify a commitment to a meta level worldview.
No, you're stating a truth and then saying it's just a matter of personal commitment. It's not actually truth, but you're stating it as truth.
How much is faith involved in the presupposition that is so certainly true, JG?
Well, it's a paradoxical idea. It's a claim of certainty that requires faith. It's the human experience. Everything that we do and we claim can be traced to having levels of faith unavoidably. You can talk about anything that you believe, that you think, that you know, that you experience, and I can point out how there's faith involved. So faith is an inevitable part of the human experience. So the idea that, oh, you can't be certain because you have faith, I don't see that as an actual issue.
I just asked how big a component faith was in the feeling of certainty about these presuppositions, like the one that he floated about it being the Christian God and no other explanation would be possible.
Well, I guess I don't understand your question. How big is it?
Yeah, how big of a component? Like when he makes the leap to say that it can be no other than the Christian God, and I know that you hold the same position. How big of a, because faith is involved in most of these arguments, like you said, in everything that we do. But when we get into these things that are unfalsifiable, I mean, none of us can prove any of this stuff, right? So how much is faith involved in the leap to say it could only be the Christian God and no other?
Yeah, I mean, we don't prove things that we assume, right? We use a priori knowledge to prove things. It's included. We use faith in scientific method. We use faith when we use logic. We rely on it. So, you might want to look into concepts like a priori knowledge versus a posteriori knowledge, and kind of get a good idea of the difference of those two things. And it makes you realize that you're always assuming faith in whatever you're doing and whatever you're trying to prove. So when you ask a question like, how big is it? I'm not trying to obfuscate, but I would say that question doesn't really compute. It doesn't comport.
That's fine. That's fine. It is not an easy thing, that what I'm trying to phrase in my question. I lack the articulation.
Well, yeah, you could try to think about it more and maybe narrow it into something that you want to get across. That's understandable. I mean, I'm not trying to move away from it. I really don't understand. I don't understand the question.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to ask this as a side. JG, have you enjoyed this evening?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, definitely.
Likewise, and I appreciate the hospitality.
Cool, man. What, you got to go?
No, I realized that you've spent so much time with the Darth Dawkins, Josh Bowen up, and I know I asked you to do it, and I don't know what your schedule was, but you sure have made a time slot for this particular discussion and this viewing, and I appreciate it.
That's really cool. Good. I mean, you guys have listened to Darth in the past. It is kind of a nice departure from what you've heard of him, is it not?
Oh yes, yeah. It's way better than a lot of. This was one of his better performances. All right, he's tolerable in this.
Yeah, and I think it goes to say that it depends on his interlocutor. Like Josh is obviously like very respectable and trying to be honest and trying to listen and trying to respond, and I think that makes all the difference.
Yeah, and when someone speaks slowly, it slows down, like, the whole pace and the responses and everything. When someone's speaking quickly, Just the opposite happens, and it can get like more emotional, I think, faster when like things are flowing really fast, so he has like this
Yeah.
style where he takes a second to like answer, and I think that's
That,
helpful.
that's what's needed in deep philosophy. Like people shouldn't be worried about how quickly they answer. Like if you really want to get to the root of these conversations, like you should be having slow conversations. Say, well, let me think about that for a minute. Like that should be allowed and respected in these types of conversations for sure.
Yeah, and I had you said something a minute ago about having faith, in different ways all through life and our day and whatnot. And so my comment on that is like, I think there's a difference between assuming reality will stay the same because certain things in our reality seem to be like an ongoing hard sort of, objectively real, things in our environment. Those things stay the same, assuming though they will stay the same because they've been the same the whole time. I think it's different from having a faith that we can't verify is in reality.
Well, I mean, I know what you mean, but the questions go into like what you're saying would be a faith in logic and mathematics, for instance. Like you have faith in the classical laws of logic. They seem to remain in place.
I mean, but the thing is, like, if you're talking, are you just talking about the three? I think I ask you this often. And
Yeah, I'm pretty much always just talking about the classical laws.
Yeah, and I've told you before that I think they're verifying the same thing from three different angles, right?
I mean, I don't know if that's right, but it's interesting.
Well, if you think about it, she's not. They are very correlated ideas, right?
The law of excluded middle tends to get discussed less, but it comes into play in conversations like this. Like there's either a God world or a not God world. That would be the application of the law of excluded middle.
Yeah, and that's like we get into like syllogistic logic, God or not God.
You were saying you feel like it's you're saying that the faith in that, because of the reliability, is, I think you're driving at something about the faith in that is more reasonable than other faiths, right?
Oh, say that one more time.
I think you're driving at the point that the faith in classical laws of logic, even though you would say they're immaterial and invariant.
I don't think they're invariant. I just don't think that they're super special. I think that there's a lot of other things within the study of logic to discuss that are not these three laws.
Well, what makes you think they're changeable or that they change?
They're not. I didn't say that. I said,
well, you said
but
you
the
don't
law
think
of
they're
contradiction.
invariant.
No, the law of contradiction or non-contradiction. A statement cannot be both true and false at the same time, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying invariant is not non-changing. You said maybe you didn't.
I didn't say they changed.
Well, maybe it's the term that
I said they all verify the same thing from different angles.
When I say invariant, I mean they're unchanging.
Okay.
Immaterial and invariant. So you're saying, I think you're driving at the idea that it's reasonable to have faith in these things, that you've concluded that, right?
No, I'm saying that there's a difference between expecting or assuming that reality that we think of, the thing that we think of as reality, and the things within reality will stay the same from day to day, is different from having faith in something that we cannot verify is even in reality.
We can't verify.
That's why the faith is there, because we can't verify it. The faith stands in for the ability to verify it.
Well, there's the reason we use the laws of logic and the theory of numbers and mathematics to get into these conversations is because those very things themselves are not something we point to in space and time. We're relying on them and utilizing them. But when we ask you, where are they? What material are they? There's no answer.
When you talk about mathematical concepts, is that what you're talking about?
Well, when we search for the number 7, we don't find it. We use symbols, we use representations.
Well, of course, it's a conception. Yeah, it's a conceptual thing to stand for a certain condition.
It's not material.
It's a human idea that applies to something that humans experience in the real world.
It's beyond human construction. It's a discovery of an immaterial reality that exists that we can utilize and map.
It's humans coming out with a way to organize things and classify them.
The thing itself, the law of logic itself, is not discovered empirically or recognized by science. It's assumed.
These things, look, these kinds of laws, like you're talking about, are ones that say this seems to be the case. It's not this thing is required to behave this way. Those are two different kinds of laws.
It's a conversation I had with Wildheart. Unfortunately, it was behind. It was an after show. It was a wonderful conversation because he, I walked him through it, the laws of logic, because he always talks about the laws of logic. Mm-hmm. And at the end, it was, so you have faith in immaterial, invariant laws that you cannot prove scientifically, you can't verify empirically, that you rely on and presuppose in everything you say and do and believe in. And he said, yes. I said, how can you account for that? How can you justify that? He says, it just is. Right? That's as far as I needed to go. It's as far as I wanted to go. He didn't carry it over the next day because he's Wildheart, right? Mm-hmm. But that's the point. You don't have justification for that, but you rely on that. You presuppose that.
Wait, justification for say again one example.
Or relying on the laws of the laws of logic and
immaterial invariant reality that exists.
But look, when I look at something and I recognize that it's one thing and not the other, I'm just using a momentary bit of judgment that I've learned how to use by knowing how to compare things. That's not me saying, the laws of logic come into play again, how useful they are. It's just a natural reaction, you know?
But that's not helping us. That's not helping us.
But I'm just saying that like this law of logic is sometimes just based on human like observation and say, this seems to be the case. These things seem to behave this way. These patterns of thinking, these argument structures, these flaws in arguments.
I know, but you depend on it as though it's a reality that continues to exist. You have faith in something immaterial and invariant that's not discoverable by science. It's not verifiable by sense data.
It was discoverable probably by something that was not far away from the scientific method of thinking.
Philosophy.
Well, just observing, making maybe models of what ifs and seeing how probable or possible they were or impossible.
I don't think I'm getting through to you.
I'm just saying that I think that the laws of logic are things that describe something, not prescribe something. And so they're there.
What are they? You're saying they don't actually have their own existence.
We base them on what we can observe in the universe, in the world.
When you say them,
yes,
you're talking about an abstraction, right? You'd call it
the idea that something is either one thing or the other. Or something is always itself.
Well, I mean, it's even interesting when you really get down to using science on those ideas, because when you look at the thing that you're calling the thing, it's changing moment to moment, is it not?
What do you mean? What's changing moment to moment?
Anything you're looking at on a molecular level is actually going through changes moment to moment. So it's not actually the thing that it is, interestingly enough.
Yeah, but we have to have limits on how we live. We can't, if we're going to think of everything as a swimming abstract of atoms, we're going to be like on an acid trip 24/7,
Yeah, but you can say that. You can say it's practical to impose that, but that's all you're doing.
Okay.
You're making a practical application, but you're not getting to the intricacy of the idea itself. Like you said, well, it's not practical for me to, do experiments on this bit of matter and then also say it's changing moment by moment, because that gets in the way of what I want to do. The fact of the matter is, we know that it is changing, and the thing is not the thing moment to moment. I'm saying it's very interesting, is it?
Some things change at such a rate that it wouldn't matter, and for a very long time they would appear to be the same, even though they were changing.
On
And
a
for those things,
molecular level, they do change. The tree is the
Sure.
tree. It starts raining, and now it has water involved. The wind starts blowing, and it's losing leaves. It's not the same tree moment to moment, but we call it the same tree.
it's the same tree in different states of being.
Well, the essence is the treeness, right? That's what we're getting at, the essence of things.
The physical tree, sure, the roots, the branches, the bark, everything. It's blood, it's a fluid flow, its ability to metabolize light, all that stuff, sure.
Those are material examples. But when we get into the laws themselves, saying there's a consistency in the universe that we call the laws of logic, we can't locate those, but we utilize them, we presuppose them. So you have
because
faith in
any vein
material
of
world that you
reasoning,
can't
you can
account
say it's
for.
immaterial.
What's that?
Any vein of reasoning, or a moral system of ideas, these things are all sort of immaterial. They're things that humans thought up to make sense of the world, either by measurement, by
How do you know the
analysis,
things humans thought up? Why are you saying the laws of
because we
logic?
have a history of it.
You think humans thought up the laws of logic, or they discovered them and then applied?
What did they come
theory?
across a book that had them in there?
No, I'm
It's
asking
not the
you.
Bible.
I'm asking.
Where did they
you-
come from?
I'm asking if you think humans discovered the laws of logic, or you think that they created
Yes,
them.
discovered.
Right, discovered. And then they apply theories to it and make a utility out of it through different theories and symbology and
I think they discovered
representations.
some things were true, but I don't think that they discovered them because they are of another source that isn't human.
Yeah, but you also you don't have that information to make that determination, do you?
Why would I think that something like that came from an inhuman source?
I don't know.
Human
I don't know
being
why I don't know
saying,
why you would think that, but what do you think?
tell me
about
what's so
it?
super divinely inspired appearing of the laws of logic. How special, like what do they describe that's so special? They describe common observation of things.
I'm not saying what they describe is special.
I'm just
I'm
saying,
saying-
like, why would you think that doesn't come from humans?
I know it doesn't come from humans.
You think it
Humans
does.
discovered these things; they didn't create them.
Where did they discover them?
Well, in
where-
my worldview, they come from God. They're
Okay, but
discovered by
how did
humans.
they come across the information? They just woke up one day and they had it? Like, how did it get into them?
I mean, I don't know. I think Aristotle is touted for being the one who utilized the philosophy and put it on the record more than anybody. But I think that, like
I
you
mean,
would argue, any
wasn't he a
philosophers
pagan?
before him would have.
Hold on. How long do you think it took to identify the law of identity, Housing?
To identify the law of identity? I don't know what the origin of it is.
Okay, but I want you to think about it. How often is the law of identity used in our interactions with the world around us?
All the
Naturally,
time.
even a child's.
Yeah, a child will see what looks like an apple and think that it's an apple and take a bite. He's saying to himself, this looks like an apple, so it's probably an apple.
Well, this is mommy and this is not mommy. You know
That
what I mean?
too. Yeah.
Because in the beginning, it's just identifying someone. And this is not these are not the boobs that I feed on. This is obviously not mommy. This is dad.
So I mean, but I mean, if we look at that and we say, okay, so mammals recognizing their parents is a person or a thing using this law of identity. That means that like a huge part of the animal kingdom also uses these. Is this possible?
I'm only specifically talking about humans because humans
Okay.
can answer and animals can't.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Oh no, you can finish.
I'm just saying a lot of these things wouldn't take a long period of time to say, hey, there's certain things that are just the way it is. It's this and not that. This is the thing and not that. That can't be both things. You know what I'm saying? These things start to come together. Law of excluded middle very quickly, naturally in our experiences with the world around us from the age of crawling.
Right. And a thing cannot be itself and its opposite at the same time. It's either itself or the negation of itself, but it can't be both.
Imagine a child's first interaction with a mirror.
Yeah, they think it's another kid, probably.
Well, it's
for
me
a
and it's
second or
not me.
two.
Well, it's still
You know?
not them. The mirror is still not them.
But it
Doesn't
is,
make-
but it's not, right? They have to, they see it moving when they move. They see
No,
it's
I
a
mean-
little different, you know?
Even as an adult, though, the mirror is not you. It's a
Well,
representation.
it's it's a reflection of your image.
I want to make an observation from having spoken with you a little bit at length now, Halsey, and see what Will thinks about this, because it seems like when we start getting to the deeper ideas of things and going into the discovery and the unknown realm about these things, I noticed Halsey wanting to pull back into the pragmatic explanations and the practical application of things instead of going the other direction. Do you notice that too, Will?
I mean, she's aware that that she's contrary and skeptical, you know?
A little bit of resistance to stay in the realm of like, well, these are immaterial invariant things that are discovered, into, well, no, it's practical to use them. It makes sense to just say the thing is the thing. Why are we going to explore why that is the case? It seems like she always wants to move away from that naturally. Do you notice that? Do you think that's...
We have our disagreement on the many things, including the woo, the supernatural, I think.
Right, but isn't the point of philosophy to go that direction? And I mean,
well, that's why this is a good discussion for everyone involved, because people's ideas are being put to the test a little bit. I like it.
Yeah, sure. I just
Okay,
I
so I
noticed
have
you want to go to practicality all the time, Halsey, and it's not that I disagree with practicality and pragmatism. I know that's always available, but when we're talking about the source of things
Mhm.
and where they start, like we want to move that direction. And
Right.
you seem to want to pull away from that.
The only thing that I could say, though, the strongest thing that I could say about the source is we don't know, but we can make a guess. We can have a belief. That's the strongest thing that I can say about that. And I don't. Hold on. I don't personally find a lot of value in investing much in the idea.
There it is. Right.
Well, yeah, of course.
Right, a personal value system on how far you should go into the philosophy of things, right?
Not philosophy, into ideas about like, the supernatural being real and stuff like that.
It's still philosophy.
Somewhat.
Well, of course it is. You don't discover this. You don't discover the supernatural through natural means and natural testing. It's philosophy.
Wouldn't that be like paranormal stuff?
No, by definition, you're not going to get a natural explanation for what's being called supernatural, right? That's some of the silliness that comes up.
Are the laws of logic supernatural, JG?
I mean, in a sense, they're not. I mean, they're not natural. They're not naturally discovered. They're not empirical. They're not defined by science.
When people have these laws sort of in their toolbox, is that when they're in the conception stage? Was it millions of years back?
They never do have them, Elsie. That's the point. They never do.
So the laws of logic never are in our toolbox.
Well, we use them as tools, but we never have them in our toolbox, is what I'm saying.
So how can we use them if they're not in our toolbox?
Well, that's a good question.
No, it's not really. It's just
well, I'm pointing out that you don't.
We don't have them, but
I'm pointing out that you don't have them like you think you do, and I'm trying to move that direction. Because you speak of them like
me or all people.
Well, I'm you specifically. I'm saying that you seem to think that you have access to.
I can't use the laws of.
Let me finish.
For myself.
I'm saying you kind of talk like you've got a grasp of them, and I'm challenging you, saying, "Well, wait. You seem to focus on the physical, and you keep referring back to these immaterial, invariant things." And I want to know how you can account for that ultimately. But I can't get you there. I know that, but I'm
not going to go to God. That's the problem, I think.
Right. You're going to go to you're going to go to arbitrariness, and I want to at least get you there, which I think I have. It just hasn't been formally You haven't spoken it.
Tell me your definition of arbitrary as you use it in that way.
It's the metaphysical idea of it just is, like with Wild Heart, like when we push back to our, as far as we can go in reality, like we say, yeah, we both presuppose logic. And he says, and I say, how do you account for an invariant immaterial reality that you have faith in and you presuppose? And he says, it just is. And I say, what is it just is? And I point out that's just an arbitrary claim.
So, but basically at the root of your argument, you're saying if you don't argue or if you don't believe that God is the origin, then everything that you say is not rational. That's like essentially what you're saying.
Not that everything you say is not rational, but I want to point out that your fundamental beliefs and your presuppositions are irrational. All
Which
of ours.
ones again? Just give me one that you think
The
is
the laws, your belief in the laws of logic are irrational beliefs. You presuppose immaterial
How?
invariant concepts because they're not rationally proven. If you're saying rational in the sense of it's reasonable to use them, there's different ways to use. The term rational and irrational need to be hashed out, right? I'm saying it's irrational. For
Specific claim was the laws of logic were created, right, by man for pragmatism. Was that not your claim, Housey?
I don't think that they are of a divine origin and were left or
Just
given
stick
to
with
man
me.
to
Stick
discover.
with me here. You just own the statement. Do you believe that the laws of logic were created by man out of pragmatism?
I think that they were truths that were to be discovered of patterns that were dependable.
Okay, so they're things that man discovered, and like we said, even as children, we discover that they exist. We can't explain, but we discover that they seem to be a reliable way to assess the world around us, right?
I mean, it seems like we're giving way too much credit to the idea that a human can see two things and see that they're either the same or different.
Well, just keep the value judgment out of it and try to follow what he's doing.
It seems
go
to be
with him down
natural
that path.
emergence. To me, it seems to be a natural emergence of human, the evolution of human reasoning based on observation and recognition of patterns and being able to test things.
I think she's still saying that they're based on human creation. I think that's what I'm gathering from that statement. What do you think, Will?
I mean, she says what she says. I'm trying to get her to commit, but I heard you use discover a minute ago too. So
she's used both.
You can't straddle the fence on this. Okay, excluded middle or whatever. We either discovered it or we created it for pragmatism, and then we're doing this as children. Obviously, if we're doing that, each individual is discovering. I'm sorry, creating this pragmatism in order to learn.
No, I don't think that they're creating the pragmatism. I think that their brains and their genetics have certain behaviors built in. Certain reasoning abilities are there. Okay,
so these pattern recognitions are recognizing or discovering that these laws of identity and things like that, whether they know the technical term, that this is how they can trust or seemingly trust the world around them and their assessments of it.
Yeah, there's like a process of brain development between like infanthood and toddler years where they they develop what's called concrete thinking.
So discovered. So discovered.
I don't know if it's discovered. It's learned.
See, we're back to just riding the fence. Okay.
Would they discover it with no other human interaction?
Is every child Socrates? Are they just discovering? No, they're not, because they're just discovering. They're not coming up with it. They're not able to articulate it, but they're using it actively from the time they're crawling to when they're learning speech patterns, all of this stuff. It's intrinsically, we discover the world around us and the rules and laws and how to interact with it. It's discovered. We're not creating it.
When I think of a line of reasoning, I don't think of it as something that is discovered. I mean, I guess it is in a way, but it comes from a person observing and thinking and testing and being able to discover it, having like the process of doing all those things, and then it's discovered through that process. One is necessary for the other. When you're a baby and you recognize certain things because that's our pattern recognition brains, that's one thing. But if we're talking about like realizing that one thing can't be two things at once, or it has to be itself or not itself, or that it remains the same, or it is the same as itself, or two things are exactly the same or alike enough to be the same. I mean, there's a lot of different, like, I don't think of those as discoveries. They're like, they're lines of thinking. They're reasoning.
What do you think of it?
One more time.
That was fancy. Hold on, that was fancy, Halsey.
Okay.
Did you hear what kind of like spaghetti you made there?
I mean, I
Sausage.
guess I'm missing something or something.
Well, what do you think is discovered?
Things that already exist, like what granite is made of, and
just material things.
That's mostly what I think of. Sure.
Is there anything? So there's nothing, because you have said both.
How much
answers.
immaterial stuff have we discovered so far?
Well, if you go to the electromagnetic spectrum, even the most solid things are mostly empty space, which is an interesting thing. But you have seemed to answer both ways, that things are discovered and created specifically with laws of logic.
I think that thinking is necessary for discovering when it comes to certain things.
Well, yeah, okay, but I'm saying the thing you
You're
think
asking
only
if humans
immaterial-
purely came up with these things, right? That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's hard to imagine a concept and a line of thinking and a line of reasoning just existing somehow in the world and someone discovering it because they followed those lines of thinking somehow. They made mistake after mistake until they got it right, and then they discovered, hey, now I know something. This actually makes sense, and I'm going to try it over here and test it.
Well, what
it's
makes you think it has to be discovered that way?
how else would it be discovered? I don't know how. What is the process?
Well, because
of discovery you're
the law,
talking about?
I think of the laws of logic like that. They don't actually get tested. They're just assumed through faith. The testing itself relies on them. They don't get tested. The thing in question is not tested. Is not empirically proven.
But the things of the laws of logic are applicable for real out in the real world. They require no faith.
They themselves, the thing that we're referring to as the law, doesn't get tested, though. It's assumed in testing.
You can try to falsify what you think the law would apply to and see if that washes, and you probably see that doesn't work, right? So you can test it. You don't have to, maybe.
You're
Maybe
not
it's so
testing the
consistent
law
with-
itself, though. You're testing the applicability of what you're calling the law.
The law is a process, right? It's a line of reasoning. Each one is a
No,
different
I'm
line
not,
of reasoning.
I'm not saying that's what it is. No.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. That's why I'm terming it as an immaterial invariant source that exists.
I don't think that it has a spark of divinity in it necessarily, personally.
Well, why do you have to make that point?
I don't think it came from God.
I understand that.
Well, I think that's important. That's the point that she keeps going back to over and over again. It's an identifying resistance.
Yes.
Because you're pointing out over and over again, no matter what it is, it's not God. You're automatically ruling that out declaratively.
I'm assuming the Christian God in this picture.
Well, yes,
I
but
don't know why you would.
Well, she doesn't like,
because that's
you're
the
not
one
sure
that
how to.
Jesus
Maybe you're
used.
not sure how to answer this, so you feel like I'm drawing you into my worldview and you're resisting, right?
Well, I don't see why I would argue for a worldview that wasn't yours, since I'm talking about, talking to you, and you're talking about your views specifically and asking me about mine.
I'm trying to I'm always adhering to my own worldview. So I'm thinking, okay, this person has a different worldview, but what can I relate? What can we talk about that we can agree is somewhere in the middle? Or can we take a step that moves us into a position where we're both inconclusive? And that would be immaterial abstract laws like logic and mathematics. I think that's good. It's a good ground to focus on. And then
See, I don't know why we would need to go into mathematics personally.
because when you get into actual like locating the number 7 in time and space, you can't do it, and it's more complicated than I think it's more complicated to go that route than the laws of logic.
It helps to understand the abstract and the utility of the abstract, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and the word abstract means to draw from, so it's drawing from something real, something concrete.
Yeah, I mean, we think of seven is a concept, it's a quantity. You know, I mean, we have references for numbers and what they represent to us and how we use them all over the place, and
But
we probably always will.
Don't you think it existed before any of those references?
What existed?
The number 7.
Okay, so without calling it something specific, the idea for that number of things as a thing itself.
No, not number of not number of things, not 7 things. The number 7 itself.
What would be the use of 7 without it referring to 7?
Right. What would the pragmatism be in the existence of 7 as a symbol or a thing?
There wouldn't necessarily be pragmatism. That's what we apply to it. But the number 7 itself is what's in question. And this is, I've gone over this with like Answers in Atheism, Mike, because there's a Jay Dyer video where he talks to an atheist about the number 7, and it's difficult to grasp. Even when I watch it multiple times, it's slippery. But when it hits because it's like, yeah, the number 7 itself existed, and then we apply it, we utilize it, we see it within nature's sequences, golden ratio, Fibonacci sequence, all different things that already exist.
The number 7, the word 7 is not. That's like something that we defined it, right? It's different in every language.
Not the word, or not the word, or how we represent it. There's something
always
that
refers to 7 of something, right? I mean,
no, not of something. That's what I'm saying. There's something
it's
that
a quantity. Right?
No.
7 is not a quantity.
It can be.
When can 7 not be a quantity?
The essence of 7 is not a quantity. You can have a quantity of 7. You can represent 7 things. This is the difficulty of
the
number
essence
theory.
of 7 different from the essence of 6?
What is 7 up?
Yes. Yeah, the essence is different. Yes.
How are these essences defined, and what do they do in the world?
I thought it was a valid question.
You build rocket engines with
the
numbers.
Essence of 6 and the essence of 7.
Yes, you could make an argument that the essence of these number codes build and engineer systems of grand design.
Is 7 inches the same as 7 centimeters?
What do you think?
No, it's not. But we're still utilizing 7 as 7 of a thing.
Yeah, right.
7, but we can. 7 is not a set. Like 7 inches, 7/8 of an inch. I mean, we're using 7 as a way of measuring something, but it's a symbol, right? It's a symbol that we use to identify a numerical value of items.
I mean, the symbology is still a human system. It's beyond that. The essence of 7 is beyond. See, when you get it, I find that when you go with numbers, it's more difficult than exploring the laws of logic, and we're having trouble. I mean, no disrespect, Halsey, but we're having trouble getting to the essence of the laws of logic. To go into the numbers, I think, is more difficult.
Not really. Tell me one of the laws of logic that you think we haven't touched, and the essence.
We're not getting to the idea that they exist objectively.
No, we just disagree on their origin.
Wait a minute, that's a good question. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Do you agree, Halsey, that they objectively exist? The laws of logic that we discovered, that originally the first.
They are descriptive laws that describe something that's real in the universe. Yes.
They're objectively true?
They are repeatable patterns that are reliable. So
why doesn't she want to say yes?
because I have to have a good reason for saying yes.
So say the
Or
reason
no.
and then say yes.
I did. I
So
said they
okay, so
are
yes. Go ahead
patterns that
then.
are reliable, and the way that we use them, they turn out to be consistent. So sure.
So the laws
So
of logic.
yes, they're objective.
Yes. Okay, what are they? Are they material?
Wait. So these things, because whether they're material or not, they exist with or without man to interpret them.
They would not be probably utilized or ever seen anywhere without man to sort of show them and demonstrate them.
So the first reasoning mammal to come across this, right? They discover the existence of it. So it
I doubt
predates the human's utility of it, correct?
I doubt that a person who recognized that they had a consistency of a thought process that they could keep applying and it would keep being true. I doubt that they said to themselves, this must be one of the very special things that I've just discovered. It's a law of logic. Like, no, they just kept that knowledge and probably passed it forward to the people that possibly they had in their lives. But yeah,
I think she's saying they're subjective in her own way. I really do.
I think she would like.
It's weird when you guys talk about me like to each other. It's weird.
Well,
you're a
interesting
case study at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, because Will is Will knows you well, and he's in like a realm of, he believes in an immaterial realm, and he believes in a higher power. And I believe in a specific higher power, and you don't seem to believe in any.
I don't not believe in an immaterial realm. I just don't.
That's what we want to know
the
about.
Immaterial realm that's connected to a biblical God.
Well, that's fine. We want to know about the immaterial realm you believe in, and if it's objective or not.
But the thing is, like, when I look at it and I just try to define my beliefs, I realize that it's not exactly immaterial.
Right. So what is it?
It's the many energies that exist because of all of the different things in the universe that are all moving together and working together, that are this reality. All of those energies that are coursing through our space. That is what I think of as the immaterial world.
Well, that's energy would be material, still be.
Well, that's what I mean when I say it's not exactly immaterial, because it's a result of material activity.
So I don't know if.
Look, I don't know if I've ever told you,
you're mixing us up, or both us and yourself, because you're saying that you think everything's material, but you just won't say it.
Hold on. Okay. The only way that I can think about God being a thing that could be like a creator being of some kind is because I can't buy into the idea that God is a thing that has human qualities, human feelings, and is the God of the Bible. I just can't buy into that.
Why are you talking about that?
Because you wanted to know about my belief of the immaterial world. We just talked about how my belief about something isn't exactly immaterial. And I connect that to my ideas about God, but my ideas about God are pretty abstract. They don't.
Your idea of immaterial is still material, though.
Well, I don't see how. Personally, I don't think that if there is such a creator, I don't doubt that it's sophisticated and intelligent and complex. I just don't think that it cares about our affairs and our morals and our behaviors. I think that it created everything, and we were part of that. I don't think that we were specially made for a special purpose. I think that we're just part of creation, and that's that. Like we don't have a special purpose within it. When we're gone, we merge with the rest of the universe as energies that are no longer embodied.
Okay, hold on, Halsey. Remember that thing I told you about over explaining?
I'm trying to explain. I didn't mean to over-explain anything, but go ahead.
It's like you went into a different realm from the conversation.
You asked me about my belief in immaterial things. Like I
Yes.
said, I covered something that wasn't exactly immaterial, but I'm trying to connect it to the only thing that I can really relate
You're saying
to.
wasn't,
that's
you're saying isn't
immaterial.
exactly immaterial, but we're saying it still is material, and then you're going into your value system of God.
No, it's not a value system.
Well, it did sound like you had
Just a
applied some
model.
sort of value to what you thought God may or may not be, or how it could exist. But anyway,
Yeah, but anyway.
I don't know what you guys still gonna. You want to push through this, or do you want to table the second half for another time? What do you want to do?
I mean, unless you want to go. I mean, I've been patiently waiting to continue.
Sorry.
We got off on a big tangent there, which was fine. It was cool, but I think
It was beneficial.
Yeah. All right.
This negation.
I'll pull
Is
back.
your
Laws of logic or something like would be, to say like, I don't know, the laws of logic or something like you can't have.
The laws of logic don't stand in causal relations, making what is, can be, or cannot be, other than it just stipulates that an entity is what it is in a time index and it cannot equal or coexist with its negation. But beyond that, the laws of logic don't make what things are or can be or cannot be.
Oh, sure. Like they're descriptive. They're not prescriptive.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh no, I agree. I
It's
guess
just
what I'm
that in a
saying is
given
that-
time index, an apple cannot be not an apple, but the laws of logic don't dictate the properties of
Right.
the apple.
Yeah, and I guess in the same way, this is just so I'm mirroring you, so I understand.
So
I think we agree on this.
So you're evaluating the Bible, and you're trying to lead people to believe that this is not an inerrant book. This book is not inspired by God because X, Y, and Z is problematic and is to be considered wrong or false or erroneous. Well, what in your worldview that dictates that anything is erroneous?
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, I think my position would be that I think the fundamentalist or maybe more conservative evangelical interpretations of the biblical text have problems, right? So inerrancy, inspiration. I don't think that necessitates that Christianity is wrong. I think that it's wrong, but I don't. Like my wife is a Christian, so I don't think that it necessitates that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think that my wife is irrational in any way in holding to her Christian faith. I don't think that it's correct. Not her. I
That seems strange to me that you can make that kind of claim. Like, no, it doesn't matter that she has completely different worldview that I think is incorrect. I'm not saying she's wrong. It seems strange, doesn't it?
Well, he loves her.
Yeah,
Right,
it's he's
right.
just being
He loves-
nice. He doesn't want to think of her as irrational. So
But is that
People are more than their religious or philosophical beliefs, right?
well? I mean, but does that mean we go against?
maybe
what-
he has observed her many times making great decisions and thinks that on a practical level she's quite a rational person, but that her beliefs maybe don't affect her ability to make good decisions. I mean, that would make sense to me if that was how he saw her.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying she can't make good decisions and be a good lover. It just seems weird to say. I'm not saying she's wrong, but the book is saying she's wrong. But the book is saying that she's wrong, but I don't think she's wrong. You know what I mean? There's this disconnect there on some level.
She's a believer, though, right?
Yeah. So his book is like
So-
Christianity wrong. My wife, no, but she's not wrong. It's just there's some sort of disconnect there.
He's saying, I think
Well,
the
no.
book is wrong, but she's not wrong. Right? Isn't that what he's saying?
What's that? What'd you say?
Is he saying the book is wrong, but somehow that she's not wrong, even though she believes in the book?
No. His book, that Christianity is wrong, is right. His wife's worldview, which would dispute the book, is also okay or not wrong. There's just
It's just not a factor in his relationship.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
so.
I think he's judging her separately from her beliefs. He's judging her
Yeah,
as a
and
person, and that's different from judging her beliefs.
I don't. Obviously, I don't think
So you think so when you say, well, then you believe that the Christian worldview is false.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, then what is your worldview that would falsify it?
What is my worldview that would falsify it? I don't know that I know a good answer to that.
Well, then you can't hold that Christianity is false, can you?
I think if I understand what you're asking, I think probably I operate in the same way that you could. It sounds like you could say to me, and I think you could, and you'd be justified in saying it, that I don't have a rational reason to believe that the sun will come up tomorrow, or like I can't justify that.
Does your
and I think in this,
Let me ask you guys a question. Will and Halsey, you ready?
Yes.
You guys have a private conversation going on through email?
Right now?
Yeah.
No, I'm playing a guitar and listening to this.
I noticed Halsey laughs at odd times that seem unaccounted for.
I do?
Yeah, I just noticed.
I didn't laugh.
Little chuckles, but it doesn't seem like the content is funny.
When did I laugh?
Just a second ago.
Are you sure it wasn't on the recording?
I said he can when he said you can't really claim that Christianity is false. And I butted in for a second and said he can, but I don't know if that sounded like a laugh or something.
No, maybe I misheard it, but
okay.
I was just wondering, but thanks for answering. It's no big deal.
Yeah, I was just going to say he can say it's false, but he just can't prove it. Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I mean, lots of people believe things they can't prove, right?
Why would you say something's
because
false?
Darth Dawkins just said you can't say that Christianity is false. And I said he can say it's false. He just can't prove it. That's what I said.
Yeah. Do you think that's a correct move?
Correct. I mean, if you're in a discussion with someone and says, yeah, I don't think this is real, but I just can't prove that it's not. That's a perfectly good, position to hold. Let someone else analyze it and pick apart if you want. You're just stating what you believe or don't believe.
Well, you're saying you don't know. You can't definitively say it's false, right?
Like I said, he can say it. He just can't prove it. Just like the whole knowledge claim versus not a knowledge claim. It's not wise, probably, but he could still hold that position.
Is it moral to say things are false if you can't prove they're false?
How would you prove God is false?
I don't know. I don't think it's false.
How can you prove he's real?
I'm asking you if it's moral, right? You seem to be avoiding that question.
Is it moral to believe that something isn't a thing
Is it moral to claim something is false if you can't prove it's false?
Sure, it's the position that you hold. It's not a matter of morality, it's a matter of opinion.
You don't think that morality is tied in to truth or falsity of your reality?
If you're intentionally telling a lie, that's one thing. If you're saying, I believe this is true, but I can't prove it, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
That's not a lie.
Right.
Okay. Does your worldview provide background information in order for you to declare that anything is erroneous?
I think maybe in the sense that it doesn't, if I'm using this correctly, it doesn't cohere with reality as I see it, as I experience it.
Yeah. Reality would equal your worldview. What is fundamentally your worldview that would dictate what could not be and is erroneous?
Yeah, I don't know a good answer to that other than.
So you wrote a whole book criticizing the Old Testament and that certain things in the Old Testament are erroneous. but your worldview doesn't provide a rationale to declaring things are erroneous?
Oh, I'm sure that it does. It doesn't mean that I know
Oh.
what it is.
Well, then if it does,
I like that answer. I'm sure that it does. I don't know what it is. What kind of answer is that?
But is he, look, it says the Atheist Guide to the Old Testament, and he admitted that he didn't read the book, but then he goes and like talks about how the book asserts this and the book asserts that. Like he hasn't read it. So is it actually criticizing the Bible, or is it like a guide to the Old Testament? Like if you're an atheist, here's your guide so that you're not getting a preaching at the same time as you're finding out the information, the objective, as literature, as historical literature, perhaps, the Bible, looking at it that way. Because atheists, if they wanted to learn about the Old Testament, maybe they don't want to look at it from a point of view of someone that wholly, completely believes in it. And an analytical point of view would be
a rationale
beneficial.
to declaring things are erroneous?
Sorry, I don't.
It's okay.
I don't know the answer to the structure of how it's written. It's a fair question.
Okay.
That answer he gave, though.
And that certain things in the Old Testament are erroneous, but your worldview doesn't provide a rationale to declaring things are erroneous?
Oh, I'm sure that it does. It doesn't mean that I know
Oh.
what it is.
What does that mean? My worldview provides a rationale that things are erroneous. I'm sure it does. It doesn't mean I know what that is.
Remember how I said that, like, when people experience fallacies, even though they don't know what they're called, they have a sense that something has gone wrong, that some flaw in logic has taken place, some flaw in reasoning, and the outcome was not the one that was supposed to be.
Yeah, sure. But when you're writing books, it seems that you should know those things. Like when you're on that level, it seems like, yeah, you do want to have that information.
Right. So you could argue that this guy, before he wrote a book, should have maybe tried to knock down all of his own arguments and also learn all about fallacious thinking and fallacies and how they apply and how to not get trapped in them and how to recognize them and all that other
or
stuff.
at least listen to the show that he's about to go on and be a part of a
See what
couple
he's up
times.
against.
Hell yeah, because he really went in over his head.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, go ahead.
But before you write a book, talk to Darth Dawkins type of answer.
No. Well, maybe just to see, like,
Well,
I don't know.
no problem with him writing a book. The issue is that he's come on the show. He seems to be doing it. He said in the beginning he was doing something else, but he was in the queue. He got on the show. There was an intent. What was the intent?
Yeah, it's almost like he's probably glad that he's talked to him after he wrote the book. He's probably thinking, like, if I had talked to this guy before I wrote the book, I might not have written it.
Right. It would have seemed dishonest after the fact.
I mean, isn't it possible that this guy just got like a solicitation in some manner from Darth because a bunch of people said you should have a conversation with this guy, and he said, I'd like to talk to you about your book, right? And this guy thinks, oh, okay, cool, I'll come on this guy's podcast or show or whatever, and I'll talk about his book or my book. And that's all he expected to talk about was somebody asking him questions about his book and him telling them the answers, but not analyzing
how much
he wrote
faith
it and why.
how much faith do you have in that presupposition?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been the pretenses of this whole conversation. I'm sure he didn't realize what he was going into. But I mean, I do appreciate how he sticks with it and tries to answer honestly. It becomes very interesting how honest these answers get. Like, yeah, I probably do have reasons to call things false, but I don't necessarily know what they are. Like, I guess you could call that refreshingly honest.
Well, I mean, something that I discovered when I first learned about, and I call it like the hidden world of fallacies, right? Because if you don't know what they are, you do have that unease at times, but you don't necessarily know how to explain it.
Yeah.
And so, but when you actually learn about how they work and the different kinds, it's almost impossible to not start seeing them immediately out in the world in your interactions with your family. I mean, all kinds of places, like unexpected places, right? And it's like seeing for the first time, not necessarily like, people wanting to like, use dirty tactics in debate, although that can be part of it, but just people making sloppy mistakes in thinking and going
Yeah.
the wrong way to the conclusion and arriving at the wrong one,
Well, yeah, you start to learn about the way people navigate and their psychology more than the information they're even trying to talk to you about. You're seeing something else happening in people. And that's when it gets weird, is because you're having conversations now where you're trying to focus on the information, but there's something more going on that you're seeing, and it's getting in the way of the content, but you see what you're seeing as more relevant than the content itself because it contains so many fallacies. When you try to point out those fallacies to someone, obviously it turns on the defenses. It's like having like the they live glasses for logical fallacies, right? Like you put them on,
No, it totally
and then
is. Yeah.
you see,
I mean,
like,
imagine finding out about straw manning for the first time, right? And then realizing that almost every conversation that you have with like your spouse or
right.
your best friend or your boss involves them doing that to you, and you didn't know how to deal with it, and so you took sort of like a weird mental and emotional beating because of it and didn't really know how to respond. But now you do, and like now
Yeah.
you know that that's what they're doing, and it's like,
Well, here's the
it,
thing. You realize it, you can't unsee it, you can't unknow it. You start pointing it out and you take a different type of beating, don't you?
Well, yeah, of course, because then they're either, first of all, people don't like to be wrong. And essentially, that's what they're being told. That's how they feel, right? They're being told they're wrong and that they've done something unacceptable or slimy, even, right? And they don't like that, especially because this is information that they didn't come across themselves, that they could just sort of privately analyze themselves with and maybe quietly adopt. That didn't happen, right? Someone's calling them out publicly now. I don't think that it's not as useful to say, you've just committed an ad hominem or you've just done a blah, blah, blah argument, right? Like, because they don't know what that means. The flaw is there regardless of what it's called. So if you are going to approach someone with this new information that they're dealing fallaciously, just point out the flaw in logic and not necessarily what it's called at first.
Yeah.
Like a jump that they shouldn't have made, or you know what I mean? Like a misapplication of information or something like that. Like, because that can be more useful, and it won't put them as on the defensive as like saying, like accusing them of something,
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah. And when you start doing that and seeing it, if you continue down that road, sometimes like you have to reestablish relationships sometimes because you've learned new information. And well, what it is too is that there's different levels of how that other person responds, right? Like sometimes you point it out and they do know it and they do see it and then they react accordingly. But then there's a deeper level of deception where they can't even see it, no matter how many different times or ways you point it out. And you're dealing with something even more nefarious, you could say, right? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, either they're doing it on, but there, to me, there's two sort of schools here of what's happening in the world when people use fallacies. They're either doing it intentionally and strategically, knowing that that's ways to manipulate a person or a conversation or an audience, right?
Yeah.
Or they're doing it by mistake, and they're just not making all the connections that they're supposed to make, or they're not thoroughly they're not treating the information with its proper respect. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So either, in both of those cases, you're going against someone who's purposefully utilizing deception, and that's going to make them defensive because now you're on to them. And then I'd say the other case is actually even more difficult because you're having to dig into, like, in a way, in their subconscious and say, no, you don't even realize you're doing this wrong. So you're pointing out something they're doing wrong and they're not even able to catch it. It's like two levels of wrong, right? Well, there's also two levels of wrong in the fallacy and the purposely being deceptive, but they're aware of both of them. In the other
Right.
case, they're aware of neither of them. So
Right. They're just
level of
accidentally doing it. They're stumbling into it. Right.
so you're working with like multiple levels of defensive possibility that have unknown. You're like in unknown territory of psychology. It's interesting because like you almost want to unlearn these things depending on how you learned it and what field you're in. You know, like you could if you're in sales and you start to learn about deception and you make a dedication to not be deceiving, like you can't sell as good, right?
Well, yeah, like someone who, let's say, goes and they say, I want to be a lawyer, I want to help people. And then they realize how dishonest lawyers have to be sometimes in their dealings and how there's so much corruption in those circles.
They're like 3 years into law school and like $70,000 invested. And now they're like, what the hell, right?
Like I can admit that when I got into sales at a company that I worked for, I found out how easy it was to sell people stuff they didn't need. And it took me a while to really feel bad about it. But once I did, I had to quit the job because I realized that the temptation, if I stayed there, would just be to continue to sell people shit they didn't need.
Yeah. And then don't you even get like, isn't there a point in that where you see other people who aren't taking the same walk as you that are like really selling well, but you can see what they're doing and they're not aware of it. And you're like, damn, I wish I could just have stayed on that level and I could.
Or they are, and they're okay with the corruption.
Well, at the time I was becoming a Christian, so it just felt wrong to continue to do it. And, I had a book, that said it was wrong. So it was a confirmation of the thing that I was feeling was wrong it says it in here that it's a bad idea.
It was intuition as well, I'm sure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's empathy for the customer and stuff too. And
isn't that like truth when you learn about like some of the truths of the world, like maybe you did over the past decade, like it makes it very much more complex where other people aren't seeing the depth of truth you might have discovered. And you wish you could just go back to being like in the normie state of mind where you didn't worry about the intricacies of conspiracy and other related things.
I mean, I was kind of hit hard by the reality that if I stayed there, I wouldn't be able to stop and it was going to interfere. So I just confessed all of it to my boss and all that, I had been selling people stuff they didn't need. And they didn't, of course they didn't care because they were making money, and
they're like, dude, how do we talk you out of this? Right.
Right. I mean, but they gave, it helped down the line because I had a reputation later on where somebody else hired me because of that. But at the same time, I didn't know that was going to be the case. I just knew I didn't like the way it made me feel.
Well, you must have learned something like, without going too much in this direction, I'll get back to the video, but like if you learned about 9/11 somewhat, right? At some point years ago, you learned about some inconsistencies and then you see that people like never learned about those things at all, right? Just government story. And you like, depending on how far you get into it, you can't unlearn it. And then you get to a point where you realize it's getting in the way of like your perception and your function. And you almost wish you could just go back to where you just had like that faith in government because it's now impeding you on every level.
The illusion faded and all of a sudden we were left with some harsh realities.
And you can't, you're kind of stuck with it and you lose faith in government and you're like, well, now I have to operate in a world where I don't have faith in government and people around me do. And there's almost like a level of like wishing you could just go back to being like that normie where you even see how it's easier to operate, but you also are like glad that you know things that are true at the same time.
Why didn't I take the blue pill?
Yeah, it's the blue pill, red pill, right?
Well, then if it does, then how did you arrive at that?
How did I arrive at it? And then I know what it is.
Well, then if it does, then how did you arrive at that?
How did I arrive at it?
Yeah, what is your worldview and how does it provide for determining what is erroneous versus not?
If something contradicts, is probably a good example.
Contradicts what?
So maybe a good example would be Genesis 37,
What
right? The
about it?
story of Joseph. Like,
What
how
about
does Joseph get down? How does Joseph get down to Egypt? Right. That's problematic in the text if you're viewing it from like a single authorship position. If you think that,
Why
not
would
you,
that?
but if a person,
Why is it that if I don't have an answer to a question, how does it make something false? For example, did you know that we have eyewitnesses of the sinking of the Titanic? Some of them said they saw the Titanic split in half. Others said that they did not see it split in half. Does that mean the Titanic didn't sink?
oh no, of course not.
Okay. So what I want to know from you is, when you're evaluating any propositions, including the Old Testament and its content, and you determine that it's erroneous, I want to know what system you're operating from that gives you the ingredients by which you can declare anything as erroneous. What is your worldview? What is it that ultimately makes anything erroneous or false? Or let me put it this way: is truth and falsity apprehensible in your world?
Like ultimately,
yeah. Is there ultimate grounds that by which we can determine that something is true or false or off limits? So, for example,
I mean, like,
yeah. So you believe
I was
certain
just
things
gonna
in the Old Testament are superstition, right?
Superstition. I don't know if I'd characterize it that way.
Are they erroneous?
It depends. I guess it depends on what we mean by that. So, for example, I don't think that 600,000 plus fighting men walked out of Egypt in the 15th century, right? But that doesn't mean that the Exodus or an Exodus event or a series of Exodus events didn't happen. And so the question is, what is the text doing? What is the text trying to say?
Is the Old Testament, is it false?
I don't know that I would characterize it that way. In the same way that I don't think I would characterize the Epic of Gilgamesh as false. If that makes sense. Like, I don't think it's...
Is that a part of your worldview?
I mean, I guess at a very basic level, it's just literary criticism, but...
Is the Epic of Gilgamesh a part of your worldview?
Part of my worldview. I don't know how you're using...
Because
I don't know how I would use the word worldview.
The Epic of Gilgamesh claims to give a creation account.
Yeah, I mean, Atrahasis does. I don't know. See, I think this is the problem, that the bigger issue that I'm trying to pull back to, or whatever, is that I think that coming to the text, any ancient text, with a, I don't know, like I don't want to say literalist, but an interpretive model that says, for example, okay, here's Genesis 1. Genesis 1 is relating actually how the universe was created, and so is Genesis 2. And so when there's a distinction that's drawn between those, and there are problems trying to make them align with one another, that we have to try to somehow figure out a way to make them harmonize. And I think that that's just coming to the text with presuppositions or preconceived notions that are modern, that they wouldn't have come to them with, if that makes sense.
I'm still wondering how your worldview falsifies or makes any proposition in the Old Testament erroneous. Do you have a worldview that provides for that?
I don't know that I understand how you're using worldview. I don't understand. Honestly, I don't know that I've thought about.
Your worldview is whatever you conceive to be ultimate, dictating all other sub-beliefs in the world around you. It's your interconnected web of beliefs by which you interpret everything. And either in that worldview, there is something that is ultimate, the ground of all being, that dictates what is, can be, or cannot be, or you are without that within your worldview. So that when you make evaluations as to whether your hair is parted correctly, or you like the taste of this cheeseburger, or that this politician's lying, or that Moses is not the author of the Pentateuch, or whatever,
Right.
I want to know, what is your worldview that allows you to make any determination of true, false, good or bad, real or erroneous? What is that worldview?
Yeah, I don't know that I have a good answer to it, except to say, things that, and it just sounds so generic when I say it, but if it comports with reality as I understand it,
reality would just be another term for your worldview. So what would that be?
Yeah, I don't know that I have a good answer for that.
So you don't even know what reality is then?
Oh, that's unfair.
I don't know what reality is.
A worldview is not the same as reality.
It's part of it.
It's how we see it and how we interpret it and how we think of it and maybe even interact with it, but it is not reality itself.
Yeah, it's say a worldview of philosophy is how we view the world, how we view reality. So when you say, I view reality and I know what's true because of what comports with reality, it becomes a little bit circular because the reality is the thing in question, which is part of the worldview.
Right, but when Darth, he keeps wanting to, he sometimes says, like he says, oh, the Old Testament is false, like that this guy is claiming that the Old Testament is false, and then he's asking him, what does your worldview provide for that would allow for you to judge what is or is not erroneous in the Old Testament? If you look at the Old Testament and you go chapter by chapter and say, then compare it with other histories, other historical accounts of what was happening in the world, if those are available, you can say, well, if we put these two things together, this conflicts with that and means that this thing in the Bible probably didn't happen. And so I think that each thing can be sort of judged like that. And then when you get to the end of your analysis, you can look at the collection of what you have that is probable, possible, probably not at all possible, and say to yourself, okay, is there enough in this book that still exists that seems to be probable that I can say this is a book that I'll hold as true? Or is there enough now that makes it so that I wouldn't consider this a true book? Like there are things within it that I think each have to be sort of analyzed separately. And then you have to step back and say, now what have I got?
Yeah, so that's a good example of like a comparison of different historical data and then summing up through consensus of some sort what you think is the case. But he's asking a more fundamental question of how you know any of the things within what you're comparing are true and false. So he's always wanting to go to the deeper question or the questions prior to those comparisons.
But I mean, if we're going to go to that level, then that means that we have to say to ourselves that if we're going to question the authenticity or the accuracy of all accounts of anything that could be, say, here's a written history of something, then we come to the conclusion that like we can't verify anything since we don't have any like firsthand person to say, yep, that happened, or nope, that didn't happen that way. Like we have to assume that, this is some of the truth, all of the truth, or none of the truth.
Well, that's a practical way to handle it. That's one way to handle it. Yes. But you can also not do that. You can say, since I wasn't there, you could throw it all out, and that would also be allowable, it seems, in your particular worldview. You couldn't really argue that that's not okay to do. You just would say, I don't prefer that.
Right.
Yeah, that's a question. Do you know what reality is?
Yeah, no, I'm asking it out loud for my benefit. Do I know? It's that question seems a lot deeper.
You say certain things don't comport with reality. Is reality the same thing as your worldview?
it sounds like that's how you're defining it, and I'm fine with that.
I don't
if
see
that's-
how there to be a difference between reality and a worldview.
Yeah, I don't. That's not really a word that I use an awful lot. So that's just me
Worldview,
not.
yeah.
knowing how worldview is used.
You're all encompassing view of everything. Reality, all
Sure.
encompassing.
Yeah.
Worldview. Okay. So
Yeah.
do
So
you-
I mean,
do you have a basic, clear worldview that will allow you grounds to evaluate whether propositions are acceptable or not acceptable?
Sure, and I feel like we're starting to go in circles a little bit here, which is probably my fault. But if something follows logic, but again, I think I've said that, and it's not really helping because I'm not saying it any more clearly, which isn't helpful. Yeah, so I mean, I think, for example, when I read through the flood story and I see, 40 days and I see 150 days, or if I read through the creation story and I see, man created on the sixth day at the end of creation, and then I read through Genesis 2 and I see that he's created at the beginning, and then there's a separation of woman's created.
wait a minute,
In my
where does it-
mind,
well, hold on a second. Okay, you're an educated man. Who says that the Genesis 2 is chronological?
who says that Genesis 2 is chronological? Well, the text itself does.
Well, I've read the text. I don't see any conflict between Genesis 2 and Genesis 1, where it's very clear that we have a chronological sequencing in Genesis 1. All we have is just a recapping or a zooming in on Genesis 2. It's not necessarily chronological. And in fact, we have people who write books who do a chronological. For example, people who write political memoirs, sometimes they do a chronological sequencing, and then in following chapters, they'll just go into zooming in on certain events. Genesis 2 is not necessarily chronological.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way the Hebrew actually lays it out, though, in its syntactic forms, I think actually is laying it out chronologically. But the problem is coming at it, and this is why the chapter in the book about the authorship of the Pentateuch focuses in on this, because it's not an issue for biblical scholars to look at this, because
you're dead certain that Genesis 2 is chronological.
Dead certain. Sorry, in this conversation, I'm thinking through all your words now, just so that I make sure I understand the meaning behind them.
When I read Genesis 2 in various English translation, and obviously, you know Hebrew and I don't, but when I read all of the various English translation, I don't see why it necessitates that it has to be chronological.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that the Hebrew ipso facto dictates that it's chronological?
I mean, ipso facto. Does it definitely? No, I mean, I don't know that I could prove to you.
Okay, so then it's not necessarily a contradiction. All right, okay.
Right. No, I agree with you. It's not necessarily a contradiction. I actually say this in the book several places. Like the Genesis 37 thing. The Genesis 37, I mean, I think it's a contradiction, but it's not necessarily one. So, I mean, if you read through it, you could say, and people have, I just think it's an unnecessary stretch to say that the Midianites were sold Joseph, the brothers sold Joseph to the Midianites, who sold him to the Ishmaelites, who took them down to Egypt, who sold them back to the Midianites, who then sold them to Egypt. Like you could possibly make that work. The problem is that I think it's totally misunderstanding how the text is put together, and it strains credulity. If that makes any sense, because there's two different stories, right? There's two different versions of the Joseph story that are brought together in Genesis 37. So it's not something that I think at the end of the day you can say, aha, this is a proof, I guess, in that mathematical sense. But it's something that it is the model that best explains the data points, in my opinion.
But your worldview doesn't explain anything, does it?
I think there's a difference, and I could be wrong, but I think there's a difference between what I know about what provides for, and I think that's the word you use, provides for my worldview, and what provides for my worldview, right? So, like, I might not know all the details of something, but I see in practice enough that convinces me that X is the case. I don't know how that all functions. Like, I don't understand the Big Bang, and science is not my thing at all. But the products of that, I think, allow me to function in a way that seems to work. To put it really roughly, I don't know, is consistent and.
Is there something in your worldview that connects all the dots, or makes anything? No. Do you believe that there's anything in your world that connects the dots between particulars of existence and makes what things are, can be, or cannot be? Is there something that imposes that?
Imposes that, like as an agent would?
Yeah, because you're trying to examine the Bible, the Old Testament, and say, well, these dots connect, these dots don't connect, and all that. Is there something that secures what is, can be, or cannot be? Is there something that does that in your worldview?
Oh, I have no idea.
Well, then why are you criticizing the Bible?
I guess I'm doing it based on
So-
maybe higher level, not higher as in
Your
better, but
worldview
like,
doesn't. Your world.
So if you don't have a worldview that provides some sense of unification within itself, you shouldn't criticize the Bible. That's what he's saying right there.
Well, yeah, he's kind of implying that if you don't have a unification, what is it that you're relying on to criticize?
Is this not? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's all, really. Go ahead.
Is this not a 2 coquet?
Explain.
What about you? Like, whenever you criticize the Bible, it's a 2 coquet to turn around and say, well, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I know what tu quoque is, but I'm failing to see who you're saying is making the tu quoque.
He's saying, how can you? He said, well, if you're going to criticize the scriptures, how about you? What about your beliefs? Which is just a shift in onus, right?
So what I hear him saying is, if you don't have anything better to argue that could replace the Bible as a unification sort of method, then you don't have any business criticizing the Bible. That's what I hear him saying.
Well, I mean, he might say that at some point, but I don't think he's saying that. I think he's just genuinely interested at this point in like what is unifying this man's worldview.
Does there have to be something?
Well, yeah, he's convinced there should be something there that's unifying it all, and Josh hasn't thought of these things.
Well, right. Darth is, because he has something that unifies his worldview, right? So he thinks perhaps that is a necessary thing, to have a factor of some kind that unifies it. And so to him, to not have that would probably seem pretty irrational.
Yeah, because I think he's kind of saying to Josh, well, if there's no unifying factor or something you're ultimately relying on, can't anyone just go into anything and critique it how they want to and say, well, I think that's true and that's not, and I might be wrong and you might be right, and nobody really knows. Like, I think he's just pointing out that's where that leads. So, why are you taking this position and writing this books if you don't really know and you don't have any unifying factor? I mean, it sounds like a fair point to me. I can see how it could seem extreme to some people as well.
I don't know. To me, it seems like he's saying, unless you have something better to replace this theory with, or argue that yours is right and mine is wrong, you shouldn't criticize and say mine is wrong.
Yeah. I mean, that does. If anything, like if Darth doesn't get him to take on his worldview and convince him of his worldview, he should at least stop and say, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be critiquing other people's worldview if I can't even make sense of how and why I know things, or if I know anything at all. Maybe I shouldn't be writing books and going against Christianity
But
and the
I
Bible.
kind of see where Will was coming from with the whole 2 cocaine thing, because it's like, it's there, but I'm trying to find exactly how to put it.
Yeah, I'm missing that for some reason. I really like to.
So he's saying that he's asking him if he has something that unifies, and he's saying that he shouldn't criticize the Bible if he doesn't. So basically,
well, that's not all he's saying. That's just where he is in the conversation now. But I mean, I guess you could make the case that the unification is at the base. Okay. The 2 coque you're saying is
okay.
You're doing it to who?
So he's saying, well, I think you're, let's say that we're watching them from above, and Josh says to him, I don't believe that the Old Testament is true. And Darth says, well, you don't even know what is true, so how can you criticize what you think is true? Right? That's basically what he's saying. So it is kind of a 2 coque where he's criticizing the Bible, and just because he himself doesn't have a unifying theory that replaces it, it's kind of like whataboutism. Well, what about you? What about your lack of unification? What about your lack of worldview that provides this, tool for recognizing what is false or whatever, right? The problem is he wasn't prepared for this argument. He wasn't prepared to have this argument, and he's finishing weak in a lot of his responses because he doesn't quite know how to respond, and he's a bit lost. Like there are times when it seems like he senses a fallacy sort of in the works and being done, but he doesn't know how to address it. He doesn't know how to recognize it.
Sensing a fallacy that Darth is making.
Yeah.
And you think that's a 2 quoque fallacy?
Well, it's basically him saying, he's saying you don't believe the Bible is true, and he says that's, yes, that's the case, and he's saying, but well, you don't have anything that basically equals what he sees as valuable in the Bible, the thing of the unification, right? Like he doesn't have anything that has that.
He has no basis for judging anything.
Well, he's asserting that because he doesn't have the thing that that Darth is telling him he should have, that he shouldn't have any right to criticize the Bible. But the thing is that doesn't change the criticisms that he has for the Bible. His personal viewpoint shouldn't even wash into the equation of whether or not the Bible is true or false.
Like as far as inconsistencies, if
he's writing a book about it, so his viewpoint is being questioned.
So if he's finding inconsistencies and he's writing a book about it, then that might be sufficient reasons for him to criticize the book, right? Even if he doesn't have a worldview that supplies a better answer or something like that, he could still criticize inconsistencies or things he sees as inconsistencies.
No, he's challenging how he assesses criticism of inconsistencies. He doesn't even have an answer for that.
He's questioning the validity of how he does it, which does not address the inconsistencies themselves. It's a sort of a sly character attack in a way, by saying that this guy doesn't know how to reason, and that his reasoning and his own specific worldview should be considered when you are considering the inconsistencies that he's pointing out.
He's not really inconsistencies. He's not being sly. He's given him like multiple chances to answer how he has this available, and he doesn't know.
But it doesn't matter, okay? Even if he didn't have any of the tools available that point out whether or not something is false, if he says, I think this thing in the Bible is inconsistent, it does not align with reality, other people can look at it and say, yeah, I think you're right. It doesn't. Without saying, oh, but who are you to judge reality? What about your worldview?
Yeah.
Because that brings the attack from the topic of the inconsistency that he's pointing out back to focused on the speaker and questioning whether or not the speaker has like the ability to question legitimately and all that stuff. It is a, like I said, it's a sly character attack. Maybe you're not aware of that as a character attack, but it's an attempt to discredit him and not address
I
the
see.
actual possible inconsistency he's pointing out.
No, I do. I think I do see what you're saying now. Like, for example, Josh says, here it says 60 days or 60 people. Here it says 150. He's saying, I don't have the answer you want, but I see that that's inconsistent, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's an obvious inconsistency, even just like in basic logic. This chapter says 60 days. This one says 150. That's inconsistent. But how do you know that? How do you know that? And he's not answering the way he wants him to. So he's saying, well,
But
you can't do that, right?
But the thing is, like, if he says, how do you know that? How would anybody know whether, like, you could ask anybody. So these two things seem like they don't match up. So are we going to make up a story about how they actually do match up? Or are we going to accept that the Bible might have some errors? Or what are we going to do with this information? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you could say, well, Darth is being sly, or he's challenging Josh in a way that's not relevant. And then,
did he ever ask about the specific inconsistencies in the Bible that he was addressing?
I think he tried to. I don't know, but like what I'm saying is, then Darth could say to you, well, I hear your complaint, or I hear your point against him, and how do you know that your complaint or your point is valid? What do you rely on to make that claim back to me? Like, he is challenging you on a fundamental level, and I know it seems like you're saying sly, but there's a reason he's doing that, and he continues to do that because he wants to know ultimately where you're coming from. Because if we just keep granting you what you want to have granted.
Hold on though. If somebody says these two things seem to be inconsistent, and even to a person who believes in the Bible sees the inconsistency, right? They see that inconsistency, but instead of saying, well, I don't know how this inconsistency could exist, but they have possibly an answer to talk about that inconsistency, right? Because this is the argument that the person is bringing up. These things are inconsistent. That's the argument, right? So he could address the argument and say, well, let's look at those things that you think are inconsistent. But instead, he shifts the focus to the speaker and says, basically, who are you to judge this?
Well, not who are you, but what is your fundamental epistemology on how you know what is right and wrong?
What are your qualifications?
What is your source of authority?
Yeah, what is your source of authority on what is right and wrong?
So, but you would admit that arguments from authority have problems, especially if the authorities are.
Well, if you're relying on that. Yeah, when you get into relying on like human authorities, sure, but when you're talking about an ultimate authority, the preconditions of all reality, that's going to be in a different category. You can try to argue it's special pleading.
Well, I know, but the issue is where Darth's source is, and that's, as long as he's keeping it vague, he's fine. But when he tries to narrow it down to a source, is where it gets a little unstable.
But when you're making claims in the positive against Darth, it's the same questions to you. And then I think I see what you're saying. Like, it seems like a game where he's challenging you and saying, who are you? But it's more than who are you. It's what is your worldview? What is your epistemology? How do you know?
Making an argument from authority, but it's an unproven authority.
It's an a priori authority. It's a presupposition, right?
But look, you guys, I think you're missing something. By shifting the focus away from his argument and back onto him, he is basically like he's making the audience, right? Because this guy, let's say he proposes that like I said, a certain thing is inconsistent in the Bible. The proper thing to do for the person receiving that argument would be to address the argument. the honest and consistent thing to do
So those
would
are
be
those are values in your worldview that you bring into a conversation that are the case, or do you need agreements in order to make that work?
I think it's a good idea for people to do that, and I'm aware that they don't always
Right.
do
So
that.
if people don't do that and they don't agree to your preference, are they wrong, or are they just differ in opinion?
If they don't agree to honesty in a conversation,
Yeah.
then I would probably want to know about that, and I'm sure I'd find out during the conversation.
Right, but are you going to be able to demonstrate that they're wrong in all reality, or are you going to break that down to, well, I don't like that, and there's other people that don't like
So
that?
I want you to understand something. I'm trying to point out a type of fallacy because look, fallacies are mostly functional, right? They're functional things. They're sometimes by mistake, but they're sometimes functional. And the functional ones are the ones that derail conversations or
Yeah.
try to discredit the speaker.
Yeah. So the question comes down to, with this type of conversation, is why is it wrong to commit logical fallacies in your worldview?
I think that the I don't think that. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Alcy. I want her to answer, please.
So me pointing out that this is a certain kind of fallacy that qualifies under.
Why is it wrong to use logical fallacies in your worldview is what it comes down to. I'm doing that for a reason.
Because it's an attempt to evade questions,
Yeah.
Twist the words, misrepresent the words of the speaker that you're trying to discredit, or discredit the speaker through various means.
Right,
And basically you fail to address the actual argument, and instead you try to win the audience over by telling them what to think about your speaker, or trying to derail the conversation to the point where that line of topic doesn't continue.
Yeah. So is that objectively wrong, or is that
I consider it dirty dealings.
Okay, so you consider it dirty dealings, but if someone disagrees with you and wants to use those techniques, that's just their preference, right?
That's just, I mean, I would consider them a dishonest
Right. Dishonest, maybe you
and
don't like it, it's your preference. If they have a different preference, it's not that they're right and you're wrong, it's just a preference, right? This is where you would move into the ethical pillar of the worldview, because you can always point out with an unbeliever.
I want you to acknowledge that what I'm saying, that you understand what I'm saying about the whole character attack angle of that.
No, I do, but I also have I have a broader view of what's happening here too.
Well,
So
I think the broader view is that you approve of his idea that by basically saying you're not qualified, or something like akin to that. You're not qualified or able to actually criticize this thing or say whether or not it's consistent or inconsistent with reality. That's what I think you think.
I always express when I talk to people that I move to the ethical pillar of worldviews. That you guys should know that about me now. That's what I focus on. That's what I get criticized for, ethics and morals. I mean, Ace in his channel will always tell you that. So what I always point out is that if whatever it comes down to, like whatever these arguments boil down to, I'm going to go there. And I'm going to point out that ultimately, whatever you're complaining about or disagreeing about, I'm going to challenge you on that level. And you're just saying, well, I don't like what you're doing. And I'm saying, well, that's okay.
I'm pointing out something that Darth is doing.
No, I know. And I'm pointing out to you that I'm asking you, are you making an objective statement about how he's wrong, or is it just your opinion, you don't like it?
I'm saying that he's using a certain kind of fallacy where you shift the focus to the speaker and you ask them questions in an attempt to overwhelm them,
I understand.
discredit them.
I've moved the conversation. I've moved the conversation into a new position, which seems a little bit absurd to you. I understand all that.
I'm asking you. Okay, go ahead, please. Just ask your question.
Please don't what?
You sometimes say, "Oh, I know that this is hard for you," or "I know that this is not what you believe," or "I know that this, that, or the other about you." Could you just not please maybe do that, because sometimes you're wrong. Yeah. And I don't want to have to correct you and have a whole conversation about that.
I'm moving into asking you about your ethical position because I know it's subjective. So it rests on a personal preference, and that's as far as you can move with it. You're just saying, I don't like that. That's all you're doing.
There are a lot of rules that are followed out in the world about about this kind of activity, and it is considered in many places to be dishonest.
Appeal to consensus, appeal to popularity.
No, because they see that it's manipulative, and they see that it is unfair to the
Who are
speaker when
they?
they bring
Who are they?
the people that I just mentioned.
I mean, that you mentioned they.
So we have to break down word for word what I'm saying.
When you go into to move to the ethical component, is you start to point out logical fallacies.
You said, is it just something that I don't like?
Yeah.
Why are there huge amounts of information dedicated to fallacies, how to recognize them, how to avoid making them, and how to avoid getting trapped in them by other people?
I understand.
Because a large number of people know that they are manipulative tactics, that they are considered dishonest a lot of the time, especially if they're used,
You value
strategically and
this. You
destructively.
value honesty, right?
Yes.
Yes. You value consistency. You don't want to make logical fallacies. These are all in the domain of ethics. These are personal ethics. I'm asking you if you're making objective claims against the interlocutor, or it's your preference, and you seem to be moving into an ad populum or an appeal to, well, most people think this is wrong, and I'm saying it's wrong.
Of people. It's not about the number of people.
So it's about ethics.
It's recognized over and over and
it's
over.
It's about
again.
ethics, isn't it? This is about ethics.
If I'm going to have a conversation with someone, I would hope that they would be honest. And if I found out that they weren't, it would change how I dealt with them.
That's right.
And whether or not I trust them.
And they would express to you, you know what your preference is that you have these ethics and I have different ethics, and neither one of us is objectively wrong, but you prefer to talk to people with your type of ethics, correct?
I don't think that it's
Halsey? Is that not correct?
They're trying to have a civilized conversation.
I'm laying it out for you. I'm laying it out for you cleanly.
Hold on. They're trying to have a conversation, and I think it's trying to appear as an honest conversation.
If they agree,
it's not actually an honest conversation.
If they agree on logical fallacies in a certain ethical domain where they say, look, if we violate and use straw men to quote way and so forth. If they do agree on that and then it's violated, we can say they had an objective that they agreed on, and now Darth is violating that. They don't have that here, okay?
Look,
that needs to be
all
said.
I'm saying is that he's doing that, and it's
and you don't like it.
Tactic.
And you don't like it.
It's not a matter of I don't like it.
Yes, it is. You subjectively don't like what he's doing, and that's your point.
It's dishonest.
Yes, you value honesty. He's subjectively, he's doing something you don't subjectively like.
Influence the audience to have a certain thoughts about the speaker because of the attacks that the other person launches towards them at once they decide that they want to avoid the topic instead of address it.
Yeah. So he's done something ethically wrong in your subjective perspective. That's the thrust of your point.
I don't see how that's like you're doing it in such a way that kind of makes it out like I'm being I'm asking for too much from people or something. Like
no.
I shouldn't want this from people. And
the interesting thing is I agree with you, but the interesting thing is I agree with you, yet I'm also able to point out how from your worldview, all you have is a subjective perspective.
I don't have just a subjective perspective.
You don't. Okay, well, tell me more about this objective. Tell me more about the objective nature of your claim.
No, hold on. It's like I said, it's not just my subjective experience. I see many other people in the world who said these are fallacies. These are bad. No, not because it's the number of the people. It's because the people recognizing it over and over and over again.
A bunch of people with the same, a bunch of people who have the same ethical preference as you. That's ad populum.
No, it's not. It's not dependent on the number. It's dependent on the recognition.
You brought in the numbers.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said a bunch of people.
I said there are many sources. Like there's websites, there's papers written.
Those are made by people.
Regular books.
Those are made by people.
Yes, but it's not the number of people that's important here.
Then what is?
It's the fact that people recognize this.
That's the number of people.
If it wasn't something important, it wouldn't be something that people recognize.
Is the value objective? Or is the value subjective, recognized by these numbers of people?
the value of understanding those fallacies?
Any of it. Is any of it
I
objective?
think it's both objective and subjective.
Which part is objective?
The thing you're observing.
What
the
does
thing
that
that's
mean?
actually happening.
What does that mean? That's just a generalization.
If someone is talking to me, the things that they're saying to me, and yeah.
No.
Yeah.
All you've said is
That's
listen.
objective. I'm observing it. It's outside of me.
All you've said is you have a subjective preference about how you like to navigate conversations and the value system that you have, and other people agree
You
with
said
you.
that.
That's all you've said.
No, I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't say
I'm
other people agree
I'm
with
summing
me.
up. What
I didn't
you're
say
saying.
other people agree with me, JG. When
Well,
I
yes,
started to
you did say
study, when I started to study philosophy a long time ago, I thought that it would be fun to take a logic and critical thinking class.
All right, don't
I
give
had
me a
no
whole
idea what
rundown.
I was in
Come on.
for. Okay, hold on. I
Don't
had
give
no
me this
idea
whole
what I was
rundown
in
of your
for.
life story right
Excuse
now.
me.
We're
No,
beyond
hold on.
this.
See, this is what you're doing. You just tried to discredit me. You just
I'm not
want to.
discrediting you.
Yes,
I'm
you
pointing out
tried.
I'm pointing out your position. It's not
No,
discrediting you. It's
you did
plainly
not point
pointing
out
out.
my position. I'm not saying
You
a whole
have a
bunch of people agree
you
with
have a
me.
subjective ethical thrust pointing out what you don't like about this man's ethics. That's all you have.
It's a subjective recognition of an
Yeah.
objective thing that's happening in the real world.
You're
And
saying
I'm saying that it's
objective
not a
thing.
bunch of people that
What is the
agree
objective
with
thing
me.
that's happening?
The thing that's being observed, that's outside of
That's
ourselves.
just circular.
No, it's not.
Yes, see how you're walking into fallacies? You're walking into ad populums. You're walking into circularity.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, JG.
Kelsey, I've done this with other people. This is not
Well,
new
you
to
did it
me.
wrong. You did it
Okay.
wrong.
And are you saying that I'm doing it wrong, and that's ethically, subjectively your opinion that you don't like it, or are you saying there's an
It's my
objective
opinion that
preference?
you're procedurally doing it wrong. You're misapplying information. You're leaving stuff out. You're
And
skipping
if I
stuff.
ask you what the objective component is, you're going to say it's the reality of what I'm doing.
The words that you say to me are my objective reality. They are the things that I'm hearing coming into my ears. Now, once they hit my ears, it's subjective. But the real words that you say, if I go and look at the transcript,
What is the evidence
that's
you
the
have for that
objective
claim?
stuff.
What is the evidence that you have for the claim that there's an objective reality, and when it hits your ears, it turns subjective?
Because as soon as it hits my ears, my brain starts processing it.
I'm asking
and
about
starts
the
thinking
objective
about
reality
it,
itself.
categorizing it and judging it.
I'm asking about the objective claim itself. What is the evidence you have that exists before it hits your ears?
It has to.
Okay, it has to.
How would it not exist and then hit my ears?
Well, now you're asking me a question about your objective reality claim.
No, you know what, JG? I think you're trying to like dig way into something that you're skipping over the stuff that I was trying to cover, sort of, I think, on purpose, because you just don't want to talk about it or admit that it's a slimy tactic to shift from someone's argument into a character attack, because what you don't want to do is actually address the argument.
Is that what you think is objectively true, or is that just a subjective opinion followed by a preference that you have?
It's the definition of certain kinds of fallacies that I'm drawing from knowledge outside of
So
myself.
you put value on definitions, and it's your subjective ethical
Oh my
preference
God.
that
So
I follow them.
definitions, are you saying that they're not valuable?
It's not what
So
I'm
whenever
saying.
I define a word, you're going to talk about how definitions must be super important to me.
Am I not allowed to do that if that's what I
It
choose to
just
do?
seems silly. Definitions are important to all
Is
of us.
being
We
is
use
being
words
silly
to
not
communicate.
is being silly a problem for you if that was the case? You see, it's just
It's
when you
not a matter.
understand a subjective worldview on an
I
ethical level.
do. That's all I
it-
can have,
this is-
JG. We all
Listen.
only have our subjective fucking experience and
Is that an
worldview.
objective truth?
I think so, because we're human beings with a human mind, human eyes, human
When
experience.
I
and
ask you if that's an
experiencing
objective
things.
truth and you say, I think so, is it or is it not?
The only experience that I am able to have, that I have access to, is a subjective one. But
And
the
how did
things that are happening outside of myself are objective truths in reality. I'm not making that stuff happen. It's happening in the world all by itself. That's objective reality.
How do you have
My
access to what's
reaction
happening? How do you
to
have
it-
access to what's happening in the world all by itself if you're having a subjective experience?
Because we're inside of objective reality. We're
You
each
just,
our own.
Halsey, don't you
Listen,
see what you're doing? You keep making
Will,
up answers to the
am I
question.
speaking Chinese here? Like, are
Yes,
you totally
actually
lost
you
too?
are. You are speaking Chinese because every time I ask you a question, you're
Every
just
time I
making
try
up an
to
answer.
address something, you give me a new thing to like try to define or whatever. Everything I say, you pick that apart instead of just addressing that. Like,
I am addressing that. I'm addressing your overall worldview. It's subjective, and you keep trying to tell me there's
but you
objective
don't want to
realities.
you don't
that
want to
can't
talk
account for.
about the method of avoiding like a conversation and avoiding tackling an argument honestly by shifting and going in for a character attack to the speaker. You don't want to talk about that, right?
Right. Well, fine. Then we'll stop. We got to get through this. There's
I'm
10 more
just
minutes
saying.
left.
Go ahead, then. Go ahead.
It's like I was trying to get off here at 3, and now it's 3:30. I just wanted you to know that I'm noting your subjective preferences. Okay, that's all I want you to know.
Okay, but you know what? Like
Whatever
we've had
happens, I am noting your subjective preferences.
JG. All we have is our subjective experience. We
Is
are
that's
human
a
beings.
universal claim again about all we have, all human beings have?
Do you know of any
Why don't you
person that
stop? Why
can
don't
have?
you stop?
Why don't I
you just
stop? What? Stop what?
You continue to make universal claims. You continue to make subjective preferences and objective claims that you can't account for. Why don't
How
you
about
just?
this? All we have is our human bodies. Like that's all.
Why do you
we
keep
own
going
in
to
life.
all we have and talking about the whole human experience if you
You
can't
what
account
do
for
you what else do you come into this life with, JG, besides your body?
what does that have to do with your universal claims that you're making?
I'm telling you that as a certain kind of sensory being, we have limits on our ways to take things in and observe things and experience things. Those limits are the ones that are defined by the human body. Okay, there are all kinds of other things like out in the world that we don't directly experience because we're humans with limited like range of observing and measuring, feeling, etc. Right? So that experience is always going to be a human one. It's always going to be the
How do you have
internal
knowledge of what
experience.
always is going to be?
How are you going to be something other than human at some point in your life?
How do you have knowledge?
Are
of
you
what's
going to be something other than human?
Halsey, if you're going to make claims and not answer to them, what am I supposed to do with that?
A human experience is a subjective experience because it's an individual experience. Yeah. Life and consciousness and awareness is an individual experience.
Okay.
Is that not true?
I agree with you.
Okay. So in my opinion, because of that, because A, we're humans, and B, we're all individuals, it's always going to be a subjective experience. That doesn't mean that there's not objective things going on. It's just that we experience everything subjectively. It
might be easier on you to make. It might be a little bit easier on you to make the claim about what is always going to be the case for you instead of for all people. I'm just saying.
It seems silly for me to say since I'm always going to be a human, but I guess I could go down that route if you really need it to be like that.
No, I'm saying you could, if you want to give a claim about what's always going to be, that's one thing. But if you want to include all humanity, that's another thing, right?
So I put in the side chat a little while ago, but I didn't bring it up. I said 2 premises and a conclusion. Premise 1, if everyone's worldview is different, then it can't be what defines reality, right? Premise number 2,
we just had
everyone's worldview is different. That is the truth.
Tommy's here
therefore, yes, hello, Tommy.
Tommy's going to sort this out.
No, he probably like, I don't want any part of
Tommy, why did you even come in just to leave? Maybe you just wanted to hang out.
Come back.
We won't address you if you want to hang out. We're trying to get through this last 10 minutes. And
anyway,
we're so close to getting through this.
I know. Look, I'm not trying to butt heads with you, but we are butting heads. Okay. I really don't want to end on a bad note.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I better shut up then, because we might do that.
Well, I don't know. It's just.
I don't see that as arguing in like the we're battling it out sense. I see it as we're each trying to put forth arguments and we're dealing with each other's arguments in different ways.
I was trying to drive at a point by continually like answer everything you threw at me quickly, but you're not receiving it.
I'm not accepting it because I don't want to go down those roads because those roads are just a distraction and an attempt to derail the conversation.
asking you for clarifications about claims that you're making. I don't think are derailments or distractions.
When I say we as human beings can only ever have a human experience, and you tell me, how do you know that? Like, how we
Okay,
are
well,
human beings.
Will, is that a valid question to ask somebody how they know that about all the human experience? Or
Oh
not?
no, please don't ask me to moderate. This is too good.
All right. Well, I mean,
Are you going to
fine.
have a horse experience at some point? I mean, maybe when you're very, very old, you'll have a different experience mentally because people
A horse experience?
have
Are you
issues.
talking about Tijuana stuff?
A non-human experience, JG.
Yeah.
Are you going to have a non-human experience in your life, meaning you will become a thing that is not human and have an experience
Like,
that way?
I'm doubtful about that. It's just when I start making claims about all humanity and what they're experiencing, I
Can
would
you say
expect
this?
someone to.
Can you say,
I
I will
would
always
expect
be a
someone
human?
to ask me how I knew that.
Can you say to yourself and to the world, I will always be a human?
Well, I don't necessarily think that's the case.
While you're alive, will you
Oh,
always
there
be
you
a
go.
human?
All right. Define alive.
Oh my God. Seriously? For real?
Well, I'm a spiritual person, Halsey.
Okay, with a living physical body.
In the flesh.
Yes.
In the flesh, while my flesh is living, yeah, we're going to call that a human experience. Yep.
All right. We can go on now.
Okay. Well, let's let Will chime in on the last 10 minutes because you and I are
that
just-
was lovely. Thank you guys for that. I enjoyed every bit of that.
Well, I wish you had more to say than just your enjoyment of it.
No, you have no idea how often Halsey and I get into debate. So it's good for me to hear her debating with someone else about something, so I can identify certain traits that I see in my own discussions. So, thank you.
Okay. Well, it really wasn't too bad. I mean, neither of us were like heated. We're just
stubborn.
Jill, oh my God, I can't believe it. I was looking at
Go to
Jill's
your room.
name when I
Go to your room right now.
Are you? I hope you're not having too many thoughts of, oh, so it's not just me.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of that. There's plenty of I see she does it to everyone.
Do you feel better now, or is that worse?
No,
Yes.
I'm okay with that. I mean, look, I think we got to. I think we just better get through this 10 minutes. It's getting late.
Go for it.
Worldview doesn't provide for critiquing anything.
Well, it seems to. I just don't know where it comes from.
What do you mean? It seems to.
I guess it works, practically speaking.
Well, how do in order for something to work, something has to be imposing continuity and regularity. Is the continuity and regularity real?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it seems like it is.
Okay, so then all you're just simply talking about is it seems that way. Well, you could be wrong about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's no question.
Good. And you could be completely wrong about your critique about the Bible, right?
No question. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And you're willing to risk your eternal destiny on it?
I don't like it. But I have to go with what I think is true.
But what you
I don't
think
like it.
But what you think is true has no metaphysical basis. There's nowhere in your worldview to ground truth. In the Christian worldview, and you've studied theology, you went to Capital Bible Study, and you would know from the Christian worldview, truth is that which conforms to the mind of God and how He reveals it. But in your worldview, what does truth conform to? And please don't say reality.
No, yeah, I won't, because I don't know is the answer.
So when you reject Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior as Creator, you can't say what is true or false, can you? Your worldview doesn't provide for it. There's no metaphysical grounding to say what is, can be, or cannot be.
It seems like the difference between me knowing what grounds it, and I'm like what
I want to
is.
know why you believe this stuff. You see, you believe that you do not need God. You do not need the God of the Bible as your creator and Lord and Savior and sustainer. So I want to know I mean, because that is a grandiose statement in the course of human history. You've solved the biggest question of all human existence. You don't need God. You don't need the God of the Bible. So I want to know what you do believe, not necessarily what you know. What do you do believe that makes Jesus Christ as Lord and Creator utterly non-existent and superfluous? What do you believe ultimately about your world that makes Jesus Christ as Creator unnecessary?
I think it's probably coming at it from the other direction. So what I mean by that is, as I said before, the reason that I left the faith was because as I began to engage with, for example, where the Bible finds its origins, and notice that the Hebrew Bible seems to be another ancient Near Eastern text.
Could you be wrong about that?
Oh yeah, sure.
Did you put that in your book?
That I could be wrong?
Yeah.
It's probably my motto.
But did you put it in the book?
That I could be wrong.
Yeah. So you believe that the text of the Old Testament is not the product of God inspiring holy men of the past to write down the message that He wanted. That's your position.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Logic.
See, the way that you're using the word "know" there.
Why do you believe that?
Okay. So why I believe it is, given what I know about ancient Near Eastern culture and literature, the Bible fits in. The Hebrew Bible fits in very well with other ancient Near Eastern texts.
That doesn't mean it's not inspired by God.
But you're asking me why I believe.
Yeah.
Right.
But it doesn't. But it doesn't follow then that it's not inspired.
Right. You're asking me why I believe it, though, which I think is different from why it necessarily follows. And I wouldn't say that it necessarily follows. Right. I would say I believe it.
So the Bible could possibly be the inspired word of God in your view?
Yeah, sure.
Did you put that in your
I don't
book?
think it's very likely. Well, I mean, I think that's
why is it not likely? What would make that off limits?
I feel like we're sort of circling back here.
Well, I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but you know,
no.
You're an atheist talking head. You're a really educated guy, and I respect that. And you've written a book, An Atheist Guide to the Old Testament, and I think that you're trying to get people to stop believing that the Bible is the Word of God, aren't you?
No. What I'm sorry. If you're asking me, do I believe that it's inspired and inerrant? I'm trying to show in the book that I don't think that that's the case. My goal is not to turn people from Christianity. Again, that's my wife's a Christian. I don't really have any interest in that. What I do think, though, and this is in the book, I think it's in the conclusion and in the introduction, definitely in the conclusion, is that we all need to start on the right footing when it comes to the Hebrew Bible. And the right footing, in my opinion.
But there is no right and wrong in your world. There's nothing that grounds it.
But I don't know that that's true.
Okay. Well, is there something that ultimately dictates what is, can be, or cannot be, and what is right, wrong, good, or bad in your
Now
world?
he's going. He moved the goalpost.
I'm sure that there is.
Oh, what is it?
Logic.
You were doing this too, JG.
Right. I mean, I think we're sort of back to this question. And just because, from like an epistemological standpoint,
well, if just because I just want to know if you're offering us a nothing burger, or there's some meat behind it. You know, like where's the beef? Okay.
Hold on, because I'm gonna have to. Sorry, I don't mean to. I'm gonna have to go in about 3 minutes. But,
no, that's fine. You've been more than gracious, and I appreciate it.
No, this is actually this has actually been very nice. I guess what I would say is, if you want, send me an email to digitalhammurabi@gmail.com, and I'll be happy to send you a PDF of the book.
Thank you.
We've priced it so that it's the Kindle version. I think is like $10, but that's absolutely fine. I'll send you a copy.
You know what? Don't
But
bother
if you,
sending it. You wrote the book. I'll pay for it online. Okay, don't worry about it.
oh, I appreciate that. But if you want, definitely read through it. Again, you seem to know far more about philosophy than I do. So like I tried to participate as much as I could.
And we didn't agree on a lot of things, but I didn't call you stupid. I didn't call you names, because you want to know what, you're conducting yourself like an adult, and
I
an
appreciate
educated
that.
person. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry that I'd probably be nicer if I had more concrete answers for some of these things, but there's just a lot that I don't know.
Well, I just wish you should just send the message to all your atheist friends on all these talking head atheist shows. I just like one of them to present a case why there's no God, because I'm not hearing from any of these talking heads an answer to that.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, because he has to go.
To me? Sure. I got another minute.
I have to go too. So go ahead.
Hammurabi. What I think Darth was getting at is that you make a lot of statements with confidence, as if they could not be otherwise, and then upon being pressed, you say, "Yeah, it could be otherwise." So why the first demeanor when the second demeanor exists?
Sure. I think that's a good question. So I think it's akin to if you were to say to me, "Hey, is the sun going to come up tomorrow at 6:12 or whatever?" And I look at my phone and I say, "Yeah, it'll definitely come up tomorrow at 6:12." And you say, "Well, metaphysically, how do you know that to be the case?" Well, that's a much more stringent question, right? And so then it's like, well, I guess from an inductive standpoint, I guess I could be wrong technically about that, but maybe colloquial is a good way to say that, or based on the systems of interpretation that we utilize in our day-to-day lives. That's what I'm speaking from. But yeah, I mean, when you get to ask questions about problems of induction and things, I'm outside of my field, and I'm gonna have to cop to that, right? So yeah, I hope that answered it.
Can I ask a question quickly before you go?
Sure.
Just, so, what do you think about that logically, right? If you think,
Well.
All right, we made it through. Hallelujah.
Thank you very much for that, JG. I enjoyed that immensely.
I did too. Thank you guys. It was good.
You ready to unblock me in the chat yet?
It's a real question, I think.
Yeah, maybe we can do some more. You guys can bring one up if you want to sometime. Something you want to watch. That might be good.
That would be cool. I just want to make sure that I can check with you before I pop into your stream from the chat and say, hey, just greet you and find out where you're at with like wanting company or not.
How's that? Like, to talk to you in a private chat before I pop you in or something?
No. Well, I mean, that's what I've been doing, but I was talking about in the side chat where Peter W is and all that. Notice that I'm still blocked there. So for me to pop in there and be like, how's it going, and find out if this is a day where you're like, piss off, Will, or when it's one of those, hey, just the non-believer I want to wreck, or whatever, whatever the case may be. I like to alert you to my presence before popping into your backstage. That it's like a consent thing.
Huh.
It's up to you, man. I can keep popping in the backstage and asking you questions, in the private chat.
Yeah, there's something about you and Tommy that's good to have you guys come in and talk rather than be in the side chat. There's a commonality there.
As you like.
I mean, JG is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Why did Tommy pop in for just a second? That was weird. Did
Maybe
you see
he
him?
heard the conversation. He was like, no.
I did see him.
I think
He may
didn't
have
wanna
had
be-
some mic problems. I don't know.
Could be. Maybe he just wanted to hang and not me call attention to him because I said Tommy's going to solve this or something.
Nah.
I know he likes
He was
his
like, that's not
Darth.
what I signed up for. I'm out of here. You know how like forever JGO is saying, oh, we got to talk about fallacies, we got to talk about logic, blah blah blah. I kind of wanted to, obviously another time, but I kind of wanted to not necessarily come at it from, you're filtering it through your worldview. I was just looking to actually talk about just the pure definitions, examples, and all that stuff of like fallacies and examples of them like in the world, and maybe if you relate it to something that's happened in your own life and that kind of thing, and just what they're for, like that's an area of interest of mine that I don't get a lot of bites from people who say, hey, let's talk about this. There's been a few, but that is something that I've always been interested in talking to you about. But like I said, another
You want
time.
me to abandon my worldview just to talk to you? Wow, that's.
I mean, it's not about anything racy. Not anything too
quite a
controversial.
request. That's like a drug. That's like a drug dealer request.
Simple,
like, hey man, take this, man. Let's get out of
Give
your
you a
world.
little taste for free.
Do you never slip into someone else's paradigm to try and see it from their perspective, JG?
Of course I do. That's how I learn how to critique other worldviews.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure because I thought that's what she was asking, but maybe not.
Kind of, yeah. I was looking at it as a let's talk about this and like study it a little bit together, rather than like you tell me why like the thing that I'm showing you is wrong, or something like that. Like I'm not looking for you to like invalidate fallacies. I want you to say, hey, yeah, I've seen that one. Oh, I understand that one, or that one's in the news all the time. Relate it to
basically. I mean, basically, you can sum up most every logical fallacy to non sequitur, can't you?
I mean, non sequitur yeah. I mean, you could, but yes,
poisoning the well is not a non sequitur because it's before the fact, but it's still the idea that whatever follows from poisoning the well does not follow because you poison the well. It's just like a simplified way to put it.
But like poisoning the well to me is like preemptively maybe saying something about a person or a situation to give influence to the listening audience before they've had a chance to be exposed without that element added. So like you tell a group of people that, oh yeah, this guy is, he cheated on his wife. He's been an alcoholic for 10 years. He lied to me about this, that, and the other. Although those might be factors that figure in at some point for everyone to have this frame of mind about a person before they are exposed to them themselves or an argument. This is why this argument is wrong, and this is how you have to think about it. Then they see the argument, and instead of drawing their own conclusions, they refer to the well poisoning elements, right?
Yeah,
that's
right.
the way I think of poisoning the well.
You would think of holding a Christian worldview as the ultimate poisoning of the well. Your interlocutor is holding poison in their well as they get into a conversation with you.
I don't know if that's true or not, if I think that way or not.
Like they're holding a preconceived notion of a Christian worldview.
Well, so look, a Christian worldview is defined by specific things, right? I mean, those are things that are well defined by Christians, isn't it? I mean, I know there's a lot of denominations, but they do agree on some things, don't they?
No, I'm just saying, like, it's interesting the way you can shape the ideas of logical fallacies into particular views. Like I'm saying, you might think of like the Christian worldview itself as like someone carrying a poisonous well along with them about themselves, on themselves. Like you might think that way.
basically the way I think about any religious view is it's like having a special filter that has predefined things for the world, so that when you look through that filter at a thing in the world, it gives you its version of it instead of you just taking it in without any influence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean without any influence?
Without anyone telling you ahead of time how to think about it.
You're all
What in
but
what
that
way
would-
to think.
like you couldn't you can't abandon your worldview. You really can't do it. Nobody can do it. How would they do it? Drop acid? Maybe that would be the closest thing.
Maybe.
You like whatever you're carrying in. You know, those are preconceived notions that you may or may not be aware of.
True. I
And-
mean, I try to keep my preconceived notions things that I can find some kind of truth.
I don't know if you lost connection there. But I see them as many times interconnected. The different fallacies, like a lot of tu quoques can be construed as red herrings. People use a tu quoque and it becomes a red herring, a distraction from the conversation. People use ad homs in their straw men. They're all interconnected in different ways, which
Yeah, I mean, they could be mixed up a little bit, no doubt. But I think that sometimes when someone responds, like, you can go line by line in some conversations and go, here's a fallacy, here's another one. And you can explain why it is, like if you really wanted to pick apart, like any news commentary show or an interview between like a news anchor and some, important person, you can analyze something like that for fallacies and explain why the thing is, fallacious.
Yeah, but see, I want to do the grand sweep. Like I would want to go and point out how the news station itself is based on deceptive practices and that the information is already misconstrued from the get-go.
See, but then
it's just sweep the whole
you
thing
dealing
out.
with the genetic fallacy. You've actually just
Not
committed the
necessarily.
genetic. Yeah, because you're saying if it's from this source is somehow rotten, corrupted, etc.
Yeah.
And so don't trust anything from this source.
Right.
But
Like
hold
if I
on.
have if I have a lying girlfriend that continues to lie to me, like I'm going to stop listening to her. That's correct. You can
Well,
call
right,
it
but that's a
fallacy if
single
you want to.
person, right?
I
That's a
can
single
do it.
person.
I can do it with a news studio that would be controlled by a small group of people at the top of it.
Right. But check this out. I want you to like try to get this concept. Okay.
Oh, you want me
When
to try
an
to-
argument leaves a person's mouth, right? When they speak the last word of it, it floats away from them and is now on its own. Does it have legs to stand on or not? It no longer has anything to do with that person. Now you have the argument and you say to yourself, is this true? Regardless of who says it. If it's the wino on the street corner or the most trusted person in the most trusted news station that you personally subscribe to, right? Is the information true, regardless of who gave it, right? It either stands on its own and has legs to stand on because you can verify that it is true, or it's not, and you treat the information as an item by item thing. You don't. Now, there could be a trend, right? You could say to yourself, okay, until I know for sure that this source is corrupt, I'm gonna closely look at what comes out of this source. And if you see over and over again, oh, look, this is a lie, this is corrupt, this is untrue, this, that, and the other, right? You find problems, real problems, not ones because you don't like it, but real actual problems. Now you can say, in my experience, this is not a trustworthy source, but you have some experience to refer to, right?
Yeah, I just, I mean, I get these things you're talking about. It's very surface level stuff.
You think it's surface level?
I do.
See, I think that it just does not go ever to that divine realm where we're talking about God providing logic and God providing the means to use it, and for us to question someone's credibility on whether or not they could speak on any particular subject.
Well,
You know, like,
it's like you're not being dismissed because you're healthy, but when you're being questioned fundamentally on how you know the truth or falsity of the matter,
mhm.
how you know anything to be objectively real, and you can't answer those things, it does in a way follow that whatever whatever you're saying, even though you might have points in your information that are true, that overall you're part of a grand deception, and that would be dismissible. And I think that you missed that.
I don't know
Because
if I'm
you
part
can
of
have a news anchor that tells you the truth 90% of the time, and
Mhm.
and say, well, logically they're reliable, but that 10% of the information that's false could be the information that is most imperative
But
and most
see,
important and most misleading, and the
right.
percentage doesn't matter at that point, does it?
But hold on. So it doesn't mean stop checking. It doesn't mean stop scrutinizing. It
According to
means,
what standard?
okay, you just said that if you just decide that a source is okay and like a certain percentage of their stuff could still be bad, you're the good is married with the bad and you're accepting it all, right? Basically, that's what you just said, and you shouldn't do that, right?
No,
That's not what you said, or that's not what you shouldn't do.
it's not quite the translation of what I'm saying.
Okay.
But what I am saying to you is, if I'm talking to someone who thinks that I ought to listen to them
Mm-hmm.
and I should consider what they're saying, you don't need to tell me whether you think this is right or wrong, because you're going to fall right in to what I'm saying. I think it's valid to challenge someone on a meta-ethical level. Say, why ought I consider what you're saying? Why should I listen to what you think is right or wrong? And what I'm looking for is something more than, well, I've been around the block. I've read a lot of books. I have
But
important
I wouldn't.
references,
Yeah, I would never.
No, you
assert
wouldn't
my
say
own
you wouldn't say
expertise.
that.
No.
Right.
You know
But
what I would say though? Do you know
you
what I
start
would
to
say?
associate with people who have a commonality, who adhere to a certain principle or a commitment that you agree with, that you understand to be true.
Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't trust them inherently just because some of the stuff that they've said to me is true. If I found something, like, I would listen, as I always do, with the kind of ear that just basically like says, does this make sense? Does this sound possible? Does it sound probable? And if I care enough about this information to want to know whether or not it is, how it is known out in the world, right? Then I will set it aside and make sure that I go look that up. I'm not just going to accept a news story and say, oh, look, I'm panicking because this crazy inflammatory headline is true. What I'm saying though is like,
did you take jabs?
Say what?
Did you take jabs?
What do you mean take jabs?
Did you take injections 2020, 2021?
Why does that matter?
I'm questioning your worldview about news media sources. Yes or no?
Personally, at that time, I didn't have a problem with the idea of a vaccine because I was in a high-risk group, having extensive lung infections in the past, and also having fibromyalgia.
See, we live in different worlds.
That's okay. You know what? It's not like I said, oh, I have inherent trust in the world and in this information that is coming from. That's not where I was coming from. I was saying to myself, if this thing is real and it is a threat, then in my opinion, for myself, the right thing to do would be to do the thing that seems to be the most protective and the most proactive against me contributing to the problem or getting it myself.
Experimental mRNA. Government
I'm not a viral biologist, and I don't know anything about how
I'm not either,
vaccines are made.
but if you just, if you had the time that I had to study it, it's just experimental.
Well,
New
I came
mRNA
out of it.
technologies based on fear to get people to take that stuff.
Well, that may be true, but I lived through it, and I'm here today, and I'm not really concerned about any further COVID, vaccines or strains, because it doesn't really seem to be.
Don't say the V word. YouTube can't handle
forbidden?
opposition. They're going to erase the whole stream.
Seriously?
That's why I said jabs.
Oh, I didn't pick up on that. Sorry.
That's because you're a normie, dude.
It's because I don't talk about this topic. I haven't talked
I
about it
know
for
you
a
just
while.
you just take it and you don't question it. You don't talk about it. I get it.
No, that's not true. It was a long time before I actually took it from when it first came out to when I actually took it. Because I
Tell
listened
me
to a
about it.
lot
Tell
of
me
different
about a conspiracy
information.
you discovered.
What do you mean? I
Tell
don't
me
want to
about
talk about. I don't want to talk about that specifically.
Just tell me the name of a conspiracy you discovered in the past 5 years.
Any conspiracy?
Yeah. She must have her volume must have faded out.
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to think of one. See, look, JG, this is probably going to be frustrating for you.
Oh
but
yeah, it's gonna be terrible.
No, I'm serious. Like, I don't really, and I haven't for quite a long time. Like, I don't watch any news programs, and the only time that I ever read news is when, like, I hear about something and I go follow up on it, right? Like, I think, oh, like this thing is happening, and then I usually go and look at several references for it and see what the world is saying about it, right? But I don't watch news commentary shows. I don't watch the news. I don't watch CNN. I don't go to NBC. You know, I might say, "Oh, look, here's an article or something," and I look at who
They
it's
don't
from,
need
and
the
I say,
news. They
"Okay,
don't need
who
the
else is
news
reporting on
anymore.
this?"
They don't need the news anymore.
Who's they?
So,
We?
it's people in control. They have social media.
Oh, I know, and people are very, very easily swayed. I'm aware of it. But look, I don't we can have that other conversation about fallacies and stuff later, because it is definitely an involved one, and it's not one that I want to hash out the details for right at this moment, because that alone would take too long without even getting into it. But I'm gonna go, because we've been at this for hours now. It seems like feels like so. And you said you had to go anyway, so you should go to bed. And I'll talk to you later.
Yes, we should.
Yeah, later.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Oh my gosh, the stream has gone on far too long. What am I doing? Nobody knows. Logical fallacies. What would we do without them? What I'm trying to say is, but go for the worldview, because it's the ultimate way to know what you're dealing with. Any fallacies, any mistruths, misrepresentations are going to start at the core. So why not go to the surface, right? Why not go to the core? Now you can say, yeah, even someone who is untruthful can say truthful things. I get that. Sure. Right? But it's just a different perspective when you go to the core of the matter. You want to know where someone's coming from, what their standard is, what they rely on. You start to realize how easily people can be influenced or shaped based on what they believe at a fundamental level. And people like to be open-minded, say, "Oh, I don't have a religion, I don't have a dogma," but they do. They do have a religion. They do have a dogma. It's part of the human condition. It's inescapable. Faith and dogma. Everybody has it. Everybody has them. I'm saying has them. Has a dogma. Everyone has faith. So it's inescapable. When people tell me that they don't have faith, like, I already realized that, like, wow, it's going to just be difficult. Do I even want to put time into this conversation, talking to someone who saying they don't have faith, when faith is interconnected to every aspect of their life? That's why it's good to ask these things up front, because How much time are you going to put into someone who says they don't have faith? I mean, it's like Aaron Ra level, right? Like, I don't have faith. Like, oh, you don't have faith. Do you have faith that your resources are working correctly? Do you have faith in that statement that it's true? Do you have faith that you're going to carry that over tomorrow? Do you have faith in science? Of course you do. Does science rely on faith? Of course it does. Scientists rely on it? Yes. I'm just overtired now, talking to myself in front of the computer, saying the same old things. And I'll say the same old things again and again. And I think it's just most interesting to focus on where people are coming from ethically. And it's not to be misconstrued with asking people about their personal life circumstances if they're acting ethically. I'm talking about like the ethical position they hold going into their line of argumentation. If they're just telling you, well, ethics are subjective. We can't know right from wrong. We just prescribe an idea to reality of what we think is right. They're screwed. Because everything they argue is just their preference or opinion. And I know that sounds way too simple and way too general, but I'm going to continue to point it out because it's always relevant when you're arguing with people. If they're starting an argument, if they're starting a position, they're implicitly saying, you ought to listen to me. You should consider what I'm saying. And it's always relevant to point this out. Now, people aren't going to like it. People are going to be annoyed by it. There's a reason for doing it. Look at the Universalists. They try to take a biblical perspective, toss out most of the Bible, focus on 13 books, take the parts of that book that they like, and then tell you, oh, well, we're not saying you ought to do anything, you should do anything. We're not saying you're right or wrong. We have no responsibility. And they're trying to make arguments and convince you of things. And if you can't see that as absurd by now, well, we're going to have a problem. But look, it's the atheist as well. Like, they just want to convince you that there's nothing more than matter and energy. Challenge where they're coming from. How do you know that? Why do you think that's the case? Tell me what I'm doing is wrong. Tell people to tell you what you're doing wrong and what you're saying wrong. And I'm not talking about like the structure of your sentences. I'm talking about like the substance, the concepts behind what you're saying. Just keep doing it to people. Say, why is that wrong? Is it wrong because it's your opinion? Or is there something more to it? It'll really unlock reality in a lot of favorable ways. And it's going to be a pain in the ass because people don't like it, right? But when you start pointing out that everyone is just trying to impose their opinions on you and they haven't really explored their presuppositions and assumptions, it becomes more apparent of who you want to deal with and who you want to talk to. You got a whole world of people out there trying to influence you and give you their professional opinions who are saying, well, I don't really know much. In fact, I can't say I know anything. And everything that I'm telling you is the way that's correct, that's right and wrong. That's just a personal preference. How much time do you want to spend listening to them? You know, I'm thinking gravitate to people who have some strength in their worldview, who have a commitment to the truth, who are saying, you know what? I'm following my commitment all the way. Jesus Christ is the truth. I presuppose the scriptures. And if you don't think that's the case, just come right out and say it. I don't want to argue each individual scripture with you. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. And force them. And when I say force, I'm saying move the conversation into pointing out why you're wrong, why they don't think that's the case. And all you need to do is point out that they're coming from a subjective perspective ethically. They're not committed to any true ethic. They're not going to tell you what's right or wrong, but they want to sit there and tell you you're wrong. Stay right there with them. Keep showing them that's all they're doing. Why do we want to spend hours and hours and hours hashing out opinions when we can just cut right to the heart of the matter? Most people are telling you they can't know anything and that you ought to listen to them because they think that you should and that it's the nice thing to do, but they could be wrong and they don't have a real understanding of anything to be right or wrong in the human condition. Cut down on the nonsense, right? It's nice to give everybody a chance, pretend everyone's on the level playing field. If you want to get real, realize that you discriminate, that we all do it, we all judge each other, and that you want to hang out with people who are like-minded in a way that you have a commitment, and that commitment is to the truth, to love one another, and that's not pleasant all the time. In fact, a lot of the time it isn't pleasant. Love must be genuine. Abhor what is evil, cling to what is good. Doing the right thing is not going to be the easy road. And that's what people don't like about committing to the truth and doing the right thing. And that's also what the beauty of committing to the truth and doing the right thing is. And to that, I say good night and God bless. See you next time.